pressure on the pawn on a2. But normal play here absolutely involves playing bishop c1, e3 for now, and then potentially trying to play c3, c4. Now, black can, of course, fight against it, but that's what you're supposed to do, and I'm pretty sure Fabian knows that's what you're supposed to do. But maybe he was still slightly under the influence of a disastrous game he played against Hikaru yesterday, because he spent about 20 minutes here, which was already kind of a warning sign, because I think it was very much his choice to play this line today. And then went d5, which is a very strange choice straight away. It solves the problem for black of trying to figure out whether white wants to play d5 or c4 or d takes c5. Obviously, the bishop on a7 is now much more active. And also, there is absolutely no pressure in the center, meaning that after bishop d7, if you ever allow f7, f5, black will instantly be doing probably just better. Fabi played bishop g5, f6, bishop e3, and after bishop takes e3, for instance here, you would like, I think, to preserve your structure and play queen takes e3, but you're instantly worse after f6, f5. Because of that, he had to take with the pawn, and then we arrived quite quickly in this kind of a strange position where nobody is really planning anything just yet. White isn't much worse. In fact, if you want, you can take on b5, play queen c3, and your counterplay along the c-file probably is enough to make a draw. But the white structure in the center is potentially quite vulnerable, as we will see later in the game. And white is basically on the defensive for the rest of it. Fabi played knight f5, rook e8, knight 3, h4, and now Anish settled on a new plan. He played before. Another rook will come to a3, the other one will come to a8, and white will have to abandon the a-file. This is already, I think, in practical terms, quite unpleasant for white, because you're completely passive, you have no play, and your plan for the rest of the game is basically wait. You wait, and you wait, and you wait, and you prepare for whatever break black decides to go for. And then we go all the way, let's say, to this position, where the engine says there's absolutely no reason to panic. Queen d3 is fine, back to h4 is fine, all kinds of things are okay, because it's not that easy for black to develop a serious attack against the pawn on e4, when knight h4, f5 still remains an option. And despite having made a lot of progress on the queen side, there's really not many weaknesses to play against. But instead, Fabi did something which honestly shocked me a great deal, because yes, he is trying to solve his problems straight away by putting the knight on c2 and then trading the second rook on a2. But the knight on c2 is so horrific, and the pawn on e4 is now so completely unprotected that the position is instantly very, very poor. Bishop e8, rook a1. In this position, actually, rook b2 would have been, sorry, he didn't play rook a1, he played queen d3. And now after bishop g6, rook a1, which is also a mistake, because black now is threatening to play c7, c6, and this needs to be dealt with immediately. Rook b2 followed by c6 against any move is now, I think, the engine suggests just straight up winning for black. But Anish went for a different plan. He took on a1 and played c5. And this is the absolute turning point of the game, because bad as it might look, you absolutely must take on c6 here, because this option will not return. Queen takes, knight c2, bishop takes e4, knight takes b4. Let's say queen b7, queen takes g6, bishop takes g2. And in this position, even more than one thing draws for white. Knight d5 makes a draw, queen e6 makes a draw. It looks somewhat dangerous. Obviously, the battery along the long diagonal is quite threatening. The king on h7 looks safe, and the king on h2 doesn't. But it's equal material. The knight came out. You should be able to save this. Instead, Fabi quite quickly actually made the move king h2, g3, and now he is just completely lost, because he is basically playing this position a full piece down. The knight on a1 will not return. It's just so difficult to even get it to c2, because something is always hanging. And black will eventually be able to break through in the center. Queen a7, queen b1, h5, king f3, h4 was the final move of the first time control. And here Fabi realized that basically if you do nothing, black will play queen f7, then black will play f6, f5. And the difference between the bishop on this long diagonal and the knight on a1 is so stark that none of those positions ever hold. And in view of that, I don't know if he already saw this was losing, but I think he probably understood this never works out, but he at least tried to do something. He played king g4, queen e7, queen d3, hoping that maybe he will have time to play knight c2, e1, f3. But black wins very comfortably with king h6 here, but also, and this is kind of kudos to Anish for spotting it, because he has other very clearly winning options, There's a very beautiful way to win on the spot here, which Anish did play. f6, f5 check, ef5. And now you make a quiet move, king h7, h6, creating a threat of bishop h5 mate. If king f3, black goes e4 check, lures the queen onto a bad square, and then goes bishop h5 check, king f4, queen g5 mate. And if you play f takes g6, black goes e5, e4. And now that we've denied the white king the f3 square, the threat of king e7, g5 mate decides. With this victory, we have a complete turnaround in the race for second and first. 2 days ago, Fabiano was on +2 and Anish was on 50%. And now they have swapped places. Anish is now the closest pursuer of Javokhir Sindarov on +2, which is 5.5 out of 9. Sindarov is still on 7. I will show you why in a moment. There's now a 1.5 gap between the first and second. Nobody else is above 50%. Both Fabiano and Giri will have white games against Sindarov later in the tournament. We could still have some disturbance in the force, so to speak, but so far Javokhir's possession appears to be somewhat unchallenged. And it could have been even better for him, because in his own game against Matthias Bluebaum, a very, very non-standard Queen's Gambit variation led to this position in which you can absolutely play something like knight f3 or maybe short castles. You're slightly better with white, but not much, but also you run zero risks. But instead, and the suspicion has to be that Matthias knew that this is the engine's top choice, Matthias played long castles, and after queen b6, the position is actually, it looks very nice for white, but it's quite difficult to play. And Matthias made three sort of very, very natural moves all the way to g5, knight e8. And now white is fighting for equality. He is still not much worse, but he needs to play very, very precisely. And this is move 16. And by move 21, he is basically lost, because the attack fizzled on the king side, and the attack Javokhir is developing on the queen side is just crashing through, b3, a4. I think from practical standpoint, the choice to play knight takes a4 is the best choice, because white now loses by force, but at least Sindarov is asked to calculate something. Knight takes, b takes a4. And this is the final position I will show you in this game, because really what happened afterwards is kind of irrelevant. Black is completely winning. The easiest is to play queen b7, and the idea is, against any kind of a normal move, you go bishop takes a4, and c7, c5. And with the white queen completely overloaded, it needs to pay attention to the bishop on a4 and also to the queen b2 mate threats. White instantly collapses in a heap, and there is nothing to be done. So queen b7 would have won. Importantly, even queen a5 with the same idea of bishop takes a4 and c5 would also have won. But Javokhir, maybe for the first time in the entire tournament, betraying his understanding that he is kind of winning the tournament very easily and doesn't really need to take any risks, took on a4, takes bishop b3. And Bluebaum defended this endgame quite comfortably, meaning that Javokhir could have been a full 2 points ahead of Anish Giri, but is currently only a 1.5 ahead. Elsewhere, a very nicely played game by Prague against Wei Yi should have led to him winning. This is a position on move 36 where he's made a number of very strong moves in a row and is now winning in more than one way. Rook c2, rook c4, queen d2. Here you can actually, if you want, just to take on c8 twice and then run with the king towards the queen side, and eventually the checks will run out and you will win. Instead, Prague tried to play in a safer fashion, played queen c7, b5. Now, once again, you can play rook c2, but the calculation after queen f4, g3, queen e3, knight takes e8, rook f8. The only thing that wins here properly is queen c3, allowing rook f2 check, and then stepping into the discovered check with king g1. I think finding this on 2 minutes is actually legitimately very difficult. He didn't play it. He played rook e4, queen d3, rook e1, queen d2, rook f1, bishop a6. This is still winning, but now you need to find the move b3, b4. It's crucially important to lock out the bishop on a6. And once he played queen c6 instead, allowing the black pieces to come out, Wei Yi defended very precisely and made a draw. And in the final game of the open section, Andrey Esipenko played a new and a very solid, if very passive, line of the Queen's Gambit declined and defended it for 100 moves, but without really too much trouble, and the game between Nakamura and Esipenko ended in a draw. The standings are, as I told you, Sindarov is on 7 out of 9, 5 and a half for Anish, and nobody else has a plus score, so this appears to be the race we have left. In the women's tournament, though, everything is very much still in play. There were two decisive results today. There was a very explosive game between Vaishali and Divya, where Divya got herself a kind of a healthy-ish position, which began as a Catalan and now looks like a stone wall, where black is fine after knight takes e5 or bishop e7, but 5 moves later, she's done already quite a lot of damage to her own position. Taking the knight on e5 is now very bad. She opened up the queenside. Frankly, it looks like the opening up of the queenside will only help white. There's also some ideas of g3, g4, maybe bishop f1, rook g2, and then g3, g4. Very difficult to figure out what black is doing here. And then she made a very big tactical oversight with knight d7. The assumption is she wanted to go knight b6, but then d5, knight takes e4, rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, and queen g4 just wins on the spot. And once white picked up that pawn on c6, the pawns began rolling. And if I show you the diagram 10 moves later, you can see that the position is collapsing completely, and Vaishali got it home very, very confidently. Elsewhere, the very strange kind of a roller coaster tournament, the clicking did not seem to work there for a second, continues for Kateryna Lagno, who once again got back to +1 and immediately lost to Zhu Jiner. It was a very quirky opening. It looked like a very quiet position here, nothing much happening, and then 5 moves later, black has this very strange structure on the king side, but the pair of bishops is still on the board, compensating for it quite nicely, actually. But then, once the queens came off, Kateryna started making somewhat strange choices. I think it's very natural here to play c5, c4. I don't really see why you shouldn't. Instead, she took d takes e4, and already this position requires care, because you're left with a very poor bishop on f8 against a very strong knight on e4. And then, in this position, for some reason, she did not play rook d4, which also seems very natural. Instead, simplifying into this pawn down position, perhaps thinking that this pawn will get traded for this pawn, but it doesn't. The rook comes back to g3, protects the b3 pawn, the knight will come back to d2 and c4. And a few moves later, she also made a big tactical oversight. Moves like bishop a1 or bishop d4 are still playable. Instead, she went bishop g7, and after knight d6, king g8, rook g3, threats of knight f5 and knight takes f7, and the king goes to h7 become just completely decisive. And Zhu Jiner drove her advantage home comfortably. There was also an opportunity for Anna Muzychuk to recover from her yesterday's loss. It was a pretty sharp, although queenless, Grunfeld played in this game, and the crucial point came on move 34, where Anna Muzychuk is a pawn up, but it is a opposite color bishop ending, which of course gives white decent drawing chances if black doesn't play precisely. And Anna here missed a very beautiful tactical idea, king f5, rook takes h7, and now bishop g8. A very missable move, to be honest, but it is very, very strong. The point being that now we get to drive the white king to really, really bad squares. Let's say king g3, rook d3, check, king h4. And now we can play e7, e5. And the king is so unsafe that black actually breaks through. c3 is also hanging. Black is just completely winning here. Instead, she played rook b7, bishop c5, and a few moves later, she actually even traded rooks, and the game fizzled to a draw. And there was also a pretty quiet game, a fairly correct game played between Bibisara, Assaubayeva, and Aleksandra Goryachkina, which ended in a draw, resulting in a situation at the top where we now have two leaders on +2. The two are Vaishali and Zhu Jiner. Anna Muzychuk is in clear third on +1. There's a couple of people on 50% and a couple of people on -1. So the field is still extremely tightly packed. The only person really you can probably count out from fighting for first is Zhongyi on -3. But the other 7 players could still absolutely win the tournament with a good finish. So everything to play for in the women's section. The next 10th round is tomorrow, final round before the third rest day, so players could perhaps dedicate their day to try-harding properly. We'll see what transpires, and for now, thank you for watching this recap, and I hope to see you tomorrow during the live show.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, round number 10 in the open section. 2 leaders have emerged, or as Anish Giri called it, 1 leader and a bunch of losers, him being the loser with slightly more points than the others. The women's field is still wide open. And Peter Svidler, what do you expect from today?
More of the same, in that I think Javokhir will still be very comfortable up top, I mean, even by numbers, but also by the tone of the games, and absolute mayhem in the women's, which continues day in, day out, and predicting that tournament has been really a fool's errand.
We have Sindarov and Giri, both with the white pieces. The usual question, especially for Sindarov, how much should they push today?
I don't know. I mean, he won a very nice game against Prague, and I think much will also depend on what Prague chooses, because he definitely has 2 very kind of disparate parts of his repertoire. He sometimes plays sort of sharply for a win with black, in as much as such a thing is possible. The French has made an appearance a couple of times. There are some Kings Indians even. And then I think Javokhir will be very interested. But if it's the most solid part of the repertoire, I think yesterday was a pretty clear indication that he's okay with trying without much risk. And that tend to lead to draws at this level.
Let's look at what happened yesterday. Lots of Queen's Gambits played in the open section yesterday. Is that the new meta?
Appears to be here. There's been they've begun differing between each other a little bit. We've seen the bishop e7, bishop g5 yesterday, and some bishop e4s. But yeah, a lot of people playing all kinds of Queen's Gambits. Seems like it's kind of a universal agreement among our field.
So we're back to, what, 1927? Ayer in Capablanca? Queen's Gambits, chess is dead, everything has been analyzed?
You don't have to go that far back. I think the early Karpov-Kasparov matches also featured some Queen's Gambits, I think, played with both colors and in some cases the exact same position. So it comes and goes. I would prefer something else to be very fashionable here, frankly, but...
Why not so many 1e4s? I don't know the exact number. It was 9 out of 27, something like that at some point. Is it the Petrov, the Berlin?
Probably is, yeah. And when people do play 1e4 against players who are capable of playing those openings, you see a lot of the Viennas here and some Italians. So yeah, people I think are kind of giving up on refuting the solid ones.
General theory is that since e4 leads to slightly more open games, it's slightly easier to force the issue, even though it's not like no one's ever looked at 1d4, so I'm not sure how true that is. But what we should look at is the format of this event.
Absolutely.
Round 10, trying to master it finally.
Yeah, we are 5 rounds away from the conclusion of our 2 tournaments. These are double round robins, 14 rounds total. And as you can see on your screen, the usual no draw rule before move 40 is in place. And the open section gets slightly more time, but only increment from move 41, whereas for the FIDE tournament, for the women's tournament, it's the sort of the quote-unquote FIDE time control, 90 for 40, plus 30 to till the end, and increment from move 1.
I'm more confused every time you explain this, but I'm not confused by the double round robin. They play 7 rounds against each other, and then they do it again. It's like Mad Max Fury Road. Everybody chases Sindarov, and then they chase him all the way back.
That is very true. And as for the prize fund, it's an increased prize fund this year with some very nice numbers about to appear on your screen. This is the Open, 70,000 euro for the first, 45 for second, 25 for third, and 5 grand for each half a point scored for a very nice total of 700,000 euros. And in the women's tournament, the numbers are, as you can see, 28 for first, 17 and 8.6 for second and third, and 2,200 for each half a point. Some very creative math must have been done at some point to make all of these numbers add up, to make them add up to exactly 300. But they succeeded, and kudos to whoever came up with those.
Do they even math? Charlize does. Let's see what she can tell us.
We're live in the playing hall. Can you believe we've reached the 10th round of the FIDE candidates? We're really in that last stretch. And I'm here with our chief arbiter, Takis. How has it been going from your side?
The tournament is going very well so far. The players are cooperating with us in an excellent way, I can say. We trying to help them in everything. So I hope that it will be like this until the end.
And Takis, you are here throughout the round, through the hours that they're playing. Have you noticed an energy shift in the players, their nerves, as the tournament goes?
Yes, of course. I think all the players enjoy very much their presence here, the games. I see them walking around, participating in parallel events we organize during the 3 days. I think everything is okay until now.
Final question. I think we know the answer, but who's walking around the most?
I don't know until now because we have a lot of rounds, but I hope that all will be okay. And, the winner will be, the fair winner will win the tournament either in both tournaments, women and open.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the final rounds. There you have it. Lots of walking around and sitting down. The first player to arrive today was Anish Giri, who is also the only player in the race behind Sindarov. For now, back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. Anish must also be a favorite when it comes to walking around, no? He does a lot of walking.
Yeah, in this field, probably, yeah.
I think it's unfair to him he can't have his phone during the game because he would so easily get 20, 30,000 steps if only those during the game counted.
Yeah, I remember the much more naive times when I played around Robin and Bill, and just prior to the tournament, my wife gave me my first ever Fitbit type thing as a birthday present. And during the technical meeting, I asked if anybody objected if I wore that. So I finally had the hard numbers of how many steps I make per game. And yeah, these days,
Times have changed.
This would not fly.
Don't bring your Fitbit. Sindarov on 7 points, 1.5 points ahead of Anish Giri. But 1.5 points in 5 rounds? It's not exactly unheard of. And they both face different final schedules where you could argue Anish has slightly weaker opponents on paper. However, he faces the number 1 of our rankings before the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura, today.
That is very true. And his overall lifetime score against Hikaru is somewhat disastrous. But recently, first of all, they haven't played much outside of online events and some Norway chess games in the past, let's say, 5-6 years. And generally, things seem to have equalized quite nicely. So perhaps one of those beat them when the young cases yet again.
Yeah. There's also Wei Yi against Caruana. Caruana, of course, coming off 2 straight losses, has to find a way back into this tournament on 50%. His chances look very slim, but we don't write off Fabi, of course.
Yeah. And of course, there will be time to discuss this in more detail during the round, but it does appear to be a bit of a recurring story in the last few candidates. Second half rolls in and something happens to Fabi's play.
Yeah, not sure if it applied so much in Toronto, where he was close even in the final game to finish on +4, but in Madrid, the exact same script seemed to have happened, lose to Nakamura. and do badly in the second half.
And to a degree in the endless one in Yekaterinburg as well. So
Right, that's fair. Where he lost to Anish as well. There we have Andrey Esipenko, sole tail ender, but I liked how he stabilized yesterday, and I would not expect him to be a pushover for the rest of the event.
not at all. And the losses he has in this tournament, okay, he lost round 1 to Sindarov from a nice position, but this you can maybe attribute at least a little bit to first round nerves. And then he lost 2 with White, where he was clearly sort of
Pushing a
inviting,
bit too hard.
inviting potential trouble, and trouble did indeed come a knocking.
Let's have a look at the women's pairings. The action should begin soon.
Absolutely. For today, we have Vaishali, who is a co-lead of the tournament, together with Zhu Jiner is black against Anna Muzychuk, as is Zhu Jiner against Bibisara. And we also have Divya playing white against Aleksandra Goryachkina, and Kateryna Lagno, who is having a very strange kind of a yo-yo tournament, playing white against the player in dead last there in Zhongyi.
No yo-yoing for Zhongyi.
She would very much
Just
like some
go
yo-yoing.
down and down. Not her tournament at all. We'll see if Kateryna can keep up her sharp style going against the bottom placed player. Before we do more mumbling, we should mention that if you just want to follow the game of your favorite player, to the Bluebaum heads out there, you can choose the individual stream for that very game. They are listed below our broadcast, so you can just watch whatever game you want to follow more closely. Because of course we're covering all 8, can't always be there. There's Goryachkina looking focused.
She's not had a particularly nice tournament, though. She is a regular in these events and, of course, a very, very strong player. But her play here seems to be, I would say, shakier than usual. And last couple of rounds were not great, I think, from her viewpoint.
No, that loss to Lagno pretty much without a fight wasn't impressive, the game after that neither. Then again, in the women's field, it doesn't seem like we can clearly say it's stabilized now, so-and-so is playing better. Vaishali's had a good run, but also lots of ups and downs. I've been team Zhu Jiner is the favorite all along, but she also had a very shaky start. Now she did emerge at the top on +2, though. We'll see if she can keep it up.
And Goryachkina, I guess, one of the 2 remaining players without a win in the field, right? Because Zhongyi is on -3 and Goryachkina is on -1, and that actually is a draws and a loss, which is very uncharacteristic.
We call it the Bluebaum in German.
Yeah, but not her greatest event by
As
stretch.
Praggnanandhaa hasn't won since round 1, no, where he defeated a certain Anish Giri. Now he's black against our tournament leader, Javokhir Sindarov. Feels like he's slowed down, but he has 7 out of 9. How much can he have slowed down?
Yeah. Well,
Did have 5 out of 6.
yeah, that is very much testament to how explosive his start was when 7 out of 9 seems like a distinct bit of deceleration. And we've spoken about this at length yesterday, but yesterday did seem like maybe that was the first time we've seen in the entire event where tournament standings may have played a little bit into his decision-making, although apparently he said during the press conference that he believed the rook ending he was simplifying into was easily winning, which, yeah, I don't know. It did look like it might be better for black. Easily winning, it did not look like at any point.
Yeah, that's surprising. He also did say he was very sad and he had to forget about that game, so he wasn't thrilled by locking in the draw. And there we see Boris Gelfand, winner of the 2009 World Cup, played a World Championship match against the men. Right behind him, Vichy Anand. Apparently still on good terms.
Yeah, they're very fine with each other. I saw Boris earlier today. He's here for a bit of a fly-in visit. Brought his son as well, who is an avid chess fan and is, I think, even beginning to play some tournaments.
Huh? Son looked too old to be a prodigy. Hasn't Boris told him you gotta start early in chess?
I don't think Boris necessarily wants a career in chess for his children, but he...
Which chess player does, but sometimes you can't stop them.
Yeah, that is
I don't know what's going on there.
very true, yeah.
1 d4 played. Good move.
Yeah. Pragg with the usual half-a-minute pause before replying to...
Not impressed by the clock running.
No. Not worried by that.
Let's stop
in
the time.
slightest.
1:59:22. Is it exactly 1 minute?
I don't know.
13, 12. Okay, now he's looking at the board. Sindarov has played d4 pretty exclusively throughout the tournament, so it kind of come as a shock. And it's exactly 1 minute he makes his move. Good timing.
Yeah.
Pawn to c4, that's how they do these things. We haven't seen a lot of the London and the Verisov. I watched all these YouTube videos. Did they lie to me? Here's the head-to-head. Pragg way ahead, as discussed, but Sindarov did win the first one.
Yeah, and this is prior to the tournament beginning, so it's 4-2 now with that victory with the black pieces in the first half of the tournament. No King's Indian today. Understandably, I don't think Pragg needs to, first of all, go all in, and secondly, specifically against Sindarov, it feels like if that backfires, you're just making everybody's chances, including your own, much, much worse.
You can't think of that. Someone has to beat him. Knight c3, knight bd7. Trendy, sort of half Queen's Gambit declined, reserving some options to go for an early bishop b4 or d takes c4. But of course Sindarov won't have seen this for the first time. Many options here, bishop f4, arguably the main move. C takes d, followed by bishop g5. Can't be close behind. We shall keep an eye on this. And this could be similar to what Sindarov did yesterday with the black pieces. Although it is a different line, but similar in spirit. Sindarov did this, and here he played b5.
Yeah, this one is, I think, much less frequent, but yeah, we'll see what's what.
I should also mention here, knight bd7, bishop f4, dc. You don't go e4, you go e3, and now they still play b5.
Yeah. Bishop f4 played by Javokhir.
Excellent move.
Yeah, very good choice.
Now there's a choice, bishop b4. It's a bit of a following here. Hans Niemann likes this move. D takes c4 is the more forcing attempt. Should normally be in Pragg's wheelhouse, but I'm pretty sure he's played this before. Let's see what he sticks to. Yeah, he does go bishop b4.
So yeah, this one appears to be a kind of a theoretical staple of recent years. Knight bd7 is very much one of the major options these days. Elsewhere we have more quirky openings, which I think our viewers will enjoy greatly. We can once again spend some time explaining why very strong players are now playing a6, h6, and other assorted moves on move 3.
Very strong players meaning Hikaru. Wouldn't be surprised from Hikaru. Mildly surprised from everybody else.
Well, we were sort of corrected a little bit after we had this discussion the previous time, because Magnus also apparently did play knight c3, h6 at least once.
No, I meant in this field.
In this field, yeah.
Was Hikaru sticking with h6 systems against Bluebaum? I think it was with knight f6, knight f3 included. But here he faces Anish Giri, leads the head-to-head, but not by that much. He is also 7 years. Anish is senior, so often the seniors have a plus score, unless they keep playing for too long. Hikaru has hinted at, I don't know, this might be his last candidates, not many classical tournaments coming, might have been his last game against Fabi. Is he retiring?
You never know. Very few people actually announce it beforehand. I think it's more of a gradual decrease in activity. And I remember, I think we were on mic for the tournament where Kramnik announced he is done when the tournament finished, which was, I think, the 2019 Vaikanzei, right?
Yeah.
And he still played a bunch of chess after that, so just maybe not a lot of classical, but definitely.
Didn't he stick to no more classical? I thought he was strict with that. He's also very busy.
Yeah, he is a busy man. And this continues being somewhat quirky. I guess knight g2 sort of prompts knight a6 because it's available, but still.
It is very risky to stick to these kind of sidelines against Anish, one of the better prepared and also smarter punishing opening choices, guys, out there. But Hikaru is just saying, you know what, this is my territory.
Yep.
So h6 mainly stops bishop to g5 in all lines, and also knight f3, knight f6 was the Bluebaum game, where Bluebaum didn't find a more useful move. I clearly prepared this, then a3, saying it's a bit of a waiting game, can be already. But here, without knight f3, knight f6, Anish goes for takes and bishop f4, principled. Now black's point is the bishop can get to d6 in one go, so he hasn't really lost the tempo. This is what happens. Knight g2 is one of the critical moves in this position. I might have played queen f3, was it here? I don't know.
I think it's here, yeah. I think I've seen some games with queen f3 here as well, but knight g2, of course, not unheard of at all.
Covers the bishop. The question is what the next move is. And Hikaru is saying, you know what, I already moved a pawn early. Let's put a knight on the rim.
Yeah. Where is it going from c7? Is c7 such a great square, or are we actually planning to put it on e6 in front of the bishop? Or
c7. I don't know. Maybe he's also trying to harass whatever queen is coming here.
I think maybe the reason is we are expecting the e2 knight to maybe in some cases arrive on f4, and we're planning to challenge it with a knight on e6, but seems a bit artificial.
Yeah, any horsey to any square looks more natural over here for now, but I'm sure Hikaru does know what he's doing.
Yeah, and there was a bit of a breathe out by Anish after knight a6 that
He's out of book.
might indicate he's not looked at this as closely as some other moves, or maybe not at all.
Did I jinx him by praising his prep? Then again, if you look at every knight a6 in every position, you won't get a lot of serious stuff done.
That is very true.
But no, Hikaru seems determined to take Anish, maybe because of what I just said. He's well prepared, out of book, ASAP, and he's saying, you know what, Carlsbad structure, how bad can it get? Let's check in with Bluebaum, Esipenko.
Absolutely.
Two lowest rated players in the field. How's their head-to-head?
There's, I think, a couple of games we discussed this. No, that was a different pairing. Yeah, Bluebaum just won up here in the classical.
They drew in the first half, but yeah, not a lot of action. And finally, a Petrov with a knight on c4.
Yeah, the trend continues. White is resolutely not playing knight f3
Top
here.
players, this is good square for horsey. But so far we've seen knight d3 and knight c4. Second time this is used against Bluebaum in this tournament. Knight takes e4.
But here, instead of the knight c3 move that Fabi employed, Esipenko goes queen e2, queen e7, d4.
d4.
Yeah.
Esipenko comes up with more quirky ways to combat. The Petrov didn't go well in his game against Wei Yi. What was that game? What did they do?
He played d4, knight e4, queen e2.
Was another weird queen e2.
Yeah.
Well,
a lot of queen e2s floating around in this tournament, yeah. And this one, he got a playable position, and then we were pretty sure just mixed up the move order of something he knew quite well. And here, queen e2, queen e7, d4, Bluebaum quickly plays knight c6.
A rare-ish line.
Very rare, yeah.
We did play knight c3 here, maybe, in the last candidates against Nepomniachtchi. Was that here? I cannot remember if they put the knight on d3 or c4. It's all stored under weird stuff.
Yeah.
d4 played, fair enough. Knight to c6 and pawn to c3. Is Bluebaum thinking? Is it this another one like against Fabi? He knows the first move and it's 0-0 and now he starts thinking?
Possible. White is kind of hinting at now threatening d4, d5 because it will probably drive the knight back to b8. It's not going to be horrible for black, but d6, d5 seems like such a natural thing to do here. And while checking if this has ever been played before, I also glanced at what the suggestion for white is after d6, d5. I am willing to bet this is not Esipenko's plan, because d5, the first line appears to be knight b1, d2, which frankly looks like a draw offer. 92, 92, h5, I don't know, any move.
Why can't that be his plan? Stabilize? You're no longer fighting for tournament victory?
I don't know. I mean, can't entirely rule it out, but it feels so little.
I agree. Then again, the usual thing, where is much? And secondly, maybe they also detected Bluebaum very good. When it comes to calculating, maybe can be asked a question or two in these quite strategic positions like Sindarov did. Yeah. Not arguing this looks like much.
Yeah.
What's the alternative? You could play
d5 93 and then some bluff, yeah, I don't know. It looks like black could already be better here, but maybe we found a bluff. I think I've even seen this position from some different move order. It's risky for white. All of these positions are very risky for white because you can't really play f3 comfortably, and black often begins...
eye test-wise, looks like black is pushing.
Yeah. I'm just kind of hoping against hope that we will have queens on by move 12.
Wouldn't bet on it, but Bluebaum must be annoyed because I'm assuming he did quite a bit of work on the Petrov quote-unquote main lines, and every day it's a fresh position for him after move 7 in the Petrov.
Yeah.
Chess is big.
Not really a position that should scare him unduly, but it is definitely a fresh one. And there's
I'm always scared when I'm out of book. Like, doesn't matter what the position is. I don't think that applies to him, but still unpleasant if you have to think so early.
Yeah, and there at the bottom there you saw the tournament road for Bluebaum. That one loss against Fabi in the first half of the tournament, which was also a strange-looking Petrov, and everything else so far solid draws for the German Grandmaster.
Yesterday wasn't super solid.
Yeah, that is true.
Draw it was.
That is very true. And in our final game of the round, Wei Yi and Fabi are playing a very non-standard French.
Who's leading their score?
Let's take a look.
Oh, not great for Wei Yi. Didn't improve during this event. So now it's 4 wins for Fabi. 2 draws.
Yeah, and that one is a very quirky French, and I think an indication that Fabi is very much trying to provoke some indiscretions, because he began by, first of all, choosing the French.
Which is not his main opening.
Although he's been dabbling recently, I think. This is not the first time he's done it in relatively recent history.
No, but still. I'm assuming if the standings were different, e5 would have been a favorite, because also Wei Yi's Vienna hasn't looked like it's refuting e4, e5.
No.
But Fabi goes for the Wiener even here.
Yeah, not d takes e4, not knight f6. The sharpest option available, inviting all kinds of really messy lines after e5, c5.
Also, the computer hates all these lines for black, so this... I'm not saying they're bad, but that's why it's not such a common guest at the highest levels recently. Now, Wei Yi says, no thank you, I'll go knight e2, which, as always, it looks quirky, but nowadays I think it's considered a solid option.
Yeah, I thought the main line was supposed to be g4 and bishop b7, but Fabi just says, I don't mind really being a bishop pair down, and declines to do that. Or these positions, of course, yeah.
Knight c6, that's all theory. Hits this pawn. And Wei Yi played bishop e3, or he's thinking...
No, Fabi did not play d takes e4.
Sorry.
That's the entire point. He just declined to take on e4 altogether.
So
and went now knight e7, and now a3 does provoke and maybe even force bishop takes e3. Knight takes, knight c6
so he's not a pawn up.
No.
Apologies. Knight b6.
Not yet, anyway.
Hinting at d takes e4.
Not yet, anyway.
Really wants Wei Yi to play e5, so it gets weirder.
Yeah, e5, knight f5 is a bit awkward, though, because knight e2. Maybe it's playable, actually, yeah. Because what black is doing is also extremely strange, right?
Get this and this, I'll be thrilled, so gotta do something.
Yeah, probably immediate f6 is the way to go, because, as Jan is indicating, if white stabilizes here, with the black knight on c6 getting in the way of c7, c5 breaks, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So f6...
F4 does look like we're pushing our luck a bit, so I'm assuming
takes.
So no, but that's very quick.
Yeah, black will play. Yeah, black will play e5 very quickly. This looks fine for black, frankly.
There's weird stuff here, but g4,
g4 knight h4 doesn't look promising.
Threatens checkmate.
It does very much threaten checkmate. So what options do we even have? It's a kind of a strange position where it looks like black has given up on any hopes of equality, but I'm struggling to figure out how I'm supposed to even fight for anything. E5, e5, I think, is supposed to be okay. Knight takes d5 also exists, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I wouldn't rule this out. I don't know. Some move bishop b5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight
Alternatively, maybe you could try bishop b3 in the current position.
Yeah, I think this is transposing to the line I thought they played, which is supposed to be better for white. Knight takes e4, knight f5, and now we have options like bishop here. But does Fabi have something else in mind? Maybe just keeps the tension and asks for another move.
Maybe, yeah. I briefly wondered if I have enough time to go to f3, but maybe e6, e5 works then. Immediately blowing everything up in the center, because it is very slow from white, of course.
Can white go here and just... Or am I running into...
It takes
something.
Takes f5 or knight
f5,
f5, yeah. f5, I guess, forces you to take on c6, but maybe it's not that bad for white. Probably also not that bad for black, yeah.
Here,
Bishop f3, f4.
Claim some... Nah, probably not much.
Knight takes d4. I think I'm okay with this.
Like this.
Black,
Yeah.
Yeah. And
gotta take. I guess knight takes.
Well, the pawn is still hanging on d4, so you might have to invest in some awkward moves here.
f3, d5.
Yeah, f3 actually. I like f3, but it's probably not that horrible for black. Even if I play slowly, like b6, bishop b7, I don't know, queen f6, rook a d8, even that doesn't look horrific. Some kind of a development like this. Of course, I would prefer to go f5, f7 here, but even with the pawn on f5, it's not really all that bad.
Yeah, interesting stuff from Fabi. I don't know off the top of my head if Wei Yi plays this knight e2 regularly. It does look like Fabi expected this particular thing to appear on the board, blitzing out this knight e7, knight bc6. Came with a fresh idea and avoided Wei Yi's prep.
Yeah.
Not the worst thing.
Interesting stuff. Elsewhere, I did win the bet against myself that I made on Esipenko not planning to trade queens by move 10. So at least
congrats.
We have that going for us.
He did play knight e3.
And then knight d2 next move.
Should be 6 knight d2.
I mean, it has to be completely fine for black, of course, but at least the queens are still on the board.
And white is blitzing. Bluebaum is sitting there. Check more random sidelines.
Yeah. How many can you check? Do we play f5 here?
Don't know.
Assuming it doesn't lose any material, which I don't think it does. I briefly checked and I couldn't find any way to play queen h5 check and win the pawn on d5.
It's of course a committal move long term, but maybe it's worth it for...
Yeah. I think we're castling queenside in pretty much every single case.
Short-term aggression. What do I do here? Like, how do you get the pieces out here?
I have no idea. No, this doesn't look right.
And here we have a check, right?
Yeah.
g3 takes...
Queen f2, specifically here, queen f2. Although we have f5, f4, knight g2,
what is this?
queen h6. Who knows?
You can't really take...
Take, knight takes f4. Maybe this is the prep, yeah? Somehow. Although it
looks like nonsense, but if your opponent is blitzing, like, you want this is another question.
Yeah.
But it does look like nonsense.
Just bishop somewhere, yeah.
Bishop somewhere.
f7, d7, castle long. Looks
go
winning.
home. Yeah.
Looks winning for black, frankly. There are no pieces to attack this queen. And we're full exchange down. Yeah, I mean, f5 definitely playable.
So what is the idea? Like
maybe takes
G3?
f3 or g3, I don't know. Takes f3 seems very slow.
Takes... Oh, hang on. Oh, no, don't.
No,
hang on.
I checked.
A way of a check, but...
I triple checked
yeah.
that. I did check that particular tactic. And f3, you know, maybe you even castle. Maybe I don't even want to develop your pieces for you. Castles, f4, queen h4 check.
Okay, but yeah, this looks sort of where the idea could be.
Yeah, or
lying.
Bishop b5, castle short. Claim you have a little bit of a bite.
Blunder things as usual.
Yeah, those are relevant things. Yeah, maybe bishop d3 is more circumspect. Yeah.
Cautious. Yeah. Okay, this looks sort of like a normal position where this knight is mildly awkward, so white can maybe ask a question. So you were saying f3?
Maybe castles if
Go
you
for
in
gold.
h4 check. Maybe just a slightly better version of the same. I'm assuming you go g3, bishop g2. I put it on g6. I play bishop d6. h5, h4 if you castle short. Just a position, yeah. I mean, I have no idea what this is, but
No, the bad news for Bluebaum is he has to think and he has to figure out where evil prep could be waiting for him.
the less bad for Bluebaum thing for Bluebaum here is that he's almost certainly completely fine, pretty much whatever he does. This is not how you refute the Petrov. Knight d6 seems fine, knight f6 seems fine, I don't know. Knight d6, maybe g3, bishop g2, you actually have to start worrying a little bit. And f6 is just not the square, right? You would much rather not put it on this square.
That's how white players feel, certainly.
Yep.
Okay, interesting stuff from Esipenko. Always very interesting to see his ideas in the opening. Lots of good ideas, although, yes, sometimes he's hurt himself because he finds these non-standard ideas, I'm sure with the help of his second, David Paravian. But they also lead to non-standard positions, and he's so good in quote-unquote standard positions. So I always have mixed feelings, but for now, Bluebaum has to think about this.
Yep.
Check in with...
Yeah, I wanted to ask you to tell us what's going on here, because I am already completely lost.
So bishop b4 is, recent trend. e3, c5 here is nothing, because then c takes d5, knight takes d5 is good. So if you want to go c takes d5, you do it here. Knight takes d5 exists, but bishop d2, white has some chances. So e takes d, and you get another Karlsbad structure, but a slightly different one with the bishop here. After e3, recently they started doing this very direct thing. Knight to e4, attacking this. Queen c2 looks normal enough, and g5. Here, interesting moment. I know this actually, but bishop g3 by Sindarov looks like the most natural move in the world, but is a small surprise to me. I've played this recently, and I even prepared for that game, and I went bishop e5, which I think is what most people are trying to do here. So bishop g3 looks normal, but minor surprise. And the point is that black wants to go h5 when meeting h4, followed even by bishop e5, f6, can be awkward. You don't want to play h3 or h4, weakening your structure. So the idea is you go bishop d3 here, which is known, but I don't think it did much. I vaguely recall there were some piece sacrifices here that black was okay with. So I'm a bit curious. Clearly, preparation battle, Sindarov has not blundered anything. This is what he wanted. But Pragg normally knows this stuff, no? If you go for a very sharp mainline.
The idea of provoking f6 is explained by what exactly? Let's try to decipher it for our viewers. Why are we forcing black to play f6? Just general grounds, yeah.
No, now we have a check here mainly, so we can go h4 or h3, I believe. And this no longer scares me all that much if I can throw in this check.
Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Now I recall checking this as usual. Memory not great, but h4, bishop e5, f6 I think just works for black. So after h4...
This has been played by a number of strong players, including, as usual, Bluebaum with black.
Of course.
There's always a Bluebaum game somewhere. It's like there's always a tweet, and there's always a Bluebaum game.
I think this was the line, yeah? Like h4, bishop takes e4, you have to do de, queen e4, king f8, bishop e5, f6. And then it begins here. You can play d5, keeping the piece, it looks like, but there was some issue with this. What was that? Knight takes e5. No. What is it? Move? Queen e7? Oh, yeah, queen e7.
Queen e7 looks logical, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. So, I can't remember. I do remember looking at this and concluding it's nothing and people will know with black, but...
Yeah. Some even...
Prague standard too? It's not enough.
Reasonably recent games. This has been seen in a game between Simen Agdestein and Arjan Tari from 2024, so... and Seduraman played it in 2023. Yeah, clearly both of them are aiming for a similar thing, I guess, and are in disagreement about the assessment of said thing.
I'm pretty sure the assessment is 0-0. Hard to disagree on that, but who's asking whom a question is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So h5, bishop d3, h4, played reasonably quickly by
And
Pragg.
bishop takes e4 announced by Sindarov, as he,
If he's hesitating, that's a
as
bit odd.
he tends to do.
Looks a bit tense.
Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
Takes e4 played, but he spent 15 minutes. This is not like confident blitzing out your idea, I would think. D takes e, queen takes e4. Yeah, black has to go king f8 because queen e7. We can just take this pawn, and we are emerging 2 up. Bishop e7 also had its own set of issues. I'm assuming just bishop e5 is good. After f6, I don't know. Something's gonna win. Takes. I don't know. So king f8 will be played. Already played.
Has been played, yeah.
And now, show us the idea, Javokhir. Since he's hesitating, no, this can't be. I mildly feel maybe he wanted to go bishop e5 and blitzed out the wrong line. I doubt it.
Yeah, he generally doesn't do those things, but we both, I'm sure, have definitely done them over the course of our careers, so we can absolutely imagine that happening.
I wasn't even sure yesterday against Bluebaum when checking the game if he maybe messed up the move order or not. I'm not 100% sure. That can happen to anybody. I doubt it here. I'm just intrigued because I checked this very, very recently, and I thought everybody had concluded bishop e5 is the way to go. Still, so far, we don't have a lot of reason to doubt the young man or his preparation.
Yeah.
If no move is coming, however, I'll start to get a bit curious. Bishop e5 played. Okay, f6 will also happen.
Yeah, I don't think you can allow a full move for white to stabilize. The f6 instantly blitzed out by Pragg. And you would like to say that this is excellent prep by Pragg, and he's achieving a very sharp,
Just standard.
sharp imbalanced position. But yeah, it's just theory. So trying to describe it in unnecessarily exciting terms doesn't really serve anybody's.
No, the position is exciting, but it's... Yeah, I would be sort of shocked if Pragg chooses this line and doesn't know this line.
Yep.
And Pragg, you know this better, but from what I've seen, also just from the games, he's no stranger to clicking, and it does look like he very much enjoys even exploring sharp random positions.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the more enjoyable aspects of trying to look at chess with him was his willingness to play stuff he hasn't seen before on very short notice, and kind of trust in his ability and in some sort of ideas provided from outside, maybe even in some cases, and just trying new things out. But this, yeah, I'm sure this is just sort of very serious prep by both of them. Just wonder, is there...
I still have a funny feeling about what Sindarov is doing.
Is there a way to make a sort of an immediate nailed-on draw here with white?
That's what I was trying to figure out, bishop e5, 6. We should also mention that in Vaikanze, not too long ago, 2-3 months ago, Sindarov was fighting for first place with his compatriot Abdusatorov, but there Sindarov was half a point behind at that point. And he chose to make a very quick draw with white against Praggnanandhaa. Maybe their childhood record is still a bit in his head, although he beat him here.
Yeah. What everybody appears to be doing here, for the most part, is this weird-looking line which starts with knight takes g5. Black goes knight takes e5. There's really not very much else. d5, you have to throw in bishop takes e3 because the bishop is hanging. Then you pick up the knight, and white goes f4. And this appears to be very, very level. Black can reply in a number of ways, all of which seem to be okay. King g7 probably the simplest one. The point being that we're allowing f5.
No, I've definitely seen this position, and I even got excited about it because it looks a bit scary for black, but then there wasn't anything there with any move they play.
Yeah, king g7, the point being that if you play f5, you actually get hit with the immediate bishop takes f5 and rook f8, and your king is kind of stuck on e1, and black is very, very comfortable here. It should still be a draw, but black is maybe even slightly ahead with queen e7 and perhaps rook a8. Or you can try, instead of f5, you can try some kind of waiting moves. You can throw in rook d1, you can go castles. And in particular, what is striking to me is that after castles, let's say rook d1, queen e8 is also playable. But castles, black just calmly goes bishop d7 and says, now I am allowing f5, f6. My king will be very safe on h6. Bishop on 6 is very strong. I have more bishops. Do your worst.
Yeah.
And appears to be holding. Most games that have reached this position have ended in a draw, but I wouldn't call this a kind of a forced, nailed-on draw that I was expecting.
I'm telling you, something went wrong. Sindarov looks nervous. He's taking time. He's mixed something up.
It's very possible, yeah. And yeah, if you don't know, I wouldn't say you're in much trouble.
Super sharp position.
Yeah.
Where you're piece down, and you have to calculate your way out against a guy who probably knows this in some detail.
Yeah.
No, my hunch is still mix up. If not, doesn't add up that he's spending serious time calculating here. Also the way he's been operating, even when out of book, he's been blitzing out his moves confidently. There might be hope for this tournament to remain exciting for a bit.
Yeah, let's not get too excited too early. But
I'm excited.
But yeah, this is
shaking his head.
On the other hand, if anyone is capable of actually navigating his way out of here over the board, you have to assume he is high on the list.
I don't know. It's not pleasant for anybody.
No.
And tournament situation special, of course. Hard to doubt his abilities. But so far the opening is normally have also more or less gone his way, or he at least had fighting positions. While here it's a theory battle, I think. He's losing, and if I'm right, I could be just making stuff up and he's just recalling prep. But then it's because he mixed up something, because this position did not come as a surprise to him. And it's not pleasant if you mix up something and then you're quote-unquote a piece down after 13 moves.
Yeah. While we wait
There's
for...
also some other line where you did go d5 and you saved the bishop. I can't recall how you get here. Here it's losing because of queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7 and d6 looks like maybe it saves some material, but it doesn't, because we can take on c3 and...
How was that line?
And white is just completely lost.
Nah, I just can't recall. But yeah, something's gone wrong for Javokhir. It doesn't mean he's worse. He's white. Normally he has some margin, but this is sort of the worst case scenario out of book, if I'm right. Very sharp position, piece down. Pragg still knows.
Yeah, not what he would have wanted before the round started, that's for sure. While he's still waiting, and there is actually a pause pretty much everywhere in the open section, let's briefly take a look at the openings in the women's.
Where you want to start?
Muzychuk against Vaishali, I guess, where...
What's their head-to-head score? Anna Muzychuk.
We will find out.
Leader before yesterday's round. But, oh, interesting. Minus score. Against a much younger Vaishali.
And a kind of an interesting, quirky opening here, which began as an invitation to play in Italian, and...
Vaishali has just decided she will play h6 in every opening. No, e5, knight c6, knight f6, h6 are pretty much her starting moves.
Yeah.
You pick yours.
Very much so. And
She's played this before as well in the tournament, no?
I think so, yeah. I think so, and was met with some kind of early knight c3, a3, bishop a2, right? Or something along those lines.
It's also, I don't know, this is, maybe not the type of line you want to repeat, but let's see what she has.
Yeah, but Anna's reaction here, even though she's playing really quickly, doesn't strike me as something that will be necessarily a refutation of the opening, because she goes d4, bishop g4, and then very quickly g5, knight e5, and bishop e2.
This was...
Yeah.
was one way to ask questions, I thought. How do we continue asking? Queen d7. Vaishali also spent half an hour already.
Yeah, in that respect, it was definitely a success. And I guess the point of this line is that it seems completely innocuous, but the king is still on e8. So if instead of queen d7 you go bishop g7, I think knight takes e5 just picks up material, right? We cannot go g takes e5 because the bishop is hanging, and queen into queen b5. Queen into queen b5. I thought.
Queen b5 is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a simpler way. I thought. Yeah, just queen into queen b5, win the pawn on b7, and white is developed enough for this just to be a free pawn on b7. Meaning that you have to do something. You can't really take on f3 comfortably because you will be under constant threat of e4, e5. Once again, if black could already castle here, instant equality, but we're one tempo short.
So you're saying if black could make 2 moves here, she would be okay?
Absolutely, which I guess prompts queen d7, and then you have to find something for white that you like.
I like the position already. Let's make a move. Here.
Make move is, I think, a good idea in general, yeah. Do we have to castle queenside now? I'm not very comfortable with those.
I did not see
Not
move,
immediately, but I thought maybe I can take twice on f3 and run.
Yeah,
Run like the wind.
Mainly just arguing I'm better. Like
you probably are, yeah.
here.
You probably are, with the king on c8 in particular. And Anna instead just goes knight c3, which is also a very solid choice. Yeah. But now
I didn't want to give you the option to escape to the other side, but maybe it's still just not great.
Yeah, you have
Here.
You have bishop takes h6 in the end there, right? Maybe I can castle here without including bishop f3 though.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, I don't know.
Because it feels like you always have a little bit of something in the structure, but
Arguing I'm better even here, but I'm not sure how much better.
not by a lot. Yeah, h6 is hanging, and maybe you get to play e4, e5 very quickly, and then you are absolutely at least a little bit better. But
So I shouldn't blunder this pawn yet again. Yeah? Although takes bishop g7. How bad is that?
Well, without the h pawn, you're never. I mean, just queen f3 back.
Yeah.
At some point, h4, h5 will start happening, and we will. Our positional compensation on the queen side will start looking flimsy, I think. B takes c3, I don't know, rook e3, rook e1, and then I will start giving mate on the other side of the board.
It's not fair.
Yeah.
Okay. No. And Vaishali taking time. Once again, Captain Hindsight, but repeating this line when you've already shown it in the tournament does seem like it's asking for at least questions.
Yeah, and Anna above her starting time, so she clearly came prepared, and this is exactly what she wanted to get. Yeah. At first glance, honestly, when I saw d4, d5, bishop e2, I thought, okay, this cannot possibly be the refutation of the opening concept, but
Not sure.
it might, yeah. The more I look at it, the more I realize that. I mean, I guess as a kind of a bailout, I can take on f3 with the bishop, and then just go bishop g7 castles. But I am worse.
Yeah, you don't.
Very solid.
Line, but
yeah.
even bishop e2,
Yeah.
anyway.
Bishop e3, queen d2. It's just unpleasant. Yeah, it's a kind of a position you don't want to get in a Pirc. And this isn't. By this point, it's basically a Pirc. It's no longer really a Spanish or Italian of any kind.
You're saying it's not what it appears?
Very nice. Very droll.
Sorry. All right, let's check with Zhu Jiner, our other co-leader. Oh, this is blast from the past. I used to play these positions in the 2000s.
In the aughts?
I refuse to say aughts. Zhu Jiner up 1-0 in their matchup. How was the first half draw? My memory is fried.
I think it was a draw, but we can check. Hang on a second.
Oh no, Bibisara won that. No? That game where Zhu was pushing and then she lost? Yeah,
that was the incredibly dramatic game where Zhu came much better prepared, was a massively better after the opening, and then actually just got outplayed.
Yep. Fortunes have turned since then. Zhu Jiner back on top.
That remains Bibisara's only win in the tournament.
Yeah. Started with +1, but has lost 2 since then. Yeah, this is the good old, what do they call this? Anti-Moscow?
Yep.
Oh no, this is the Moscow. Bishop h4 is the anti-Moscow?
I always mix
never
them up.
know.
Yeah, it's just it's a bane of my existence trying to remember which one is which.
Who's the bane of Batman's existence? Bane?
Yeah, this is the Moscow apparently.
a3, rare move, but not unseen. The point is you want to prepare e4 without allowing a check here after takes, knight takes. But it allows d takes c4, and you have to win the pawn back first. I think b5 didn't work here, although I'm not 100% certain why. a4, bishop b4, what do you do, knight e5? Why isn't this good?
At first glance appears to be playable, but yeah, I think it's this really strange variation where white goes knight e5, bishop d6, knight e4, queen d8, queen h5, and tries to prove this is something.
Okay, I'm assuming both players familiar with this. e3, g6 played. This is much more solid. Bishop takes, bishop g7, castles, castles, knight e5. Played with cruel intentions. And it looks like white has a slightly better version of the quote-unquote main lines here, which are e3, g6. Now they make some bishop move. At some point black takes. But here, she gets to take in one go.
So she's
Got a free a3.
Yeah, a full tempo up, which, considering the play probably will be mostly in the center and on the king side, is probably not that relevant. But you're
I'll
never.
take it. Covers the
Yeah.
square.
Yeah, could be useful. Yeah, and definitely will not be harmful. It's a good move to have. It's just I'm not sure if that's one of those cases where what black is doing is just clearly wrong because of the thrown away tempo. Knight e4, queen e7 played. And
Yeah,
now
we should explain this the tactical justification. You're not losing a piece. 'Cause takes, no? What is white doing?
I'm assuming you kind of have to go half all in with a 4, otherwise previous play appears to be.
95 might have been a bit brazen. She's been playing so quickly, I thought it was all book.
Yeah.
Because here, if I play whatever, normal move, queen c2, looks like it's a pleasant version for white.
Yeah.
95.
No, I think, yeah,
Well,
95, something must have gone wrong because
bad, yeah?
yeah, I thought you were supposed to now go in with a 4, but actually just cd4, ed4, knight c6, your pawn on d4 is so weak, that just doesn't work. Yeah. White is still not much worse, of course, but yeah, looks like she shouldn't have done this.
No. Okay, Zhu Jiner with another good position. And yeah, Bibisara taking time. No, I think she just missed c5. She thought, okay, knight e5, f4, let's go. But c5 is unpleasant.
Yeah, maybe she thought the move was just unplayable because of knight e4, but it doesn't really change the equation there. So yeah, I guess early advantage to Zhu Jiner in terms of kind of desirability of outcome of the opening. The game is still very open. You can play something like queen f3 here, and
Not saying you resign, but to be better with black after whatever 10 moves.
yeah, cd4, ed4, try to play it on rook f1, rook
Worst case,
ac1.
Knight c6, but maybe there's better cases, no? Knight d7, is that a move?
Yeah, absolutely is a move. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I assume you have to try to play queen g3 here. I cannot take on d7. I think I need to try to preserve the knight on e5 and play with some kind of a structure like this.
I have choices. I'm not sure if you're threatening anything. If I have time to play whatever, b6, knight f6.
We should show b6 actually because it's very cute, right? Knight c6, knight d6.
b6 is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, you don't see this very often.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not blunder the queen. Let's go here. With knight f6 I don't like, then you can sort of continue to build up unbothered.
Yeah.
So what do I do? Knight takes e5 I'm also not in love with, but maybe it's okay.
It's fine, I'm pretty sure, yeah. And bishop d7, c6, I'm pretty sure it's okay. But maybe we're not forced anymore, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Need a better move.
but you do need to play very precisely. I think queen f3 is one of the better moves in the position.
I don't know, maybe you're not threatening anything. And
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to stabilize.
Yeah. It's
Rook a d1, I guess.
Yeah.
Some move, yeah.
And if I don't play fancy knight d7, but I go here...
Yeah, I guess we take, we play queen e3, we claim that we should be able to equalize this with white. The bishop on c8 is not great. If I don't lose the pawn on d4 straight away, I'm probably not much worse, right?
Yeah, sounds fair.
Yeah,
Neither is black, for sure.
No, I'm no longer fighting for advantage here with white. This much I'm pretty certain of.
All right, so far, good outcome of the opening. Bibisara, of course. Aggressive player, I'm a bit worried for her that she will push too hard here, which could very much backfire. We'll see.
Yeah.
In Divya versus Goryachkina, this is an old-school Spanish-y looking position.
But not exactly, because it came from 6d3, yeah. And this is very much...
Old school nowadays.
Yeah, still pretty old school. Goryachkina firmly in control of their personal storyline. +3 = 2. And yeah, this d3, c3, I feel like a lot of attention has been shifting in this direction recently because everything else has been solved, mainly for this reason, I think.
Yeah, indeed. Not too old days, but even 10 years ago, people were mainly looking into a3 or a4 directions, and the argument was, if you play c3 and you already played d3, black just castles, goes knight a5, c5, and it's nothing. But first of all, the other things are nothing either, and secondly, these aren't that simple. So yeah, this is a bit of a trend. c5, h3 was smart for some reason. Naturally enough move. h6, yeah, black can do anything here. Generally, if you don't know what to do in any of these positions, h6, rook e8, bishop f8, knight c6, you can't go too wrong. But they started going for these delayed d4s, all kinds of situations, saying, you know what, the Chigurin is not great. You can even have a tempo, and it's still not that easy.
Absolutely. I think with the intention of playing queen c7, d5, which is basically a classical Chigurin, a full tempo down. But yeah, people have very much, I think, lost appetite for playing positions like this with black. And we see it today as well, because Goryachkina quite quickly replies with cd4, queen c7, which is not really a thing that people do very much in the classical Chigurin. But here, I guess, with an extra tempo, you can try. But as you can see by the bar on the live board, even a full tempo down.
She also has spent some time by now, so she was surprised by this.
Yeah.
And yeah, reactions to opening surprises. This is not a disaster, but like have not been on point.
No, no.
What do we do? Knight c3.
Knight c3 looks very, very logical. Yeah. I guess you play bishop b7. Yeah.
b4. I don't think.
I think we play knight d5 very
think
happily.
About this.
No, just very happily. I think queen d3 is now a massive threat in all these positions.
h6 not very helpful.
No, no.
Yeah, if you go here, I have a choice. Even a3, I think I'm somewhat better. d5, I'm always somewhat better. But yeah, of course, game just begun.
Yeah, game.
Even these aren't fun, especially after bishop b7. The good old Spanish torture. You want some quick counterplay here, but normally white just stabilizes a little bit. Black just suffers for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I never enjoyed those positions. Yeah, and always tried to get something. I did play some pure Chigurin in my life, but I was trying to avoid positions like this in as much as...
For reference, if you're not a Ruy Lopez openings nerd, this is the Chigurin. c3, h3, knight a5, bishop c2, c5. Here white plays d4 in one go, which was our previous discussion, that you can still do with d3, d4, which, yeah, has been topical mainly. When did they start doing this? Probably early on, yeah? 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. I think the 90s they were maybe not quite done with it, but it became less, other than freaky lines like the Graf Chigurin, which even I played for a while. But yeah, all of this is more or less how they played the Spanish in the old days, and it's often rightly summed up as the Spanish torture. Not saying it's terrible, and I'm sure you can find strong players doing this, but recently in this position, if they go here, they've started playing more Zaitsevs or Breyers instead of Chigurins.
Yeah, and one final game in the round is Kateryna Lagno, who's had 6 decisive games out of 9 so far. basically all of them in sequences of win-loss directly one after another. And their head-to-head solidly in favor of the
Time
Chinese.
keeps tricking me every day. She's always dominating the matchup, and then she never wins. This is what, the Fabi Rajabov line? Is that what it's called?
I'm so bad at opening names, in particular when it's openings which should not have a name because people should not be
I don't
playing
think
them.
that's what it's called, but I thought Rajabov surprised Fabi with this in one of the recent candidates. Maybe Madrid, I think it was Madrid. A6, this has been long around. I'm not sure how it is for you. I was taught this early on in my long, exciting chess career. And I was very excited about this because the trick is if they go d4, now you go knight f6, knight c3, e5. There's no knight b5. And if this knight goes somewhere, now you can pin.
Yeah, there was a guy in my Pioneer's Palace who kept on beating me like this with black. Yeah,
See?
I have very traumatic flashbacks to this, and I think the quote-unquote solution to this always has been you play either c3 or c4, and that's I think maybe a taste choice more than anything else. Both of those are supposed to be quite good. If you play the Alapin, you're now playing the Alapin with an extra tempo for no particular reason, and if you play c4, you're also playing a lot of very healthy positions where you get the Maratsi bind.
Yes, a6 is not always useful, but very useful. They start with d4. I would add g3 to the list. Also a good move. But yeah, c4 played here. And now they used to play some, whatever we call this, terrible hedgehogs, but the pure hedgehog is just hated by computers so much that people stop doing this.
I think you do actually call it terrible hedgehog. I think it should be its official name.
Here, even computers are often yelling at you, because in the old days, everybody knows this is somewhat better for white. But now they're saying, you know what, go queen d2, f3, long castle, g4, just checkmate people. So, in order to justify this, you have to do something funkier. Knight c6, d4, takes, e5. I'm pretty sure this is what Rajabov played. Fabi, knight f5, d5, forcing the issue, c takes d, bishop f5, ef, knight d4. White is a bit better, but it wasn't terrible, I think. That game ended in a draw. Knight f6.
No, Fabi, I think, actually won.
Fabi did win.
Fabi actually won that
that's
game
true.
eventually, Should have been a draw, but wasn't. And they continued following it up to a point. Fabi played bishop d3, and Rajabov took on d5 with the queen, but today that did not happen, and black played a bit of an improvement.
Isn't the queen hanging?
Well, Fabi played knight d4. He played bishop d3.
Got it.
Queen d5, and then castles, knight c3 and then castles. But today they're following a slightly different path. Kateryna begins with knight c3, and now bishop b7. Castles, rook e1, knight takes d5. And in this position, there's a bunch of options. You could try playing, let's say, takes, queen g4, which I think is maybe somewhat threatening, actually, even. Some ideas of bishop h6 and bishop b4. But black is basically, I think, the claim black is making here is that the knight on d4 is so strong that eventually we can sort of hide behind it. And this one very important positive thing about our position will be enough to neutralize the two bishops and the potential attack against our king side and everything else.
Might be true. Very scary.
Yeah.
Bishop e4 looks a bit direct.
Yeah, still not unheard of. Most people who got this position with black played knight f6, which I think is very understandable.
Correct.
You do not want to take on c3 and immediately have to move your one good piece away. Yeah, this is not good. No. This might actually be straight up bad. Yeah. Interesting that she hasn't made a move yet, because really, what other options? Like, you can try knight b4, but why would you not play knight f6?
Also, if we stabilize here, we are much better, right?
I would assume so. Yeah, it really does feel like there's one move you can make, and it should be made, as is often the case. When there's only really one good move, you should just be making it. But she has finally begun thinking.
Takes where you go, rook a7?
A6, I think we can't really afford to give up. And now the question, I guess, after bishop f3, what do we take if we take anything at all? Because e5 is still hanging. Yeah, there's also, but once again, black has now stabilized to a degree. Rook d7 is decent.
Yeah.
And even some weirder looking moves apparently are playable. Queen d8, b8 is playable, a move which may not immediately attract your attention, but
It does not.
yep. And this, I think, concludes our roundup of all 8 boards. We can briefly go back to the game of Sindarov and Prague, because we do finally have...
They've gone here.
Yeah, they've gone here. And
Was I right with Sindarov out of book, or did I overstate it and it just took a moment to recollect? Also, Prague is now thinking.
we do not know.
Didn't take that long. It took half an hour.
Yeah, and Prague...
Maybe he was bluffing.
Yeah, Prague has spent 15 minutes already here. He has some options. King g7 is definitely playable, but some other moves also exist.
Still surprised. Such a forcing line and a line he chose. I thought he would just blitz out everything.
Yep. We shall see. I think we might be in quite short order being joined by an esteemed guest who will tell us everything we need to know about all things chess related. So,
All right, let's go on a quick break, and then we'll be back with the action here. Praggnanandhaa now thinking in this very sharp position. See you soon.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
candidates. You've won this before, 2011, played the match as well. First of all, we want to know your impressions of how this 2026 edition has been going.
First of all, it's very impressive, the venue and the place. I arrived here, it's impressive. We try to remember, I played candidates since 1991, maybe one event in 91 in Brussels was comparable, but basically it's outstanding from organizational point of view. Also, the field is stronger, but it's usual. It's very well. Also, we have more than 8 players in the world who can play in this tournament according to their level. And okay, but those who qualify definitely deserve, and very interesting games, very tough matches, and this start of Javokhir, it's really outstanding. I don't recall that someone had such an impressive start.
So his performance is something you've never seen in your life before.
Well, there are not in candidates. Not in candidates.
What about the overall level of chess, especially the preparation? We've been seeing interesting openings in this event. How do you find that?
I think it's a lot of things changed since the time I played, because when we played, I think at least what I used to do and many others, we've been solid with black, and we've been very optimistic that with white we'll be able to pose a serious problem to our opponent. We prepared a lot of novelties and different openings, but nowadays maybe it's less realistic, so almost all players find new paths for black from the first moves. Even in solid openings like Queen's Gambit declined, which is called, let's say, opening for World Championship. Yeah, since Karpov-Kasparov match, Capablanca-Alekhine earlier. Also, I remember in the candidates where I won in 11, I think 5 out of 8 players prepared Queen's Gambit specially for this tournament. And here I say yesterday in 2 games, but it's very solid opening, and we see a lot of games, but also inside this opening, they find new ideas. Yesterday when they moved 5, which is an uncommon pattern, which is, of course, with engine helps to do it. Engine helps to do it, to prove that it's playable and to go for it, but also shows that creativity and fighting spirit go together.
Let's talk a bit about 2011. I want our fans to know that the format was incredibly different back then. You played in the knockout format.
Yes, actually, if we go to the history of the candidates, I think in 50s and 60s it was tournaments. And then a great champion to be Robert Fischer protested and demanded it would be matches. So they switched from 65 to matches, and the 65 to 95 I played last time was matches. And when the cycle was broke, and then when they resumed, it was again matches, when I won. But then another great champion to be Magnus Carlsen complained, and I will not say demanded, but insisted it will be tournament. So they were switched again to tournaments, and since then we have tournaments. But matches have its own way. We played short matches. Okay, in 50s, 60s, and earlier when I played in 90s, there were long matches. But there it was one event in one place, matches of 4 games, and final 6 games. It's different kind of preparation for the tournament. You play same opponent, and there actually it's a lot of psychology. You take more risk, you provoke your opponent, and things like this.
Which would you prefer in terms of matches or tournaments? First as a player and then as a spectator?
I think both are fantastic. The worst was, I think, from 95 till more or less mid-2005, when there were no championship. But both matches and tournaments produce a lot of great games and a lot of action, and I enjoy to watch both of them. And actually recently I look a lot of old matches of 50s, 60s, and tournaments. A lot of great games in both, and these tournaments confirm that we have also emerging generation of chess players, very creative, and they produce a lot of excitement in almost all games.
Indeed, there's been a lot of excitement, a lot of action on the board. A few rounds left. Hope you enjoyed.
I will, and good luck to all the fans, and let's all enjoy it, and let the strongest win.
I actually have one more question regarding that, not to the fans, but having been in this position, the psychology part of it, what kind of message would you have for players like Sindarov, who has this lead, and also Giri, who is trying to catch up to him?
No, I think they have to keep on playing chess, especially Sindarov plays great chess, and he have to keep on playing, not to... the main danger for him is he'll be become too stressed, the goal is too close, and to try to be overcautious. And Anish is also has an excellent run, and he has to keep on keep pressure and get to the game between them with as low margin as possible. But they have still 5 rounds to go. You have to keep on playing chess. Even last round, you have to play chess, because the more pressure you put on yourself, it do nothing good to you. I remember my feeling when I was playing this candidate when I qualified. I actually very well remember last game I played Aleksandra Grishuk, 5 draws, and he had advantage in most of them. And 6th game, I was going to the game, and before Aleksandra won 2 matches in a tiebreak. So a lot of people thought, oh, Boris will take too much risk to avoid tiebreak. But no, I was very calm. I managed to get into best state of mind, focused, confident, and draw. But I tried to win, and at that moment I thought for 40 minutes and found a brilliant idea which put a very difficult problems to Aleksandr, and he failed to solve them.
So thinking for 40 minutes, you understand why Hikaru would spend 67 minutes?
Yes, of course. There are, it have to be balanced, but also in every game, there are 1 or 2 critical moments where you have to devote more time than average. Sometimes it goes to extreme when you see it's really critical moment. Or you will find something, or the game will go totally unacceptable direction for you. So this is a moment to think.
Well, thank you so much for your golden words, Mr. Gelfand.
Thank you so much, and good luck to everyone.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, round number 10. Exciting to listen to chess legend Boris Gelfand there. We're being joined by another chess legend, 2 times candidates winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi is back. Jan, how's Cyprus treating you?
Very nice, especially given the fact that I'm not playing any chess, and I'm not, analyzing any lines for anybody. So today I found out at the morning, even at the top and very high-level chess tournament, it's very tense. But not for me this time. So that was like, a nice and, in a way, new experience.
Ah, yeah. This is the sweet spot. Do some commentary, read out some computer lines, talk some nonsense, and the rest you chill in the sun.
Yes.
Can you explain to me what is happening in our top game, Sindarov versus Praggnanandhaa? Because I'm confused. I mean, it's a sort of theoretical line. Very sharp position, and both sides are taking time. Normally, one side is being ambushed and surprised, or neither. But here they're both spending time. What's going on?
Well, I think it's a theoretical line which are, both players are supposed to know, but maybe they didn't repeat it like yesterday or like 10 minutes before the game, as they say. So that's why they got the position, which is... I think it arises from several lines, and we've moved transposition. So this is it's like Rogozin-like or something. Here it was actually Queen's Gambit with Knight BD7, I think. And this is known to be quite drawish. I think even some games were played, like Tari against Liechtenstein a couple of years ago. Even regular database shows. So it's surely not some kind of big novelty. And then I think overall, Prague was better prepared, but maybe after f4, I'm not sure if he's improvising or he just wants to put up a fight, So normally you would think about moves like king g7, but okay, h3 is also very tricky, and this is, I think, the first moment when he decided to, go into the tank. Yeah, like he spent some time, and I mean, h3 is very curious. So let's say if we include h3, g3, this surely favors black. So that's why we need some precision from white as well right now. Yeah. So maybe it turns out that precision is required from both sides, but for now h3 is an interesting practical try, as I see it.
Yeah, let's make some moves. What could white do if we don't want to go g3? What
pretty much always, I think you end up castling and going hg2, rook f2. You can throw in rook d1, and or you can do it, I think, maybe even straight away. Pretty much everything that I've seen on my screen while I was watching the Boris segment and then listening to you talk, I think so far white has a number of decent options. You're not in danger, and like most of your natural moves here will still be okay. But yeah, the position is very, very messy, of course.
But, don't you feel it like a déjà vu, yeah, with the first leg game, yeah? When also Sindarov sacrificed like a piece for 2 pawns and some sort of initiative. I mean, this is a lot more controllable, I think, for Praggnanandhaa. I mean, comparing with the first game when, okay, he initially was better, but then after like 2 bishops were finally unleashed, it was like super unpleasant to play, and unsurprisingly, at the very end, he collapsed into some, time travel blunders.
Yeah, yeah. This one has also like big difference to compared to their game in round 3 is that this is still theory, frankly, and you would assume there's a lot more here that he might just know. Whereas in that first game, by the time before knight takes before appeared on the board, I think both of them were very much out of book, and the position is messier because here is sort of direct calculation much more than anything else, and there you also had to kind of choose squares for your pieces. There was a lot more, I think, scope for going wrong, and this is what ended up happening because Sindarov just played a much more precise game from.
So give me some direct calculation. What move should black make here? I'm a bit scared.
Yeah, it's honestly I'm not enjoying what the computer seems to be suggesting here because if we go to the position that Jan had on your screen, yeah, like first line, it's not the only thing that works, but like playing queen d8 e8 in this position, unless you've repeated this and you remember, is not something that comes to mind very naturally. But I'm sorry.
Bless you.
Yeah.
But normally, you want to play something like king g7, yeah, at least to remove the king from the, from the same line, from the line of attack of white's rook. But also, I would say, like, I would be worried about rook takes g2 at this point, because, like, here, like, okay, I eliminate this annoying pawn, which is actually protecting my king, but okay, maybe why not?
Yeah, king g7.
Yeah, I mean, if rook h4 is something you are required to do to hold this, like, everything together.
Yeah, and
maybe it's not so
the amazing thing is we're not even protecting the pawn on g5. The machine says we can do this and then just put it on f7, play bishop b6. Unless you know.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, but this is, apparently now white really has to start playing precisely to equalize, but this is a huge mess, and it's a kind of a mess which I think it's extremely easy to misplay. Probably by both sides.
Yeah, h3, very brazen choice by Praggnanandhaa. This king g7 line, which we showed earlier, you also mentioned.
Yes, online database suggests like it was king g7 a couple of times in Grandmaster games. So they both mentioned Tari against Agdestein and ended in a draw. So probably a king g7. I think like Praggnanandhaa knows about king g7, so that's why he took his time, so he doesn't really want to draw. Draw gives him nothing. But the taste of blood, of course, and like the revenge for the first part of the tournament. And also, spoiling someone's party is a completely priceless feeling, yeah? So you...
Speak for yourself.
No, I mean, anytime I would play as like a tournament outsider, having a bad tournament, and whenever I play the leader, I'm always motivated, to show off my skills here.
Does make sense. I could even imagine the speculation that Praggnanandhaa knew this position, he knew king g7 zeros and h3 also zeros, but you don't know more, and then it's a scary position, so he spent some time trying to choose. Could be some action, or a quick draw.
Of course. No, could be both, but we should, I think,
move coming.
Wait a little.
Rook d1.
Yeah, rook d1 definitely one of the two main options here for white. The queen generally goes to e8 in these positions rather than e7, although I think there's probably... Actually here it says queen e7 is slightly better than queen e8 for reasons unexplained.
Does look more normal. What
Yeah.
does white want? F5 or
You know,
castle?
you still play castles rook f2. You pretty much every single time play castles rook f2. And then, once again, and here you might actually need to make those moves. By far the top move of the machine is queen h7, f takes g5, discovered check, king e8.
Queen
What
h7
is this
is nice.
position after queen h7? I think I suddenly start liking it for black. Because if I manage to exchange queens...
The line continues, though.
Oh dear, what is this?
The line continues.
There you
So
go.
that's how we
There's
get
our draw.
a free day, yeah?
Yeah, and this is a
No,
perpetual. Yeah, this is a perpetual.
Rook one.
And if you do take on f8, this is also zeros because the passers are very dangerous, but they're currently being well controlled. Honestly,
Well-
once again, like if you see this for the very first time, what do you even think about this position?
I think it's appeared from Berlin endgame, this position.
The queen, the white already queened one, and now
Yes,
is
yes,
trying
yes.
to queen another. Yeah,
New edition of Berlin endgame without with the queens on the board, yeah?
yeah. Once again, as per usual, it says zeros, but it's the kind of zeros where, yeah, if you have to play this out over the board, who knows what ends up happening.
So, and let's say if we... But how do we fail with black here? Because it's always a chance, to commit a mistake. So like queen e8, you said, is worse, yeah, slightly than queen e7.
Yeah, if you play queen e8, white now for some reason goes f5, 8 hg4.
But hang on, let's say if white still goes for castle.
Okay, let's take a look.
Maybe then queen c6, yeah, makes a lot of sense, or not?
Queen h5 is very strong.
So it's a fork.
Because we attack d1, we attack h2, we force rook d8, king g7, rook takes h8.
No.
Now we throw in a couple of checks, and then we finally recapture on h8, and we're borderline winning because we are about to put
That's
something on
what's
f5.
happening, yeah? What's happening
That's
in a few
what-
moves, probably, yeah?
Yeah,
I mean, after queen e8, I would say castle is still very natural.
it is. Yeah,
But now, then if you see a g rook f2, I think that's why Praggnanandhaa is taking his time, yeah, again, because, okay, queen e8, castle side g and queen h5 is a very fine idea, and I would be strongly, motivated to see it at the board as a player if I would play black.
Praggnanandhaa taking his time. My money's on queen e7. We shall see.
Not
and let's check in with Giri versus Nakamura. Anish, you predicted Anish would be doing well. How did you come to that conclusion?
He's a very good player. That was my only assessment, and I also remember the candidates in Yekaterinburg, where despite the first round loss to me, he slowly recovered, much like actually this tournament. Yeah, I think he beat Aleksandra with black. So also...
Also beat Fabi, no, with black maybe.
Yeah, also, but it was like 1 year later, actually.
That is true.
He beat Fabi, but that's how I came up with my prediction yesterday. So I was predicting 3 draws and Giri winning against Fabi, despite he's playing with black. Yeah. So yesterday was a big day for me as a chess expert.
Must be nice. What happened here today? We got this card spot, knight to a6, apparently surprised
No, but he played
Anish.
h6 already, yeah? So I think h6 is something I don't know. I think h6 is the reason you play this move. You just want to seem fancy. Because there are no bad moves here for black, and even c6 works, as we recently discovered. Yeah, but knight f6, bishop e7, bishop b4, quite nice by the way. a6, h6. I mean, even c5 actually good enough for a draw, I guess.
Tell Hikaru about all these exciting options here.
I wanted to
You
tell
missed
Hikaru
here.
that out of my latest analysis, the fastest castle possible happens on move 4. Because you need to move pawn, bishop, knight, and then you can castle. So starting with move 4, you have to expect it.
So you're recommending?
Basically every time, until it's done.
Should be in the file at any
Yeah.
legal moment. Okay, h6 played. He's already played this against Bluebaum with knight f3, knight f6 included. CD, ed, bishop f4, c6, e3, bishop d6.
But
Knight out,
actually,
and this surprised Anish.
I think it was an interesting game. During pandemic times, I think Caruana played this in Bundesliga with black against Lamy, and he also played something like knight f6, knight f3, h6.
He lost.
And then, he lost.
Lamy.
But Erwin suddenly went for some g4 ideas, yeah, and so h6 in some Rogozin structures, if you are going to castle later, is not such a innocent move, yeah. You can pay your price later for it. But here, of course, yeah, it's pretty much equalish, yeah, and I don't know, like, I think.
Well, the last move Anish made here is actually an interesting bit of provocation because...
Provocation. I play knight f8. There's
Yeah, everybody goes knight f8, but f5 kind of wins some immediate material, or at least attempts to, because if knight goes anywhere, knight takes d4 works.
So you play
I mean,
queen
if
to
I play knight
c2.
knight f6 check and then queen takes f5, I mean, what do you get except for the big regrets? You load knight f6.
I mean, knight f8 here, I don't know
Queen takes f6.
how big
I mean,
my...
you can play rook e8, yeah, okay.
How big my regrets are here.
I end up playing rook e5, so you go for some rook e6, and yeah, probably you're good.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I take on h6, I should be drawish also.
Yeah, well, probably survives even that, yeah, that is true.
So, how do I
And the
lose
big-
material if I go somewhere?
The big tactical point is knight c3, knight takes d4, rook e8.
But if knight g3, knight d4...
Knight d4 still works because bishop takes e8. We'll show this in a moment. And
so you know the answer. Okay, I thought like we are on a fair... having a fair analysis, involving only our brain. But seems like not everyone, yeah?
No.
To the...
Peter has a new contract. He no longer has to think. It's very unfair.
Truly, true gentleman. Yeah, like that's how they do it.
So after, I still think Hikaru probably just goes knight f8 on general grounds because it's completely fine, and also you never really have to worry about anything bad happening to your king side. But f5 is a move. White could reply with d4, d5. Yeah, knight g3.
So the same tricks still works.
Maybe
Yeah, because bishop takes e8. Yeah.
I think maybe d5 is the idea from Anish now.
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
I
He's
think
very nice.
just blundered f5 because it's not a move you think
No,
of.
Anish never blunders.
So d5.
Anish just thinks deeply.
Yeah, d5, d5, and then maybe knight g3 or...
But actually, it's like queen c2. What if I play knight f8 like an old man, like a veteran? So knight f8, so I make sure I'm not blundering knight f6, queen h7 trick.
I think it's completely fine, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I guess like white has not so many prospects, honestly, because sometimes you get the initiative with this isolated pawn, but here is like most of the pieces, like light pieces, are exchanged, and I don't think black has any advantage problems. Yeah, so I mean space advantage problems. Yeah, like.
Yeah, you could try, I don't know, some kind of a rook lift, but it doesn't really seem like it's going to do very much. Something like rook e3 maybe, but what are we even trying to achieve?
Yeah, and did you hear that Hikaru announced this might have been the last time that he played against Fabiano, unless they both qualify for the next candidates? Is he not playing so much classical chess? What's going on?
Every day you ask me if I heard about the latest news.
I expect you to
every day
be on Reddit
answer
chess
is the same.
all day long.
No.
All right. So
No,
what's
I'm
your
not
take?
following,
Will
I'm not
Hikaru
following.
retire from classical chess?
Yeah, for sure. Sooner or later. Probably sooner, given like this tournament is not too motivating for him, like to continue, let's say, his efforts. So I think he's quite happy with what he's doing right now overall. Yeah, like content creating, farming, rating on the chess.com, and playing Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and other days of the week. So I guess he would stick, yeah, like to the streamers and content maker career, which is he's really good at.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll play, this or that day, like some rapid tournaments, blitz tournaments, but he's like not such a young man, yeah. After all, I think he's. After Fabiano, he's the oldest.
No, he's much older than Fabi. He's 38. Fabi's 33.
5 years, yeah, 5 years older. 3 years older than me, also. So.
Oh.
So.
How old are you, Peter, these days?
50 soon.
Shocking.
Shocking it is, I know.
What happened to the bubbly young man?
I don't know. Got misplaced along the way.
All right, so we're expecting f5 or knight f8?
Well, I would say f5 is a little bit of a bold choice. I don't think Hikaru likes to grab material like this.
On the other hand, I think he probably spotted it, because otherwise knight f8 would already have been on the board.
Let's say f5, d5. Wires are happy with black's position.
Knight g3.
So d5 you take on d5 now, but knight g3 I win the pawn back, probably, yeah, very soon. And you got some long-term positional problems, yeah, like.
And here
king.
once again I feel kind of.
I mean, you can go like knight f4 or something, yeah.
No, it's
knight d4 also.
Very specifically, I saw my screen playing g6 in this position and replying to rook takes d5 with knight d4. and saying everything is fine. But I don't know how confident.
But I mean, even if we could continue the line for a little bit, yeah, let's say queen d2, rook e1, queen e1, let's say bishop, whatever, c6 probably.
C6 probably, yeah.
No, bishop 6, like rook d4, rook d4, queen
But
e6,
b1 is
queen g7. Yeah, I know, but in the end...
We should slow down a little bit, yeah.
I mean, some perpetual, but no more, yeah, of course. Also knight on g3 will be pinned, yeah. So I would only hope for a perpetual here, yeah. Queen c2, tricking you into rook e1, queen c3. Think about it.
Queen e5.
Now you announce.
Okay, I can't trick you, Petra. No chance for me, yeah.
Anyway, we should probably do these things a little bit slower than we are doing them right now. And none of this is honestly likely to happen, I would think. I think Hikaru has spotted f5, and I think he will realize it is not a free roll. White has d5, White has other options as well. It's probably not winning. It's probably not even better for Black, so why subject himself to...
Yeah, no, and also I think he likes the structure with the Isolani, so I guess he would keep the structure and keep the solid position for some more moves. Because, I mean, in a hypothetical situation, if he just managed to trade a couple of light pieces more, like let's say bishops, I mean, in the end of the day, he would be able to put some pressure onto d4. Of course, if White's, overplays it a little bit. But this is, let's say, not the most thrilling position of the day, yeah?
Which one is? Let's go to Bluebaum, Esipenko.
Yeah, of course. So the first try was ruined with king d1, but now he castled. Yeah?
You're a renowned Petrov expert. Are you aware of all these things they're doing against Bluebaum? Knight c4 and then any move.
Yeah, but let's say knight c4. I mean, they started to do it like quite some time ago. I think even Vidit played knight c4 against me in Toronto. And then he played knight c3. And I took on c3 and he played b takes c3. And I ended up winning, but it was like a very shaky game. So, well, but didn't he play this already against Wei Yi? Hang on.
No, against Wei Yi, I was also confused. But there, it was d4, knight takes e4, queen e2. He just looked for early queen e2s. So let's have a look how this game developed. Queen e2, d5 was played, knight e3, bishop e6, knight e2.
So he basically provoked a queen on e7. So that's the biggest difference. Okay.
And the interesting point, and I was checking this during the break, we gave this entire line ef3, long castles, bishop d3, and we thought this was slightly better for White. The critical moment there, maybe we can switch to my screen. And I think this is extremely difficult for Black to decide on unless you know. It's actually much stronger, supposedly, to castle here, fe4, d takes e4, not allowing White to develop for now.
Unless you studied my King's Gambit curse, Peter, because, okay, this structure arises in a couple of lines.
Yeah, and if White gets to play g3, bishop g2 and castles, you're in a deep trouble with Black. But the point here is that g3 apparently allows rook takes d4, and this works out for Black. But yeah, I think it's a very good bluff, even if, let's say, Andrey Esipenko knew this existed and knew he wasn't by no means better in this position. In fact, maybe there might even be some risk involved. Very few people, I think, do this with Black without home cooking. So what they have on the board right now, it's not much, but you definitely are a little bit better because knight on c6 is currently on a bit
misplaced right now.
But
Jan, I have a question for you. As a many years coach of German national team, how would you estimate chances of Matthias going like for the long castle twice in a row?
Today I'm not surprised because the position was asking for it. Yesterday I was very surprised. Apparently it was a good move, but his strategy with White seemed to have been to play very, very solidly and not give chances.
Yes,
so
exactly. And he
got
was
a
like
bit carried away yesterday.
Visibly unhappy, and also, as long as I attended the press conference, I saw like he was quite self-critical and harsh on himself a little bit too much.
That he tends to be.
Yeah, this is normal for any chess player, but he sort of like was sure that the seed of all problems was in the.
I mean, if he doesn't call himself a total idiot after the game, I'm worried something's wrong. So that we shouldn't read too much into. But I have a feeling, and he even said that in his interview yesterday, that if you have 8 draws, one loss, you also want to win a game. So maybe the strategy be super solid. If people attack him, then something will happen. But no one was attacking him, especially with Black, and now he's losing patience.
He's being under pressure, I think, in this game, and I guess like stylistically, he's quite a favorable opponent for Esipenko because even like the first game looked a little bit green for Matthias when he suddenly maybe he thought the game is over already and he couldn't deliver like a couple of precise moves, and then Of course, with the help of his opponent, the draw was achieved, but on the other day, it could be a long torture. I'm thinking about this position, like if we, let's say, trade on f1, so we have this Fabi maneuver, like knight c2 to a1, and then suddenly to b3, so it will like... I mean, does it have any sense to you?
Well, I mean, b6 is not going to be that horrible here. No,
yeah, but
I think
you sort of provoke some bishop b5, a4, and something, yes? Some weaknesses.
Yeah, the suggestion is go into the corner here, not to e1.
Ah, not a1, b3.
Yeah, that's why it's a Fabi maneuver.
But okay, Fabiano had like some another idea behind because there was a pawn on b3, so probably it was less promising. But here, I mean, knight e1 maybe not that dumb, after all. Maybe okay.
Yeah,
if we could make 2 moves in a row in chess, yeah.
This is another one where I would be, I wouldn't say tempted, but I think I would try to keep the rooks on, but rook e1, bishop f5, I guess we immediately throw away most of our hopes for any kind of an advantage, right? So it's still not a lot. The structure is very symmetrical. If we have to trade all 4 rooks.
I don't think we trade all the 4 rooks with white. We can just step aside. Yeah, like rook e1. Maybe.
Yeah, but then bishop f5. That's...
I thought bishop f5 is an improvement, but maybe...
like, it still goes on, yeah? Like, even if I take on f5, then knight e3 comes with a tempi.
Yeah, back to g7,
okay,
I guess.
Maybe like queen g4, maybe knight g4 after all, no?
Yeah, no, knight on c6 is...
It's sort of like more like psychological pressure, but okay, I mean, why not? Why not?
How bad is GF?
No, GF
asking
is,
for trouble, yeah? Bishop f4, yeah.
I mean, like, makes the game long and quite nasty. Yeah, bishop f4, knight e3, then like, rook f1, it's... I mean, if you would put your knight on e4, it would be surely payoff, yeah, but probably not going.
Yeah, too far away.
Yeah, also like the bishop would be quite annoying, capturing the knight here and there.
Yeah, and the one game we haven't spoken about in quite some time, Wei Yi now has a very stable advantage against Fabi. Not a winning advantage by any stretch, but this is kind of very pleasant out of the opening. We left it here, and Wei Yi found a very nice little idea. He went bishop f4, declining to protect any of his central pawns, d4, queen g2. Trying to castle queenside. Black can take on d4 in a couple of ways, but I guess it doesn't quite work out tactically. Knight d5 is playable here, but Fabi went for what I assume was an attempt to equalize directly with e5, d takes e5, queen takes d2, but now very precise. Bishop takes d2, bishop f5 and long castles. You can take on e5 here, but white still goes rook e1, and we get the same position as in the game, which is, I mean, bishop pair. The structure is symmetrical, but the bishop pair against the bishop and knight always gives you a little bit of a push. I guess the closest comparison would be all of the 5 knight c3 Petrovs that you would...
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to mention these lines. And also, yeah, I guess just we had this prepared just in case for the French, and also Fabiano plays the French sometimes. And I guess after game against Praggnanandhaa, he, decided to watch out a little bit and not to be invited into all these complex structures with bishop before e5. Like Wiener, I guess knight g2 is a very nice and economical way to avoid all the complications. So you get like a simple position. And also, I guess Fabiano wasn't too prepared to knight g2 because he sort of like blitzed out the first moves, and then he basically liquidated it to the Petrov-like position, which is. Of course, he himself is a very good Petrov player, yeah, and he played it in a match against Magnus. But I mean, the position he actually achieved is surely not something you want to see whenever you play Wiener. Yeah, so it's just 2-result game, and I mean, let's say if white is getting ambitious, he plays it forever. If not, then I mean, it's always a draw anytime he wants.
Yeah. And the question has to be like, if we think he was intending to play a sharp game today and was hoping for some winning chances, then this is very miserable. If he is just sort of playing a game of chess, this is not that horrible, and you would assume you hold more often than you don't.
Yeah, I guess of course he's not playing for a win or something here, so yeah, if he managed to stabilize and h4, h5, and then b6, a5, just to make sure white is not gaining any space advantage. On the both king and queen side, then it wouldn't be that massive for white, I guess. Yes, so maybe the best white would hope is some isolated pawn at some point playing bishop c3 into bishop takes e5. But I mean, Otherwise, like, of course, if imagine like white puts his pawn on h5 now immediately, it would be like whatever.
Yeah,
like,
h5.
Strong long-term advantage. But I mean, well, once again, black would never let this happen.
Yeah, h4 pretty much always met by h5 the moment it appears there. And yeah, seems like you should be holding.
Let's check in with the women's section.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite to win this whole thing, Jan?
Goryachkina.
She's on -1 currently, so she
I know,
needs
but
a bit of a run.
you know, it's a matter of time, I guess. Yeah, like if you win once, you go to 50%. If you win, you go to +1, and so on and so on. But okay, of course, on a serious note, I think she was doing fine, but she didn't convert like quite a bit of winning positions. You know, here and there, he missed some simple tactics to win. So, well, I don't know. It could be anyone's tournament, and I also think that. Except like I think Tanjuni, who's doing not too great. Yeah, like I think anyone can be, you know, in the lead within like next 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So it's at this point it's completely clueless to predict and name the favorite.
I'm still saying it's Zhu Jiner's tournament to lose. She is doing quite well against Bibisara.
Yeah.
It was quite normal. Yeah, like equalized.
I thought she was better. Like,
with black, you mean?
Yeah, I think so. White sort of missed that you're not winning a pawn here.
How can you be better here? I mean,
d4 weak. Let's see how it's currently. Okay, they repeated some moves. And Zhu Jiner. Sidestep. Winning attempt.
Massive risk taken by black.
No, I think it's just a very pleasant position. You play queen b6, rook d5, rook a d8, and
I guess it just liquidates. Yeah, I mean the only problem white doesn't have like some g3 or h3 plates, so it's always some tricks, and you have to watch out. But besides that, I guess you always trade like a5 and 6 pawn into d4 pawn, and okay, even like 3 against 4, I think it's like the biggest dream black can achieve here. I mean, once again, because of the like back rank is weak for white, it's always some, you know, we can speculate on some tactical ideas, but once white will have time to play g3, I guess it's pretty much a dead draw.
You're allowed to play g3.
I don't know. I feel
right now, maybe okay, I can start with queen c3, perhaps. Yeah, like I don't know. So in white, to make sure you play rook c8 first. So let's say after rook c8, I play something like I don't know, g3 perhaps. I mean, of course, at some point, like knight on e4 is. I would prefer to see it on e3 or maybe, you know, f3, like to do a better job. So now it's a little bit shaky here on e4, but I mean, of course there is a way to spell your position. Yeah, well, like you know, it wouldn't be completely surprising. Yeah, but of course, okay, white isn't playing for a win, but I don't think like black can realistically press this.
Right.
We shall see. And on the topic of Goryachkina's game against Divya, there was a kind of an intricate moment in the opening where I think Jan's prediction, I don't know how serious he was, but Jan's prediction took a massive leap upwards in this particular moment, because I think d4, d5 here is just a mistake. You don't want to commit to this so early. You can play bishop b3, rook c1, knight g3. You want actually to preserve the pressure in the center for as long as possible.
The thing is, you don't study Chigorin these days.
Yeah,
I think Chigorin is so, you know, should be put into the red book, yeah? Because it's like no one plays it basically, and if someone plays it, then okay, it's often white plays d5 immediately, and you get this knight on a5, and then it takes you like the whole game to bring it to f7, not to, you know, lose by some direct attack, yeah? So I guess basically Divya just has no experience whatsoever in some complex Ruy Lopez lines. I mean, same as me, of course, because I think my last Chigorin game was against Andrey, I think, or some Dutch grandmaster in Vaikanze when I was 15. Since then, I only met it, you know, in some Tuesdays and you know, other internet games, and the line itself is completely fine, of course.
Yeah, but here bishop b3 actually gives white, I think, a stable advantage, not a huge one, but a very stable advantage. Instead, Divya played d5, knight b4, bishop b1, and here the favor was returned, I think, because
how do you not go rook f c8, knight b2 here?
No, I mean knight e3 exists.
Knight e3 is the point.
But actually, provoking knight e3 is very useful because you lock everything in, and now you go a6, a5. Of course, the knight on b4 is kind of stuck. You need to play a5 to have the a6 c6 square. But including rook c8 and knight e3 is massively beneficial for black.
Now you have rook e2 with white. Yeah, I guess that's.
Yeah, well.
So with bishop on c1, you don't have rook e2. I think that's a trick. Yeah.
So she played a5, bishop e3, rook f c8, and now rook e2 or queen d2 even, with the idea of meeting knight c2 with rook c1 also exists. So white gets a much more harmonious setup. These positions are still fine. I used to play them even a full tempo down, and they were okay. Yeah, white could have gotten a lot more, and then there was a very brief moment where black could have gotten a bit more. But yeah, 30 pieces on the board. I don't feel like either player really has.
Wow, that's a good calculation. That is exactly 30 pieces.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Well, I know what got traded.
Do you count pawns as pieces?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, very much so.
Even H and A pawns?
Assign a weight and I will recalculate. 0.6, 0.7?
I'm arguing that they are not full pawns because they can only cover one square.
Wow. So it's half a pawn, huh?
Yeah, like maybe 0.7.
Yeah, and then it's what?
So didn't you develop the latest stockfish evaluating algorithm?
It's 29.4 pieces on the board for each side.
Okay. Clash of mathematicians. I should like
continues.
Go away from the camera.
Do you even
not
math?
to.
All right, queen d2, good move. Yeah, they'll play moves.
I guess something like queen b8.
That's actually not right at all.
Or like bishop.
It should be 0.8. It should be something 0.8. Why was it 0.4? Oh, 7 times 4.
I don't know. I didn't expect to get double checked on this.
Stop bluffing me. It's not going to work in some cases.
Okay, let's remath.
How do you estimate like the chances of Divya capturing on h6 anytime? I think it's pretty much in her style, yeah. Like whenever she sees this like 2 attacks and like not enough defenses, so like bishop f8 is not played. I guess bishop h6 would be like blitz it out.
I don't know about blitz out, but she will consider it.
Like let's say queen b8, and then if I provoke even more with bishop d8, and even more with bishop b6, okay, and then she takes and crushes with some attack.
Very possible. I actually lost games like this with black, I think. So yeah, not unheard of.
So how do you feel about trading like not a full pawn, like not even a full 2 pawns to a bishop? Because it's like not a...
It's the biggest sacrifice, because you're giving like 3.5 against 1.7. So you're giving up a lot.
Okay, that's truly risky.
Yeah, can't do it.
Next time I would keep that in mind.
All right. Which game are we going to, Peter?
Well, a brief...
Vaishali, she's in the lead.
Yeah, let's go there. She managed to stabilize, but then there were some interesting moments to discuss. First of all, it feels a bit strange, but I think long castles here was sort of more playable than it was previously, with then the knight maybe comes back to e5 and you play f7, f5. But she's gone for a similar plan, but with the king on g8, which the engine doesn't like very much. So it was castles, white went h3, knight e5, queen e2, black played knight c6, knight g5, f7, f5. Here, once again, the engine says you should probably be slightly more restrained.
Oh, but queen g4.
Yeah, queen g4, we have rook d8, and if bishop takes h6, we have knight g5, and then knight f4, I guess, and then knight takes h3, and only after that we will take on g7. A lot of intermediate moves here being played. So knight e7 was playable, but she went for quote-unquote dynamic counterplay here, queen c4, king h7, and now the engine doesn't like it very much, but it doesn't like it very much specifically because I think because of the move f2, f4, which denies the c6 knight the square on e5.
c3 was played, yeah?
Yeah, and instead c3 was played, and now I guess we should be able to stabilize somehow. Rook f7 seems like...
itself should be a good move, but the problem that now we don't have bishop c3 idea, I guess, which was quite important to weaken the king even further.
We're denying ourselves an important potential trade because this bishop, if we trade away the bishop on g7, we are
a little bit like strange revelation by the engine, because humanly it looks like perfectly fine for me. Like what black is doing, all pieces are coordinated. Okay, king on h7 for a moment looks quite safe, and you just have all like the nice setup, like no bad pieces, no weaknesses. So why am I like worse?
Yeah, it's
big
true.
Time, yeah?
Although, once again, I think and we're perhaps being slightly too abstract here, but the direct comparison would be, there are some structures like this in the Scotch, right?
Yeah.
Where black achieves f5 and still doesn't equalize, depending on where the pieces are. Maybe this is one of those. But yeah, c3 appears to be less critical precisely for the reason that Jan gave, because you maybe badly wanted to play bishop c3, actually. And now you can't.
But for now, yeah, the big problem with knight on c6 is a little bit restrained because of c7 is hanging. So that's why rook f7 makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, well,
But let's say after rook f7, I still go for something like f4, yeah, you know, to like maintain control over e5 square. So what do you do next? Like you double your rooks on f-file, attacking nothing, or you just play knight e7. But knight e7 runs.
Can I go
into tricks like knight b6?
Can I try knight a5 and then c6 somehow?
Well, it's.
It looks really weird, but if I'm getting c6 and then d5, maybe it's not that
I can play
bad.
queen b4 for now, provoking you for b6. But I'm not sure. I mean, of course, yeah, bishop c3 gives me like so many ideas at the king side. So of course, bishop, yeah. So bishop on d2 with the setups f4 and c3 is not as great as it was like one move ago, yeah. So maybe like, I mean, I wonder like what would be like the computer suggestion if I play not c3 but a3. You know, just waiting a move, you know, wasting a move like this.
Yeah, better.
Yeah. So another way to make prophylaxis. I mean, I don't know why did she play c3, maybe b2, but b2 is never hanging, like even like hypothetically. It's basically the fastest way to lose, yeah, open b file and lose before the rook infiltrates. And also there is one more game, I guess, yeah? Lagno against Andrey.
Against Tan.
Yeah, this one now has dried up very considerably. White is a pawn up, but because of the back rank issues, black should be equalizing. I think the better try is rook d5. Rook f, yeah, let's show how we...
Rook e1? You go for knight d4 probably,
Knight d4 probably is a nice.
But no, then bishop e3. It's not so annoying.
So bishop e4.
I mean, I feel like it's a pawn is a pawn, yeah. Of course, not much, but shouldn't I be like happy with...
Yeah, so we have, I guess, three choices. Rook d5, rook takes f5. I think rook takes f5 probably is just a very, very level
I vote for
position.
bishop e3 as fourth choice.
Yeah.
I vote for bishop e3 as a fourth choice, just, you know, to have an alternative
Yeah.
to your computerish lines.
Okay, fair enough. So that's one line, and there, just to show the viewers, it looks like bishop e3 is winning there after rook f5 and bishop takes c3, but black has bishop takes b2 and also rook a d7 even, but bishop b2 is, I guess, simple enough. Rook d5 in the current position, black probably plays something like rook a d7.
Yeah, rook d7 makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, takes, we can play king f1, and it's one of those positions which end up being drawn every single time if you are analyzing them with an engine, but in practical play, you can absolutely, I think, find yourself in some trouble, because if you take on c3 and pin the bishop on the back rank, it gets unpinned very comfortably. I think rook d1, yeah, rook anywhere. I will spend a tempo on h3 here, I guess, but then bishop b2 will come and it's impossible to stop. And though I might have to start giving up something on the king side here. I don't know. Not straightforward.
Do you have to take on c3? That
No, I'm
excessive.
absolutely not. And in fact, it's
But just make some move, I don't know.
h5 or something. Yeah, this is a much bigger problem for white, exactly, because I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to develop my queen side. Bishop f4 will run into g5 in most cases, although maybe here I can play bishop f4 because I have
jumps.
I have jumps, yeah. Knight e4, bishop b2, rook b1. Maybe I'm slightly better here. Not a lot better,
Look
though.
like a Rizamba, yeah.
Not a lot better. So objectively, I think Tan Zhongyi is doing fine, but she will still have to defend some position where, if she doesn't play very precisely, she might very easily drift into some unpleasant endgames. And then there is rook e5, e1, I guess, in a current position, the one we didn't mention yet. I guess rook b7 simply, and keep the pressure against the white structure.
Yeah. No, as you said, it's one of those ways. If you're clicking openings, computer will say 0-0, and you're thinking, great, it works, but how happy you are, we don't know. But let's jump back to the leader's game, which is progressing at a relaxed pace.
Yeah, glacial, I would say.
Rook d1, queen e7, best move. And we are still
Took him 31 minutes to play queen e7, by the way. 31 minutes, he's down to 55. It's still okay, this is move 18, and he's not in any kind of time trouble yet. But if you continue taking half an hour per move in this very difficult position, it doesn't become simple very fast. You could actually start having problems with the clock.
Yeah, it's a strange game. Also, Sindarov taking quite some time for his standards. Of course, the price of a move is high here.
Yeah, he's reaching for something.
He's announcing something.
Yeah, We've gotten here just in time because this is a critical turning point, as we know.
What was the move? I forgot already. Castles?
Castles was fine. F5 was, I think...
Looked like he reached for the F-pawn, no?
Yeah.
What do you think of Sindarov's habit to announce the move he will make and then think about it for 30 seconds?
You know, as long as he keeps like the touch move rule is fine, I think. Yeah.
No, I don't think he's touching. His hand just goes.
Some Uzbekistan players, I think, like specifically two Nordirbeks, they have like a very strange habit. So whenever they play, I mean, for example, Italian game, and there is a choice between bishop e7 and bishop c5, they would first put it to c5 and then return back to e7.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, it was done against me at least twice.
Reaction, or
at least twice.
What's the point?
Okay, my reaction, I'm start laughing, yeah, because okay, both moves are losing, as we know, yeah.
Gotta go h6.
Yeah, correct.
Yes. That I haven't noticed, but I've noticed, yeah, and I've seen this with other players. That, yeah, you are indicating the move you want to play, then you go back to thinking, but 99.9% of cases it gets played then anyway.
Yeah. So Castles is fine.
Childhood, yeah, some childhood habits, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you're even taught like think first before you move it. Or no.
Yeah. No, it seems like it's still possible to make pretty much any somewhat sensible move in this position. Even g3 appears to be zeros. The move, I think, which is the least likely of all the options.
So ugly, no? At the
yeah, bishop d7, but then you go rook f1.
He's playing something.
Yeah, let's take a look at the video from the playing hall there.
And he does play g3. Whoa. I take it all back.
Yeah.
Oh, over to you.
I have no idea. We've been looking at other stuff, and it's very difficult to judge. Basically, my screen will always say the first two lines are zeros, I think, at least for the time being, and it's very difficult to figure out whether any of this is natural, how difficult these moves are. The lines on my screen currently
Bishop g4 looks natural. It takes some stuff.
Bishop g4, normal. Now only move is rook d4. Everything else loses for some reason. I have no idea why. Like, why is rook d2 so bad? Rook d2, just rook d8. So this is the reason. It needs to be on a square where we're not worried about the capture. Okay, so rook d4. Now the engine says rook e8.
a3, I'm not sure I would be. Rook e8 makes
rook e8, yeah. And now once again, Castles already kind of loses, but f5, queen e5, queen e5, rook e5, rook g4 ends up being very equal. Some sharp endgames here. You can take this one, you can take this one. Both of them are playable. And also bishop d7 is completely fine, where white is not taking on b7. Let's just check for a second. Yeah, instantly much worse after rook e8. And black stabilizes, so we either play rook f1 or castles. It mildly prefers rook f1 currently, but the depth is not very high. So let's say rook f1, bishop c6, queen g6, and now we just go g5, g4 and say no discovered checks for you. And this ends up being equal somehow. Once again, a position which is incredibly difficult to assess for a human mind because there's this mass of pawns, and I think I am personally very conditioned to think this will eventually start moving and black will be swept under the tracks, so to speak. But the engine is unbothered. The engine is entirely unbothered about any of this and says zeros after queen takes g4, zeros after queen f5 check. We shall see.
Yeah, very tough to play for both players. We will give them some time to think, Praggnanandhaa, in deep, deep thought, and we'll come back after the break. Thanks a lot to Jan Nepomniachtchi for visiting us. We'll be back soon.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Ruy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, round number 10. We are still with Jan Nepomniachtchi to watch all the action here. Jan, we've had some developments in this Sindarov game. Can you explain to us what's happening? Or Peter, someone explain.
Someone explain, yeah. Well, it seems like we're now entering territory where you might have to start making only moves. For instance, if you make the most natural move in the position, which is king f8, g7, after e takes f4, everything now loses apart from very specifically queen c5 check, rook d4, queen c6, which I guess you find because it does start looking like if you allow f5, f6, you will get mated. And
yeah, especially because f6 comes with the tempo.
Yeah.
But normally whenever you see this position, of course, first thing you're willing to get with black is like queen straight. So whenever you have this three queen c5, queen c6, basically forcing white's queen back to e2, which is unlikely will happen.
Yeah, but then we will block, yeah. So white actually allows the queen trade, and it is still white who is pressing here, but it seems to be holdable.
We're going to play like bishop d7. If
yeah, machine goes, yeah, this you've apparently lost after e6 and rook g4 check.
Let's say.
Yeah.
King
no, f6, no, sorry. F6 check here.
Less fun, yeah.
Yeah, this is bad because I think the point is you do want your bishop on a long diagonal, but you want to be able to meet e6 with king f6. And giving white a tempo by putting the bishop on d7.
b6?
Yeah, b6 seems to be holding somehow.
Okay. But also, why do you say that king g7 is like so logical? Because I guess like positionally, even imagine it's white's turn. White takes like rook f4 check, and then play king g7, and there is
rook g4 check.
Bishop takes g4.
Queen takes g4, king h6, yeah, and there's no.
I mean, you mean rook d7?
Yeah, I have rook d7.
Okay, I stopped my calculation whenever I saw like bishop on c8 attacking g4. This was like more than enough for me to abandon.
No, I had one more move in me. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, and the line we're discussing is, okay, he's gone rook h6, which is a move we did not really consider. And now after rook takes f4, you have to play, I guess, king g7, rook df1. This is, I mean, you're no longer getting, the pawn march has been broken because there is no more pawn on the f file, but rook f6 is a very strong threat. And also e5, e6 in some cases, I guess, is a very...
Why play the only move a5 here? I'd be impressed. Was the idea rook a6?
I think so, yeah. It's not, looks like this isn't losing. Bishop e6, rook f6, and now the only move is rook a, h8, but also that's the move you will make.
Yeah, of course.
And this now becomes a game of, actually, this is a... It ends up being a draw. Only move for white here that doesn't lose is queen f4, but also the only move you will make is queen f4 because it's very logical. You want to give a check from g5.
And let's say I play rook g6, I don't know.
Yeah, and then we actually have to save this endgame.
Protecting from...
Yeah,
no, but rook endgame should be very nice because of the h3 pawn.
We have the pawn on h3 specifically for that, exactly. We are currently 2 down, but the counterplay connected to the pawn on h3. So
I would actually think that, okay, black is playing here.
Nobody's really playing. Rook f6.
Okay, but rook f6, yeah. Then you can...
Yeah, it's just going to be a draw.
Yeah, but rook d3?
You really want to push it, yeah?
No, I don't want. I mean,
no.
Just a rook e3? Ah, you have rook f4.
I have rook f4, yeah.
Okay.
Engine is unconvinced about black's winning chances. Other moves I think we can discount, because if you go e takes f4 here, once again, it allows bishop g4, it allows queen c5, c6. I think rook takes f4 is probably the way to go. You can also consider playing king g8, but then after rook df1, bishop e6 and rook f6, you don't have rook a8, h8.
But you can take on f6 here.
Yeah, and...
If I take on f6, what's wrong?
This actually loses now.
Okay, something is wrong, yeah?
Yeah, something is actually wrong, yeah. You still have queen h7, and you were still saving the game with queen h7 immediately, because we get a version... I think it's the worst version.
It's transposes.
No, for some reason this one is less clean. No, it's the same
position. It's less clean, of course, but the same position.
Same position, yeah.
This is how it's going to end. Rook f1 and draw.
But don't you think it's like a bigger space for white to make a mistake? Yeah, because I mean, you surely see this like rook endgame as an opportunity, but rook endgame, whenever you see it, like black plays rook d8, you'd never think it's like any winning chances for you, which is like quite easy to end up with this assessment. So that's why you try to overthink a little bit. I mean, if I was Javokhir like yesterday, for example, he traded queens in sort of a similar position and liquidated to a rook endgame. So today maybe it's the day to press and not allow any rook endgames, which, as we all know, end in a draw.
He's a piece down too, and being 1.5 points ahead. Might be looking for simplifications. I don't know. Both sides are taking, yeah.
But also there's
Lots
like
of
rook
time.
f4, rook f1, rook f6. I don't see like immediate progress for white. I mean, okay, if I would calculate this line as white, I mean, okay, so like I got some status quo, but what's my next move? Yeah. So he just developed fully. His king, you know, basically having hard time looking for a check even, because okay, queen a4, the idea queen g5. I don't think it's so obvious unless you analyze it at the board with an engine, yeah. And you see this position, and what's my next move to play? So that's why like rook f4 is positionally like extremely risky.
It is, yeah.
So of course you are in time to put your rook on f6 and then playing queen f4. Okay, that's nice, but what if you don't? Yeah.
So you're saying ef4.
Okay, here
likely.
e4. I mean, this is like very risky. Like you asking for some trouble with queen c5, and then whenever bishop reaches the long diagonal, you resign.
But what's not risky then?
Not risky not to sacrifice your piece in the opening. Yeah.
Too late.
Yes, that's on the spot as always.
And something. No, it looked like rook takes f4 from the
Something takes
the hand
f4.
positioning.
And I will just tell our viewers, it's completely ridiculous, never happens, but the second line on my screen is rook f1, f2 in the current position.
No, he's indicating he will take on f4. Just how, we don't know yet. But it looked like rook takes.
I'm not mentioning that move to say it is ever happening. It's just a kind of a funny artifact of analyzing with engines. Just in a position where you can take a pawn with check in 3 different ways, you just make a move, which I guess the point is you want queen c5 not
We're
to
not
be a
talking
check.
about rook f2, Peter.
Okay.
You know, but the third line, I'm sorry to say, the third line was actually a2 to a3. To invite the bishop on e6 and then take on f4 with the pawn, so get to 5
cover the
with 10.
b4 square.
Yep. Covers the all-important b4 square. Probably protects the pawn on a2 from the bishop on e6.
So what's more natural, king g8 or king g7? I think king g7 is way more natural. Like opening the back rank for the rook.
Yeah, it's much more normal.
But what if I start with rook f6 with white? Can I trick you into something? No, not really. Yeah?
Are you threatening anything if I do the same?
Yeah, probably.
Transposes, yeah, this transposes.
Probably transposes, yep. Yeah, okay. So I think several next moves are pretty much forced, yeah, if we don't want to see an unexpected result.
The big question is if we will get this beautiful a5 move.
Oh, wow,
It's
a5.
not so obvious.
Okay, a5, let's consider. Actually, a5, well, it has a point, yeah, of course. So rook f6, now you play rook e6 and you are enjoying, yeah, suddenly.
Clamping down. Still no threats, though.
Yeah, such a strange position to analyze, yeah. But now we are very ready for queen f4, because we're just taking on f6 twice. This just does not exist anymore.
Yeah.
We can take.
Yeah, and king
Probably
f7.
then some perpetual check is coming, but at least some checks from white side.
Or maybe it's still a draw, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
queen
check.
h5. Queen h5
Okay.
appears to still be holding a queen h8.
Okay, fascinating stuff. A lot to calculate for Praggnanandhaa, taking his time. And Jan was right about Hikaru not interested in playing f5. Went knight f8, rook e3, king h8.
Yeah, sometimes in similar positions, I mean, in these structures, engine suggests you to put the king on f8.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
just
surprised
make
he goes
sure queen
further.
h7 never mate. So here, king h8, okay, clearly he's aiming for bishop f5. But
That's
maybe...
the point, yeah.
Yeah, of course, bishop f5 is the next move, whatever
c6
happens.
is hanging though, so...
Yeah, but maybe he's preparing himself for something like rook e1, bishop f5 here. I'm not so sure. And queen c6.
He goes rook e7.
a3, rook e7.
This is
played.
a... Whoa.
Is he
Okay.
drifting a little?
What? No.
Well, did he miss knight g5 or is
Knight
he
g5?
inviting knight g5 is the question.
I mean, inviting what, like knight g5 to...
Rook d8, he's still alive. Like, it doesn't do anything. It just gets the knight from e4 to f3, which might actually be useful.
This is just winning for white, yeah? Like,
Yeah, this probably does win, yeah.
Yeah, but then I take on c6, I think, yeah. Also, bishop a2 check is coming. Yeah, I mean, like rook e7 is strictly the opposite to king to knight f8, because knight f8 was a very solid move, and rook e7 makes the position incredibly shaky just in one move.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he wants to go rook d8 here, and now the point apparently is you can actually leave the e3 rook unprotected and try to get the knight over to e5. e5 is a very good square for the knight, and the suggestion is you might have to play f7, f6. Regrettably for white, even this is quite solid. The knight on the FIDE does such a good job covering.
Of course, it's solid, but it's like a huge, huge improvement.
Yeah, yeah, we are a lot happier now with white.
I mean, like, and now with all these white like squares so weakened, we just want to trade on e3, take fe3, and then okay, push something like e4, e5.
Yeah.
And because of like combined weaknesses of pawn on c6 and h7 square, I mean, it would never be an easy, work for black because I mean the game would last for quite long, possibly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, the type of position is something you could never improve. Yeah, like you can maybe hold it, but some big improvements are, are not expected.
Anish looks interested. Probably spotted this knight g5 shot.
Whenever Anish sees a cheapo, he's always there. Yeah, like to perform.
The point is rook takes e3. We take this rook now, and the knight escapes via c6. White just seems to be winning.
Does he have like an alternative? Because again, knight g5 is super tempting, of course.
Yeah, so
if you don't play it, then okay, and then play rook d to e8, and basically I just force you into some knight move later on, yeah?
So then everything is covered again. This feels like the moment to do something. I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, of course, there is a very, very small,
And knight g5, queen d6, I assume just loses to rook d1, yeah? This you can't do at all.
Yeah, probably rook d1, and if rook e8, then I take on f7, take on e8, and I'm a pawn up, yeah?
Yeah.
And then, okay, also h7 mate is hanging.
Yeah.
Kramnik mate. More complicated, but it's still there.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Okay, so here we have some chances for this game to be more interesting than I think we all initially expected.
Yeah.
Kind of
Initially.
Initially, yeah. Is knight c5 anything at all?
Wow. So sharp.
Rook e3, knight e7.
But
you just
why
play
do
c5.
Why do you want to liquidate like half of the pieces?
I don't. I was just wondering if this is...
No, this is like a good operation to exchange some more material, which would be perfect if Sindarov would be playing white, yeah? But here we have like a big fighter.
Anish is doing something.
Anish is
taking
removing
off
his
the jacket.
yeah?
It's serious now.
Of course, it's personal at this point, yeah?
This time it's personal.
I mean, I think it was like one very funny game when I played against Anish. Then in the same game I blundered first pawn on h6 and then pawn on a6 with some tactical shots. So like blundering on h6 alone wasn't enough to lose, but then I blundered bishop takes a6 and it was basically the last thing I wanted to see.
Yeah.
He's nodding.
Normally Hikaru nodding.
Blunder the h6 pawn could be considered misfortune, but to blunder a6 is...
But it's only one pawn blunders combined, as Jan would mention.
1.4.
Okay.
Well, here you could blunder
We could negotiate.
f7 and c6. Those are two full pawns.
Yeah, it's some round trip by white knight, yeah? And he ends up on e5.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But Giri with a chance to pose. I guess knight g5 is easy, but knight f3 may be less easier to let e3 alone. And if you take first, what is this? Takes. I guess knight f3.
Also not horrible. I think the general argument just is that the knight is much better trying to get to e5 than it is on e4. It's not really doing very much on e4. So, makes some sense.
Yeah, so Giri with some chances to put some pressure. How's our boy Bluebaum doing? Looks solid
as always, yeah, solid as always. And I'm not sure if Andrey was right exchanging both pair of rooks. I'd say normally when you have some initiative, you would love to keep it, but maybe he's overall not too interested in like fighting for 7 hours. Yeah, so if he gets a chance, then he tries to use it. But here there is no obvious,
Yeah, and black is almost ready to
reasons.
play something like knight e7. Knight
Bishop
e5.
e7, I think. Bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
I guess you basically want to remove all the pieces.
Yeah,
And even like when you bring your king on d6, and yeah, there's not much here to happen.
doesn't look too terrifying. Petrov
Maybe you can
still going strong.
Maybe you can, I don't know, like play knight g4, knight f6 right now until it like still a window for us to jump, yeah. But I don't know, like knight g4 and knight f6 always met with h6, yeah, so basically you...
h5 maybe even.
No, h5, usually I'm weak in g6, I think then I put my bishop on g3 and I keep on grinding.
But I get knight e7, knight f5. I'm trying to get the knight from c6 to some normal
Yes,
square.
but again, I guess h7 is very tough target for white, but whenever you get g6 pawn weak, I mean, always, like in all the endgames, you bring your king on g5, queen goes onto g5. I mean, it's like, at least this is something realistic, I can attack twice, unlike h7 pawn.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, I mean, either way, it wouldn't be too thrilling, I guess.
Okay.
So,
Andrey weighing his chances, but so far nothing dramatic happened. How's Mr. Caruana enjoying his whatever day it is?
what I like to see is
First
Fabiano is playing really quickly. So, he's not overthinking during this game, this is for sure. I don't particularly understand why would we go for f4, f5, because you don't really want to play f5 because you're weakening d5 square. So I would always keep my pawn as, you know, as low as possible, you know, to have an opportunity to push it later. So normally what you want to do is, you know, push your pawns on both, you know, queen side and king side, trade pair of rooks, and ideally maybe trade a pair of knights.
How do we start? A4, b4, none of the above?
I don't know, like, I mean, I would say b4, if you make sure it's not blockaded by the knights, I think b4 makes some good impression for me. But also, you know, try to exchange your knight is decent because somehow like two bishops, and then all you want to do is open one of the big diagonals. And once you do it, it becomes something like realistic, you can press on even further. But for now, I don't think it's like a big pressure for white. No, maybe h5 is now provoking for h4, but okay, maybe f5 is not so bad after all. Yeah, you also get your own squares. So even given the fact that Black would perfectly place his knights like d5 and d5, I mean, still it's a two-result game. Yeah, whatever you do.
Yeah, must be more pleasant for white. What do you think about Fabi? Does he no longer care after the two losses? Is he trying to mix it? Is he trying to play solidly? What's his approach now?
I don't think he takes it like as a sequence of games. Yeah, I think he had or he still has a tournament goal. And of course, the loss is bad, but I don't think with his amount of experience and all the turnarounds and ups and downs in his career, I don't think he really goes like to the room and mourns about the game and miss a chance. Yeah, I guess he surely had enough chances in his career, and he'll have also plenty of. So I guess he just would try to play the remaining games without some big, big goals tournament-wise. Mm-hmm. And I think that's how he actually almost clinched for the first place in Toronto. So I think he was on 50% after 8 rounds, and then he scored like 3 out of 4, or 3.5 out of 4 at some point. Before our encounter in the last round, he was on +3. Mm-hmm. And it was like achieved in a very straight manner, like from 0 to hero, yeah. So here, I mean, in this particular game, I wouldn't expect him to win, but okay, 5 and at least logical. Yeah, after we play f4, you also play f5, and well, let's see.
Yeah, well, I think once Black has d5 and e5 for the knights, it should be pretty stable. I don't think. I mean, we sort of. I assume we play h2, h4 later, and we try to kind of put the bishop on e2 and pretend that the pawn on h5 requires attention. But
I mean, it's so pleasing, for my human eye to see these bishop knights on d5 and d5.
Yeah.
So that I think that I can never be worse with such knights. I mean, even though objectively it's still like two bishops advantage, and this pawn on f5 sort of blocks g7 from promoting, and later.
Whoa! We need to stop. We need to stop discussing this endgame.
Okay, we do.
Where we go? +2 for Sindarov?
Yeah, Prague somehow did not play bishop e6.
Bishop d7.
And he now loses to rook f7 very, very straightforwardly.
How does that go?
Takes queen f4 check, you lose your bishop on d7.
Check, king g7.
Queen g5, queen e7.
Check. It's just direct, yeah?
It's extremely direct.
Oof, that's a big blunder. But the position was incredibly complicated, but still.
And I guess
No, I guess he's going to play queen e6 after rook f7. Of course, he's capable of calculating queen f7, queen f4, check, queen g5, queen e7.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think he wanted to play queen e6.
But then rook 7
rook
f6.
f6.
But rook 7 f6 is, how obvious is this? Very obvious or not so?
He should
Why
also
not
be
rook 1 to f6 actually?
Rook 1 f6.
Queen g4.
Queen g4 holds. Yeah.
No, I mean, okay, no way.
It just wins, no?
Yeah, just wins. Yeah. And I think
Here is the time to trade queens here, like yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, bishop d7 is very,
And you can sort of try to explain it by saying that if white doesn't have rook f7 here, white is actually worse.
Yeah.
Quite significantly, but it just feels like you're giving white additional squares, and I mean,
So it makes it more likely rook f7 will happen. Everything else is bad.
yeah,
Sindarov also making a bit of a face.
yeah, trying to understand, I guess, where the trap is.
On the other hand, Pragg had to foresee that after bishop e6, rook f6, he has queen h7, which actually loses the bishop and throws him into like 2 pawns down rook endgame, which, I mean,
We should
as
also mention
we know,
he went
is okay.
king g8. Yeah, we were looking at king g7,
Yeah.
which I'm not sure how much of
Surely
a difference it makes, but
I think both are draws, but king h7 kind of more natural because you do have rook h7 and rook h8 in all of those positions.
But once again, how bad is it like whenever I get these two rooks against the queen? I mean, it's bad or it's lost?
Here, I think it should be just lost. Yeah, I don't see how you save any of this.
so whatever, check, check, check.
I mean, in the end, I play something like rook f8. And can I use like the weakness of the back rank? Because I mean,
Queen takes h3 check is...
no, I mean, okay, your queen is now bound to d7. So whenever you play e6, I will play something like rook f6 and probably even win. Yeah, I mean, not really winning, but yeah.
No, I'm taking on h. You want to do it with rook on h6? Yeah.
Yeah, something like this, and sit here. But I mean, of course, it's not something you want to see with black. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay, Javokhir is getting a lot of chances. Yeah. Yesterday, today, and
Queen d4 in that final position. Jan was showing Queen d4 is probably just winning on the spot, right?
I have no idea. We can find one of those.
Yeah.
Probably not this.
Yeah. King h7, check. King h8 takes rook f8, e6, rook f6, Queen d4, and then I will give a check and take the pawn on h3, and then I'm no longer getting mated.
Yeah, that's a good point. But it's hard to understand what exactly was blundered by Praggnanandhaa.
This is the big question there.
So like king g7 or king g8, you basically can choose. But let's say, I think he maybe missed the rook f7, queen e6, the step back with the rook, yeah, like
maybe
step back free, yeah, as in NBA. So like you play rook f6 instead of rook 1 to f6, which is a bit counterintuitive. Yeah, when you have your rook on the 7th rank, you want to see it. I mean, you expect it to remain there.
Yeah, fair enough. Then
whoa!
Pragg and
Look at me understanding chess, really. I mean, we'll get back to this. But
and Anish simplified? Oh no.
I somehow read the game quite well, and this is not a compliment to Mr. Giri here. My current understanding of chess and
neither to you nor to the Giri, yeah,
my desire to simplify everything appears to be infectious. Yeah, now white has absolutely nothing. There is no mating attack. Knight on the fate is very solid. You don't have pieces. You just take on c5 here, and the resulting position is very, very level.
So to sum up, Sindarov is winning, Giri is drawing. That's not great for the tournament intrigue, right? Because it would put Sindarov 2 points ahead with 4 rounds to go.
Yeah.
It's a lot of points.
Yeah, so 4 draws just guarantees him the... If that's the results today, 4 draws is perfectly enough. In fact, even 3 draws if one of them is against Giri, right?
You know, when I was playing in Madrid, I was considering, just not showing up for remaining games.
What was your biggest lead in Madrid?
1.5 points.
1.5.
So I think there was always someone on +2. It was Hikaru before the last round. I was like on +5, and Ding was on +1. And everyone else was doing not. And also Jabba was actually on +1 or on 50%. So he was finally successful. Okay, did he play Queen f2 really?
Yeah.
That's ambitious.
Now let's stick with Sindarov looking for the win here. Nothing too dramatic in the other games. He's gonna go rook f7.
And how about the women's section?
We'll get there in a minute.
Okay. How do you know it will be in a minute?
Exactly 1 minute.
Okay. Minute of silence.
54-50 starts now. Praggnanandhaa. I'm surprised he's not leaving the board. Normally, I'm sure he's spotted by now that Rook F7 has troubles. Normally you leave them, no?
Adding the background music like from the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
That could be.
Would be fine. You know, to even increase the tension a little bit. No, okay, Bishop D7 is a bit of meltdown, yeah?
Yeah, this is just not great, yeah.
And Sindarov, see, 1 minute was enough.
Announcing a move as usual.
Still has 20 seconds.
But what happens if he's not, if he won't make it inside the minute?
Then we go to Vaishali Muzychuk.
Okay, you see, like...
Keep it in the family. Oh, time is running out. 7 seconds.
Okay, putting his both hands under the table so he's not provoked by himself to rush. Like
all right.
Yeah, poor Javokhir couldn't make it in a minute.
Decisive moment of the candidates we're going to miss because Sindarov didn't do it quickly enough.
Absolutely, yeah. This one is
Muzychuk, Vaishali with an endgame.
Yeah,
very dry.
Honestly, actually, a pretty dry game in the women's so far. This one is Black is now, of course, completely fine. There's no real problem. We've managed to trade away the dangerous pieces, and
I would say that even like Black would try to insist on playing on if he managed to like keep the pawns like on dark squares like b2, c3, and so on.
Yeah, if
okay, you know, this bishop endgame also would be a draw, but imagine like theoretically we playing queen f5, provoking for taking on f5, and okay, some putting h5, and getting some pawn advantage, and somehow aiming for the weakness on b2. Won't happen.
Yeah,
but still.
Very difficult to imagine all of this actually materializing. Anna is experienced enough not to allow pretty much any of that, but yeah.
She's experienced, but she hasn't been putting a lot of pressure in her last games somehow. No? It felt like there were more chances. Maybe this Divya game, yeah, really.
Yeah.
Messed with her head a bit, understandably.
No, I mean, she was winning yesterday. It's only two games after the Divya game, and yesterday she was putting a lot of pressure on Tan until she blew a very, very big winning chance and then kind of wrapped it up by move 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is one position in the game between Lagno and Tan, another game between leader. Rook F7 played
Rook
by
F7 is on the board, was a bit late, but it did eventually happen. And it looks like Sindarov is winning now against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, and the lack of immediate response also. If Pragg thought Queen E6 was working, he probably, although you always double check here, of course, you don't blitz it out. Yeah, this is a. Pragg continues to have a.
That's a huge blunder, yeah.
Yeah, of kind of a very unsatisfying event. He began by winning a very nice game against Anish in round 1, and no highlights since. Basically, it's all been kind of drab and occasionally just poor.
Shaking his head.
You know, in my pre-tournament predictions, I also said that I don't really see who's going to score the big minors, but I said that maybe Praggnanandhaa, if he is not doing too well, he keeps being ambitious, and he would go for some like risk, and that's how he may end up on some significant minus. And this is like in -2 is not so significant, but of course it's like not there like anybody expected Pragg to be.
No, yeah, and once again, you're just much better at punditry than I am, because I thought he was one of the pre-tournament favorites, and this is not being borne out by events by any stretch.
But you're biased, Peter. You spent a lot of time with him. Also, I think both can be true. He has a slightly higher variance style than some of the others, let's say Wei Yi, so he could be a favorite and also end up on a minus.
Yeah,
it's like it's going to be the latter.
Yeah. Losing both of these games to Sindarov here is particularly kind of jarring, considering that he was sort of the one unpleasant, quote-unquote, difficult opponent for Javokhir going into the tournament.
But also I would say, like, you know, the plot is pretty much the same for the first loss and for this loss. So it was pretty much a fighting game, you know, like some extra material and, you know, no real peace harmony. And then, okay, in the first game he collapsed in an upcoming time trouble. It was like something super also super simple that he missed, but yeah, today is a little bit you know, alarming, yeah, because you don't see like blundering like moves like rook f7 because it's like the most natural move in the position. After, whenever you play rook a to f1 or d to f1, you want to like play rook f7, whatever happens next.
Yeah, the two moves you absolutely need to check are rook f6 and rook f7.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything else comes afterwards. Yeah. So
Just been outcalculated twice in sharp positions.
I wouldn't say this outcalculated. Yeah, like I think he just missed something really simple, both times, and it didn't require any huge calculation from Javokhir. I mean, as it seems, let's say, from the commentating point of view.
That is semantics, sir.
Okay.
Poor Praggnanandhaa can't enjoy this moment. What do you think happened with him? He was so dominant in early 2025, and then starting with the World Cup, he's had a really bad run of form, no?
Well, I guess he played for a little bit too much. And also, you never have a good advice because, for example, if you speak about Firouzja, who enjoyed like a brilliant year 2021, hitting 28 hard rating mark, and then suddenly he stopped playing for half a year or so. And then he returned, he played a tournament in Bucharest and Madrid, and he never shined in both.
But he was working on these sneakers.
I'm not sure, like he was working already back in 2022. So, and let's say normally whenever you have this like wave, which is like lifts you up and up and up, you want to keep playing, but maybe it doesn't work for everyone because he really was enjoying a perfect year, but like maybe he ran out of energy, his battery got low, and I was really shocked when he even played in London, alongside with the round robin, it was like some open tournament, and for some reason Praggnanandhaa played there as well.
I think,
which was really excessive, and maybe he wanted to maintain his first place in the circuit.
Yeah, that was all about the circuit.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still like.
He did take on f7. What else? Queen e6, rook
How lost is this? I mean, okay, I'm not sure it's like that lost because actually you never had these two connected pawns as long as I keep h3. So let's say, okay, of course it looks like ugly. And knowing the computer evaluation, it's even more ugly. But imagine I just manage to coordinate my rooks. I can win these pawns one by one. I don't think it's like such a routine win for white. Of course, it's like 2-result game for now. But even like 1.5 result game or 1.6, as Jan would state. Yeah, but
also computer evaluation is only +2, which at least doesn't mean there's a direct win. Like maybe it's just counting the pawns.
What I wanted to mention. Yeah. So +2 is not that much, I would say, for his position. Could also be some fortress, which I could easily believe. I mean, of course, like if white improves, like put kings to g3, pawn to g4, like sooner or later something happens and you blunder something.
Yeah, the argument that +2 here indicates that is just obviously very good, but there's no direct way in is, I think, just correct.
Aren't we supposed not to check evaluation?
Times have changed.
Okay.
But yeah.
Or just at least do it like more
my
in secret, not to
No, the problem is I don't have any computer lines, but in order to have that bar on the screen, I have to see the +2.
This is for very watchful
this
audience.
Is for the viewers,
but not for me.
Absolutely not.
I didn't even see there is a relation bar until you pointed out.
Yeah, no, gotta be there. The more white you see, the better white is. The more black you see, the better black is. You can see a lot of white. Praggnanandhaa about to make a move.
Yeah.
King g7.
They're both very similar. I'm assuming we're never playing rook g6.
No, it seemed to matter to keep one rook on the h file to have h3 covered. No?
Yeah, h3 shouldn't be hanging all the time, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we could have also done it with king g6, h7, h8. It leads to the same position. And now white needs to. So why wasn't what I was giving winning? So e6, are we?
Yeah. You were giving this, yeah?
Yeah. Why isn't this taking the h pawn away?
Maybe it is.
More I look at the position, I mean, more I think it could be objectively defendable.
Queen e7 plate.
Maybe
unless you lose h3 pawn, there is no like direct way to.
Maybe we go king g8 actually, so that there's no queen g4 in that final position. Yeah, maybe this is what we do.
King g8, I mean, that's like some moves like queen d5 check also. Yeah, like it's okay. King g8 was played.
So what's the difference if I go, I don't know,
Very
queen G4
unprofessional
check?
from Javokhir, very unprofessional. He should have repeated once. Queen G5 check and then Queen E7.
He has 51 minutes.
Yes, but you know, you always gain all the possible time to convert.
I still don't get the point. Queen G4 check, what do you do?
Maybe king.
Go
Oh,
to
no, king F7 is not good. No. Yeah, there's
Which
just no
position
point.
do you mean? Like,
Oh no, now I go king H8, E6,
Yeah, E6.
rook E8.
yeah,
Oh,
rook E8.
that's the idea.
No, rook E8 I'm not forced anymore, I guess. After I managed
So
to do rook
can
E8.
go E6. But you also can't do anything, yeah?
Yeah, nobody has any moves. Yeah, I guess eventually I will start trying to
Grabbing
swap.
some space.
Yeah, B6.
Okay, I'm just moving random pawns, but yeah, not so easy to improve. And this is on the board. Rook F8. No, Prag's still nodding. Doesn't look like he blundered and is now about to resign. Still feels like he's in this. Javokhir Sindarov has to be feeling it a bit too. Now there's stuff to calculate, so maybe it's not the time to get nervous. But he more or less knows that if he wins this game, the tournament is pretty much in the pocket.
Yeah, in particular because he has by now seen that the Giri and Nakamura game has very much evened out, and he is actually increasing the lead today if he wins.
Must be nice. Thinking about it. Gukesh, the world champion, is in action meanwhile playing a rapid tournament in Menorca. Gukesh announced he wants to take a bit of a break from Classical Chess Council, the Grand Chess Tour, maybe to prepare for whoever wins this event, most likely Sindarov. But with Gukesh's recent run of form and being down to whatever it is, 2,730 in rating, of course, it does feel currently like whoever emerges from this would have a good shot at the world champion title. Not what Sindarov should be thinking about too much right here, right now, but of course, it has to be in the back of people's minds.
Yep. Queen G4 played very quickly after king H8. You can try for some double attacks.
What happened? Jan left? You're allowed to sit again?
I was always allowed to sit. What do you mean, again? Have my rights been taken away while I wasn't watching?
No, you have full rights, just no chair.
Fair enough.
All right. Now there's a bit of head shaking by Praggnanandhaa, but maybe it's just calculating. Queen G4, so where you go?
King H8, you can maybe try picking up some stuff on the queen side while the Queen B4 here is a move. It feels very greedy, but also, why not?
I like it.
Yeah, with the rook on H6 currently completely locked out from the F-file, why not pick up some stuff on the queen side and then go back to whatever it was that we were doing on the other side of the board?
Oh, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Still can't create a passer, but if we take
Not
one
yet,
more...
not yet, but...
Yeah.
Very strange game, but does currently look like I think Javokhir is favored to get this done, and yeah, then
helps a lot.
Yeah, then there's really not a lot for the rest of the field to look forward to. We could maybe go for a brief roundup of action elsewhere. Bluebaum is now completely fine. Nakamura is now completely fine.
Wow, it's very brief.
It is pretty brief, but I think...
Wei Yi now Caruana now completely fine.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. How did the pawn reach G4 without being traded?
Moved there. It can still be traded.
Ah, it's black to move. Okay, fair enough, yeah. No, I think once the H-file opens as well, I am not a believer in white's winning chances anymore. I think
Wei Yi hasn't really been pushing his edges or his luck that much.
Yeah, feels like the other three games seem to be pretty evenly matched, and Sindarov now, I think, a massive favorite to win his game. Let's take a look at the women's, I guess.
All right.
The game between Zhu Jiner and this one will be a draw. easier to begin from here. This will actually become quite sharp now, because Black managed to create very concrete play. Zhu Jiner pushed to 65 and gave up on a5. Now I think he takes d4 is the most logical. White probably plays b2, b4. And if you put the white queen on f3 here, for instance, I think you start picking white. But it is not on f3, so you can play g6, g5 here. And game becomes incredibly concrete.
Queen is a bit far.
Yeah, it is a bit
scared.
A bit far.
I always get checkmated too.
Yeah, h takes g. I think the point is h5, h4. And yeah, and let's calculate what's happening here.
I'm scared.
Yeah, so I think correctly. Yeah, I have a feeling this is still fine for white, but you are running significant risks now. Yeah, queen takes d2 with ideas of queen d1, queen g4, or
maybe still okay.
Could still be a fine.
Grab enough stuff in time. Yeah,
yeah,
no,
could still be fine.
Slightly less scared.
Well, but e takes d4 hasn't been played yet, somewhat surprisingly, because I think it makes a lot of sense just to recapture, and also we do not want to trade any pieces here. We are very much, I think, interested in keeping all the remaining material on the board, because the trade of d4 for a5 strategically favors white a great deal. We no longer want any endgames with black.
All right, Bibisara, staring into, I don't know what she's looking at. Darkness.
And in the game between Divya and Aleksandra Goryachkina, I think the description of Divya's playing style, which Jan half-jokingly gave on air, see the sacrifice on h6, go for the sacrifice on h6, is being sort of proven true, because she very convincingly switched to some kind of play on the king side the moment she was given a chance.
By convincingly, you mean good, or
I like it.
She was convinced?
Both, yeah. I think it's very much how she likes to play chess. And rook e8, I thought we could play queen d3, but Aleksandra has something here, because I mean d6 is hanging, and e4, e5 discover check is a bit of a threat. I thought maybe I blundered knight takes e4, but I don't think I did. I knight e4, bishop f5, knight f6, king g6. Is this the plan?
I somehow doubt.
Yeah, I really don't think so. But yeah, I just spotted king g6 at the very end there. But queen takes b5, or I guess there has to be some mate here.
Are you with the king here?
Not happy at all. Knight f3 with the idea of bishop g5 check or something. Yeah, this must be losing somehow. Yeah, but then what's the reply to queen d3? I don't think we can.
Let us figure it out. How big a threat is this?
It's an important pawn.
Takes.
I mean.
Oh wait, I have a big idea. Can I go here?
And then knight e4, bishop f5. Yeah.
Not sure this works, but
no, it's
still.
Yeah, knight c5, bishop takes c5 seems to be fine, right? And queen b5, rook e4, we are not all that unhappy, I would assume. Although you have to continue calculating, like knight f3 here, and which of the black pieces move anywhere.
Yeah, still tricky. Although it doesn't feel like we're losing.
Yeah, I can see that the machine thinks black is completely fine, but we clearly are missing something straightforward, and I'm not quite sure what. Is it queen d3, bishop f2? e5, king g8 simply, and we have the knight on e1 as a target, but that feels very artificial.
Yeah, no, let's not play the guess the computer move game.
Yeah.
So complicated. Lagno against Tan, still a pawn up. Still a bit unpleasant. Maybe still a draw. But wouldn't love this.
No. Your best case scenario now, I guess, is defending some kind of 4 against 3, which you do defend, as we've seen even here a couple of times. But yeah, I think all of us had the feeling that bishop takes e3, which we pointed out, but we also pointed out it's unnecessary. And yet the bishop ending in Muzychuk, Vaishali did end in a draw, as we see on our screen.
Yeah. Good result for Vaishali. Keeps her +2, stays ahead of Anna, survives the tough black game. Also somewhat tough position out of the opening at least. So can't complain. And yeah, let's Let's check in with Sindarov real quick. Nothing happened. I didn't go queen b4. He didn't grab the pawn.
Yeah, he played a2, a4, which is a...
This is what I was doing, pushing random pawns, but then...
Yeah, now we can play b6 or rook f7, prepare for those double attacks, and...
Yeah, or a5.
Yeah.
This, I don't know, this feels like a missed chance. This queen b4 looked so good.
Yeah. A bit curious that he chose to just pass the move over to...
Maybe he thought rook b8 to get the pawn.
To Prague, yeah. a5 chosen by Prague.
Stops queen b4.
Yeah, he wants the structure as solid as possible. I guess the one change we haven't spoken about is what happens is if the pawn on e5 somehow gets traded for the pawn on h3 without anybody getting mated. Let's imagine, I don't know, queen g5, rook e6, queen h4 check, king g7, queen h3, rook takes e5, queen d7, rook f7. I have a feeling you might actually save this with black, right? As somebody start playing c6, b5, and...
Still not thrilled, obviously, but depends how quickly white creates threats. I don't know. g4. Yeah, you might survive.
Although in practice, I think the queen probably wins these.
Practice.
Because I guess we always meet c6 with c4, making the b5 break a lot more difficult to organize. I get my king over to e2, and then I start pushing the king side, and I have all these checks and sort of the safety cushion of always having any perpetual you like. It's just so much easier to play with white now.
Okay, but we're not even talking about the game. We're talking about practice.
Which makes perfect, as we all know.
Not the game. Sindarov about to make a move.
I think he reached for queen d7. It looked like queen d7.
Looked like he was reaching for some aggressive long move.
Something to go forward.
For queen d7, what does it do? Rook h7, then you go back again, yeah?
Some kind of very clever triangulation. Yeah, I have no idea what it does, to be honest. I am really confused why you would...
You can go wherever, I guess, but this doesn't look like progress.
Allowing rook hf7, I'm not sure I'm ever allowing rook hf7. Goes queen g5.
Ah.
Yeah, a shorter move here.
He's saying king h7, then I might pick up pawn.
Yeah, well, I guess we go after the, that one we do like.
And rook h7 is not pretty. Also,
yeah, now we can go e6, yeah.
To move forward.
No, I think...
Maybe the rook e6 is what we'll get.
Yeah, but then after queen h4 check, king h7, we can throw in queen g4. And we're not even giving up on e5.
Oh, that's even better.
No, I have a feeling you just don't save this in practice. Even though, like, shockingly, the evaluation after we lose the h3 pawn doesn't change very much, which...
Peter doesn't care, but...
Yeah.
Puny humans, it's nice having this mating net around the white king.
Yeah. That's yeah, the more I look at this, the more I feel like this is probably an endgame you never, ever win against quote-unquote perfect play, but probably win most of the time against a human being.
So even if you also play perfectly, you never win?
I can't run that experiment, but I think if you beat...
Yes, you can.
Well, yeah, I'm aware, but I don't actually know how, and I'm not going to find out. But if you pit computers against computers here, what do you think is the, like, what percentage white scores here? Machine versus machine.
I have a feeling it's winning. Could be wrong, but feeling especially if h3 drops. And yeah, we don't have enough depth to evaluate that it's 2.5 or whatever it's saying means winning or draw. But I have a feeling with perfect play for both, it's winning. Of course, if one side is a computer, that side will not lose. But
yep.
We will find out, or you can do it at home. Set up this position. Have your remote engines. Play it out. Let us know the result.
We absolutely encourage you to do that, and then tell the chat. Chat will be wrapped with attention.
Quick look at the other games.
This will be
there's a draw happening here
this will
soon.
be a draw.
Perpetual incoming.
King h2, king h7. Wait for the queen to depart from the good diagonal, and then queen e5 check, and we all go home.
We don't.
Well, we don't, but
There will
they
be
do.
some rook endgame somewhere.
We don't, but they do.
They don't go home either. Anish goes to the press conference. Hikaru goes to the recap. These guys have full days. Not much happening in Esipenko Bluebaum anymore. Also,
Well, Bluebaum kind of pushing. You know, he could have just kept the pawn on c6, and it's now on c4. You know, he has,
C5 is a bit aggressive.
yeah, dreams of like some kind of a pawn storm on the queen side. I don't know why he played c5, c4. It's not a mistake, but it's just a bit of a mystifying style choice.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Now he simplifies here. Yeah, I don't think you win very many of those against Bluebaum or Esipenko.
Yep.
Fabi is now just fine.
Yeah, I think he's just fine, yeah.
Okay. We'll be back with what might be the decisive game of this tournament. Sindarov versus Praggnanandhaa. See you in a minute.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back, round number 10 of the FIDE candidates, and we might be seeing the decisive moments of the whole tournament. Anish Giri did not push his advantage against Nakamura. The game ended in a draw. And Sindarov, who was already 1.5 points ahead of Giri going into the round, Peter, is now winning, isn't he?
It seems like so, although Jan, who is only now just departing our studio, and thanks again to Jan Nepomniachtchi for helping us with the broadcast. He says that he feels that it might still be held because it's going to be very difficult to queen all these pawns once the rook actually become connected.
You don't need to queen them all.
Yeah, you only need to queen one though, and my feeling is, in particular, considering who is playing who here, and this sounds like a diss on Pragg, but it's not. It's just that Sindarov is extremely confident here. He is playing kind of his happy brand of chess, and Pragg, you can see on your screen, is not really enjoying life very much. I'm very sure he knows the position he got out of the opening is fine. He just didn't remember or didn't know exactly how. And this one isn't fine. It might not be completely lost, but it's not fine for sure. So he knows he must have misplayed it somewhere, and
maybe giving that bishop was wrong.
Blundering the bishop is not exactly precise in the position he had. So it's one of those where there's this very long anecdote about, I think, the game between Fischer and Tartakover.
I like long Peter Svidler anecdotes.
Yeah, I'm sure I told it more than once on air, but it's a story of a game that Lasker won against, I think, Tartakover, where...
What, Lasker? What's Lasker doing in the story now? Lasker and Tartakover?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And they, after the game finished, they went to analyze, and Tartakover opened by saying, okay, I was clearly worse everywhere, and Lasker, just without saying a word, turned the board around and immediately demonstrated like 3 equalities that were missed from the other side. So that was countered by, okay, I was clearly okay everywhere, and then the board got turned around again, and Lasker showed some advantages that are an improvement on what Tartakover tried.
I feel your story is getting more and more insulting to Praggnanandhaa by the minute.
So I feel their mental state to go with the position is such that Pragg probably doesn't hold it against Sindarov, but Sindarov might hold it against Pragg.
I agree with the first part, the latter. I don't think I do, because maybe the dynamics would be different if
maybe not anymore.
Board was turned around, and this looks winning to me.
Yeah, this looks winning now. I think after queen takes a5, you were supposed to bite the bullet and take on a6, and now even the king can depart from the corner. Yeah, I mean, this is also obviously very, very unenjoyable.
How much fun are we having?
And king f6 and try to activate the h7 rook somehow. Yeah, I mean, we're probably losing this, frankly. Yeah, we're probably losing this. But yeah, we're not talking about some kind of an ideal Pragg here. We're talking about the Pragg that is playing in this particular tournament, where he clearly isn't playing his best chess. And
queen g4, now the h3 pawn will be picked up. I guess you go king f8.
Yeah, king f8, but then we can take on h3 and go king f2. We now have queen and 3 against the 2 rooks. This loses on the spot too. Yeah, any of those checks. I don't think you ever save any of this. I think you play it out because maybe white blunders a couple of pawns somewhere along the way, but
we have a bunch to spare.
Yeah, once the G and H pawns begin running, and they will begin running quite quickly because the king is not safe on f8, and you really can't stabilize. It becomes very, very difficult to play.
Yeah, things are just going Sindarov's way, even today, where I felt like, he hadn't really checked the opening or mixed up something or whatever happened. And he took a lot of time, but he just handled this sharp position better.
Yeah.
Apparently also helps.
It does help. He'll just take on h3 and start bringing the king towards the center. And let's say
king f2 blitzed out.
If, let's say, we protect e3, but the king is already on b8, maybe then there are some drawing chances, but it takes so long to organize that by that point the pawns will be on like g5 and h4, and it's... very, very difficult to imagine how this gets saved in a practical game. Maybe just impossible.
So Black would need more than 2 moves to be okay.
And also, not okay exactly, just I'm trying to get this to a point where I would once again believe there are some drawing chances. With the king in the center, yeah, I just don't think so.
Nope. Let's briefly show the end of the Giri game. But yeah, we've had those, different version, knight d7, offering up the knight, but there was a perpetual. And the game ends in a draw. Anish, yeah, I'm not sure if he's kicking himself, how big a chance he thought this was, but he could have continued playing, especially given the tournament situation. With some version of this, and now takes knight f3 or the direct knight f3, and still some pressure.
Yeah, and he clearly saw the motif because he played a different version of the same idea. So if you see knight c5, you definitely see knight g5 as well. But yeah, I guess he thought he didn't have very much because tournament situation absolutely dictates that he plays on if he feels he has any shot at all.
Yeah, who knows, maybe missed c5 and thought he was still better here, but yeah, this wasn't it. In Bluebaum, Esipenko, the balance has not been disturbed.
Not particularly, no. I wonder if there's already some repetitions on offer, but they don't need it. They're close to move 40 anyway.
Okay, let's watch Bluebaum until he takes a sip of water. Shouldn't be long.
Yeah. At some point, I think we should assign somebody to actually keep track of all the San Pellegrino he drinks.
No, I've done research. He drinks 4.5 liters a day.
And by research, you mean you asked him, or?
I've asked people close to him.
That is honestly kind of a alarming amount of water to drink.
It's a lot of water.
Yeah.
How much are you supposed to drink?
2 liters, I think.
Some sources say 3, but who does that? Bluebaum, obviously. But
yeah. Yeah. There was a period in my life when I was a very strict adherent to the 2 liters a day policy, but yeah, it's...
What happened?
Well, I came to my senses. I don't know.
So how much water do you drink nowadays?
No, I should actually drink more. Hydrating is important. You know, jokes aside, do hydrate, people. It's good for you.
Thank you. Does coffee count? I'm never sure.
No.
Why not? There's a lot of water in coffee. Serious question.
I understand. I'm just not a nutritionist.
How do you know about the hydrating thing?
I have been around nutritionists, and I believe some of the things they say, but not all of the things they say.
Next time you're around them, could you ask them about the coffee? Because I need to know.
Will do. I'll get back to you on that one. I do know the answer, I think, is no, or at least I think I know the answer is no. But
doesn't make sense to me. It's like 80% water or something. Bluebaum still not drinking.
Okay, this took my thoughts in a very dangerous direction because I think human body is in general 80% water, right? So
Speak for yourself.
What are the things that could be considered drinking then?
You want to drink human bodies?
Yeah, as I said, this took a bit of a dark turn in my mind.
This is disturbing, Peter. So you're saying vampires are hydrating?
Yes, that is exactly the argument I'm making.
That's the secret to longevity. Bluebaum with a green shirt today.
But yeah, the kind of green we like, yeah, the kind of a...
List your favorite greens.
Yeah, these types of kind of dark, swampy greens are good. I have grown out of the sort of the neon green. I used to, during the London Candidates in 2013, I had this collection of really, really loud shirts. And I think one of them was green, but yeah, I no longer do that.
Okay, but you were a 37-year-old whippersnapper then.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Also, that was sort of immediately after that period when I was drinking 2 liters of water per day. So it may have clouded my judgment.
Okay, we We need to know more about that phase in your life of drinking a lot of water and buying a lot of neon green shirts. But for now, I'm sorry, Matthias. I was trying to buy you some screen time, but there's not unlimited room for this very boring endgame on this very exciting show.
That is true. Yeah, we should go back here. Nothing really jumps out in any of the other games, including the women's, frankly. Yeah, and now Black is, I mean, faced with immediate progress on the king side, so I assume this actually doesn't maybe even last until the first time control. How many moves are we?
I would guess it does last till the first time control.
Because it's move 41.
This is move 41.
Yeah.
Sindarov, yeah, it did end up being fast as usual, although he had to take quite some time in the opening or outside the opening.
Yeah, and now he has a kind of interesting choice because he can actually play g5, rook takes e3, h4, and go for a winning plan like this. But there's no, of course, real need to give up any pawns just yet. You can, of course, preserve your full complement of pawns by playing something like h3.
Did we report on the Muzychuk Vaishali draw? Yeah, we did.
We did, yeah.
Everything else still
We
ongoing.
Absolutely did.
Sindarov about to make a move. Peter Svidler also about to make a move. Yeah, Sindarov contemplating his choices here, but it's move 41. He has an hour to think about this, and we are being joined by the legend, five-time world champion, Vishy Anand is back. Vishy, what's going on? Sindarov's winning again?
Yes, once again, just a clever shot selection. He responds to this line. Perhaps he had it as a possibility, I don't know. But it's kind of strange because in his tournament situation, he gets a free roll. He can try this thing, but if Black knows the correct way to equalize, then it's there. But somehow Pragg just had a lapse, and here we are.
That's actually interesting that this is your take, because Javokhir also took a lot of time to arrive at what is a pretty well-known theoretical position. I'm sure that like everything up to f4 is certainly on file for both of them, but he was like half an hour down at this point, and after h3 he spent another, like he was thinking about every single decision here, which to us looked like maybe he did not really intend to have this today, or maybe like he wasn't very sure from timings. I think Jan would agree with me that who is sort of the happiest that this is what they got on the board today. And you think this was all sort of part of the plan for this game in particular?
No, my point was he might have remembered this line at some point, but when Pragg confronted him with it, he thought, let me play this bishop e5. Maybe there aren't better lines as well. But anyway, let me go for the piece sack line, take on g5, play f4 and all that. And I get to pose a problem without...
well, it's not entirely risk-free for white even. In some positions, there will be only moves that hold the balance for white. And even in the game, there were definitely positions where had Pragg played correctly, it is still a draw, but it's a draw where both sides actually have to show a decent amount of precision. So, yeah, regardless.
You might be right. I mean, I kind of took it at that. And but Pragg clearly was aiming for this, and that he just had forgotten to double check why you go.
I was surprised Pragg didn't know this more deeply. My theory is because, okay, this is the position he was aiming for. Everybody plays bishop e5 here, which I also thought was more critical, and maybe he didn't repeat this quote-unquote sideline, which is zeros in great detail. But yeah, what Sindarov was intending, not sure. But once again, worked out very, very nicely. And the critical phase seemed to be around here. At least our computer wisdom said king g7, rook f1. And what were we doing? Bishop e6, here, here. You get some rook endgame, which apparently was drawish, yeah?
Yeah, this was holding.
Unfortunately, I have the perspective of someone who looked at this line a couple of years ago, and I was just remembering fragments, and this is a draw. I know that I was quite surprised the first time I looked at it that it was a draw, and a couple of times I've returned to it feeling slightly amazed that it's a draw, but
and
it is one
there
more
were
of those.
options here, like weird stuff like a5, but I'm not sure that's easy if you didn't repeat this.
Yes.
Before the game.
A5 is also an immediate draw. I think white makes a draw by playing e5, e6 even, which is a kind of a weird option one move ago with an immediate perpetual. But yeah, A5 also...
Where you want e6?
Well, when he played
A5, E6, bishop takes E6, rook G4 check.
When he played bishop E7, and at that point I wasn't watching with the engine, but I saw the evaluation go nuts. And then I thought, okay, let me think. And my first thought was E6. Well, that's a 66%er, but unfortunately, after Queen E6, it doesn't really work. But
yeah, but Rook F7 at least. Not sure if he knew this was winning, but at least it has to be very, very pleasant. We were arguing if there was still some ways to save this. What's your feel?
I would be astonished if you could save this, because the only idea I see is that after King F7, that Rook 7 E5 somehow thing. But even that Queen H6, so I don't see it. So King F7, I'm going to play King F3.
No, we meant the one once it appeared on the board. No, this one you don't.
Oh, this one is just lost. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Here we weren't sure, as long as the pawn on H3 is alive, but I guess white always manages to threaten something and then.
Well, I was thinking about E4 maybe instead of A4.
And
the problem is still I don't really threaten E6. What I wanted to do is E6, and well, I'll tell you with the line on king on H7. It's easier. If you had played king H7, then I wanted to go E6.
You mean after E4, King H7?
No, here, King H7. Sorry, the pawn is on E3, excuse me. Had he gone King H7 instead of King H8.
Okay, got it.
Which is, then E6, Rook E8. So I go Queen F5 check. So obviously the only square left for you is King H8.
H8, yeah.
Now I go E7.
King G7.
And I think you're not threatening to take. So do I have one more move? Or I play E4 and Queen takes H3 and get basically the same position as the game. The only question is, well, if my king is able to run and defend the e-pawn. I thought that after Rook F7, but once you know the position is a huge advantage, you kind of tend to fill in the blanks yourself. I didn't examine it very closely for a defense. What's the best play for black? I don't know.
Let's check with the current position. But yeah, computer says plus 3.4, which is a big number.
Yeah, we're losing the A4 pawn, but it's the least relevant of our pawns, and by that point the H pawn is on H5. So
A4 looks ultra sophisticated. A4 to provoke A5, which he then collects. On the way to coming back and protecting everything. Seems. So I guess we can return the A-pawn and no big deal.
Black we're not forced to play A5. We were looking at moves like B6, trying to actually safeguard the queen side as much as possible. And actually, instead of A4, he could have played Queen B4 and started collecting the queen side immediately, which the engine very much liked. So A4 might be slightly too clever, but worked out. Definitely worked out.
So Prague's misadventures continuing was very similar, Jan mentioned earlier, to their first round encounter. No, like he's a piece up but sharp position, and Sindarov just calculated better. No?
Yes.
And one game is over. Esipenko versus Bluebaum. Bluebaum now on 9 draws out of 10. Still no win. Another was sort of exciting in the opening, but then disappeared. Petrov adventure.
Yeah, Fabio is still fine. It feels to me that if we look for a second at this position, I think if you don't play bishop c4 here, you're trying to preserve quote-unquote life in it, which I don't know like exactly what life that is. But he's still, of course, perfectly okay. I guess the way for this to become dangerous is, I don't know, g5 in a very favorable setup somehow. I don't know exactly what that is, or maybe knight e6 combined with g5. But black should be, like if you further connect your pieces here, you're running, I think, very, very little risk. And also, Wei Yi is down on the clock. This is move 25. Wei Yi is below 10 minutes. Fabi is firmly on safer ground on 26. A game which, I mean, Wei Yi will not be unhappy about this. There's zero risk, and he gets to push a little bit. But yeah, not what Fabi wanted. If we assume, which I think, knowing Fabi, we can assume rather safely that he would still like maybe to win a couple, and maybe there is an opening. So, like if he wins today and wins the day after tomorrow, the white game against Sindarov, he's sort of in with a shout, or at least was before Prague played bishop d7.
Yes. Who was the last person to have an advantage against Sindarov? It was Esipenko, right?
We were...
Or did anyone else flick in at least an advantage before?
Well, Prague was objectively better against him with white.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
So rounds 1 and 3, he, at least in terms of pure evaluation, he was definitely...
Hikaru was also better. He had knight e4 instead of h4.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, good one.
But yeah, no, it's been fairly smooth sailing.
Yeah.
For last 7-8 rounds.
Let's briefly tell the viewers what's happening in the women's. One draw we showed. There will be another one in the game between Zhongyi and Kateryna Lagno, where this is now a rook ending which you hold rather comfortably.
Why you hold with 2 down?
Well, she plays g3, rook f2, rook takes f4.
And 1 down.
And back with time to spare, I think.
Yeah, and then yeah. Actually, a6 here. Hang on a second. How do we make a clean draw against a6?
Rook a4.
Yeah, and then king g2 takes. Hang on.
The king goes to h7. What do you?
Oh yeah, and then we have the.
I know king g2. I play rook a3 first, actually.
Of course.
Yeah. And I'm saying after a7, then I can.
After a7, we can do whatever we like. Yeah, no, this part, I haven't.
Don't take.
Yeah, I haven't really lost my bearings to such an extent. And just rook a1 here. Sure. Yep. I don't know why I asked. Apologies for that. And the game between Divya and Goryachkina is now completely fine. But
how's this? I want to learn stuff. This is losing, yeah? Rook f6.
Well, a7, you're just not fast enough, right?
Ah, my king is on f7, sorry, so let me do it more smartly.
Yeah, king g2, rook f6, I think, is what we're asking about.
This is still a draw, right?
Yes.
Even with the h, it doesn't make.
So. I think with the g pawn you lost, but with the h pawn it's a draw. The Vancouver position.
The Vancouver
spent a lot of time.
Yeah, here you'd stay on h7, and the rook is already on f6, and there's enough checking distance, I think.
Yep.
Okay, she doesn't have to do any of this. Should be reasonably straightforward. What else is there, Peter?
Yeah, as I was saying, the game between Divya and Aleksandra Goryachkina has evened out quite nicely. This is now move 40. They've passed the time control. Just for clarity's sake, we were discussing this position on move 30. And because I hate leaving questions unanswered, I wanted to show our viewers that after queen d3, rook e8, queen d3, which we couldn't solve live on air, here after queen d3, the simplest solution is just to go king g8, and only after bishop takes d6 you actually do have bishop f2, putting a lot of pressure on the white central structure, and black is completely fine. And the current position, I mean, black is maybe a little bit better because the bishop is supposed to be better than the knight, but 4 against 4, I don't think you ever win. Very, very level.
What was Jan telling us about queen and knight? Queen and bishop?
That it's,
queen and bishop are stronger.
Yes,
yeah,
well.
We were lied to our whole lives, yeah. And the one game which might not be a draw at all, and in fact now looks like it won't be a draw.
Oh, this turned a bit.
Yeah, is the game between Bibisara and Zhu Jiner, where kind of shockingly, because black has two ways of playing this. You can absolutely play g5, h4, and queen f4, which holds very safely. Black is instantly risk-free. You can also, if you want, play bishop f8,
yes.
and then play rook b5 and bishop
I was
takes
considering
d5.
bishop f8.
Yeah, I was very interested in an idea to at least scare white a little bit with g5, h4. But bishop f8, rook d4, rook b5 is also basically a draw for her. And instead, she played rook b5, queen a4, queen e8, queen g1. And now we got exactly what I was talking about when we were talking about this position the last time. If you don't do anything on the king side, you end up with white having a nice blockading knight on d3. The pawn on c6 is very weak. The white has two strong passers. And if we go to the live position, you're just busted now. Position is collapsing, c6 is falling. There's no real counterplay. It's just a free roll for white.
Every time I say Zhu Jiner is just going to win this tournament, she goes on to lose a game.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's quite... I think she forgot that you can play e5, d4, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the evaluation much, because once the knight comes to d3, white is still equal. And on the other hand, white was defending the pawn on d4, but this way it was. And she just... Because it seemed to me, you know, that queen a5 and b4 was kind of artificial, but I understood that... I mean, she had to do it.
Yeah, if the queen returns, it makes perfect sense for white, and this is why we were making the argument for playing very concretely. And also, this is, in a way, although a much less clear example of that, it feels like she is just not playing well against specifically Bibisara, right? This is going to be her second loss if she loses. Her second loss to Bibisara in this tournament. The first 2-0 of this tournament.
And also the only two wins Bibisara would have in the tournament, right?
We have not had any other 2-0s so far, right? As far as I could remember.
I am not sure. No, Tan made a draw yesterday. No.
Yeah. So, yeah, it seems to somehow be.
I mean, Sindarov Prague in a couple of minutes.
In a couple of minutes. Yeah, we will have two clean sweeps, one in each group. But yeah, this is a very big shake-up. It means that Vaishali, if this ends the way we assume it ends, Vaishali is a clear lead. Yeah.
What are people saying in India? Did the attention shift to the women's tournament, where two still have a chance, where it doesn't look like Prague has?
Yes, I would imagine so. That people are now paying attention. I mean, Vaishali taking the lead was reported in Chennai's newspaper, top newspaper, and so on. So.
How does it work with the seconds? Is Pranesh full-time Team Vaishali now? Does he switch to whoever has more points? Or what's the system there?
You should ask him.
I don't dare. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
What else is going on? Yeah, we have draws in Nakamura, Giri, and Bluebaum, Esipenko. We can ask Vichy about this crucial point here. After a3, rook e7, Anish had this shot is maybe stronger. We think he thought knight g5. You have to go rook de8, because takes is good. Here,
immediate
should Anish have continued this? Do you think there's chances?
So what are you going to double?
Knight of 3 without the capture even.
You can also take a knight of 3, but
I think the immediate one is ranked slightly higher, but yeah, both of them. We're trying to provoke f6, and then we're trying to claim that we're slightly better.
If I take everything, by the way, why is that bad?
I think knight e5, and then the rook never returns. I think I'm probably going to be able to trap it, yeah, somehow. Queen f2. Also, I'm attacking f7, so I might not even need to trap it, yeah.
I mean, I was already thinking of the previous move to sack the exchange, so I think this one's easy, but...
No, but in more general terms, let's say knight f3 happens, and black, let me also bring this up on my screen.
F6.
Yeah, if we do end up successfully provoking f6, what's your opinion? Is this anything? Do you believe?
Just a question. Instead of rook d8, could I have gone queen d6?
This, I think, knight f7 and rook e6. And
in that order. Right. Okay.
What is it with you world champions and h7 mates? Like there was another one. Missing one.
But that was a white knight on f8, not a black
that
one.
was more complicated.
Yeah.
So yeah, Anish chose knight c5, but it feels like after that the tournament is close to over. So we were wondering if there's any big winning chances here, but
yeah, so
not too much. Huh?
What's your take on this position? If you know you're getting this with white, Do you think you have something, or?
I think yes, but with black I would be fairly relaxed. I think it's in the category of I have to be careful rather than I have to be worried.
Okay. Fair enough. Back, I guess, to the most important
if
game
any
of the
developments
round.
here, but
No, it's just
so
progressing.
hopeless, no? I mean,
Progressing very smoothly. Yeah.
where's your counter player?
Yeah, e3, e4 now played. You can never take it. The pawns are already on the fourth, and the h pawn will be on h5 in the move's time. Yeah, it's just over.
I think also simply Prag's score is very poor reward for his play, because his play has been quite good. He's come up with some good ideas and so on, but essentially he's lost 3 games since that first win. So, I mean, if he loses this one, but I think that's a failure.
And also yesterday he was winning against Wei Yi. He couldn't finish a lot of these games, which were fun. And against Anish, he pushed his luck a bit with his f6, but it's clear he's done a lot of work, so many different openings, but not seeing him fight for first yet. b5.
White just going to go g5?
Or h5. I mean, all of these things are.
This pawn is slow, yeah?
Yeah, you're just. Yeah, this is.
h7 just moving piece around. Yeah, h7 should do it.
Even, yeah. Well, the question is h6, king g6, but I'm sure there's some forcing solution there. I don't know. h7 anyway,
H5?
I guess. Yeah. e5 is hanging, we can play h7.
h7
anyway.
just went, sorry.
Yeah. And rook e8, queen e5 or queen g8.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right, yeah, looks fairly hopeless for Praggnanandhaa, and a win would put Sindarov 2 points ahead of the field again, with 2 rounds to go.
It's interesting, though, that I just wanted to check, and I played g4, g5 instead of h4, h5 in this position. g5, c5, you may be still winning, but it's much, much less clear. But you do play h5, though. You always want to push the outside.
It's already announced h5. Yep. Now he will wait 30 seconds, then play it. That's the system. There he comes. Don't touch it. h5 played. All right, very little doubt about the outcome here. Poor Prag. Very important question. Did you do some Netflix documentary watching these days?
Well, I watched the Polka one.
That's the one I meant.
Yes, that was excellent. Once again, there was some lovely old footage, and I had forgotten so many bits of her story. Essentially, I don't know why, but I just completely forgotten the Thessaloniki Olympiad and everything. And, nice to have a good memory jog there. The footage from all the Madrid tournaments was nice.
Yeah, beautifully produced.
And,
do you miss the analog clocks, like the Garde clocks?
No.
Let's check.
That I don't.
Push really hard to flag the opponent.
Yeah. But I miss the idea of a flag falling. There's something about that. I guess the modern equivalent is seconds counting down and it's a timer going, but there was so much uncertainty with the thing. I mean, I remember when I lost my only game on time, maybe to Kamsky, I had what I thought was 45 seconds, and very calmly I lost that.
And that was
thinking about my old clock where you're guessing what this angle means.
So
I was very proud to lose to Gary again in a digital clock. Once again with 40 or so seconds against his 9. I just thought I must have about 10 seconds left, and nope. But this time I could have looked at it and still didn't matter. So out goes all my excuses, but there you have it.
Even you lost on time. Makes the rest of us feel better.
My latest loss on time was I was playing, as usual, as a replacement in the St. Louis tournaments in the Grand Chess Tour in 2021. I was playing against Shah. I was better the whole game. And then at some point I had like three king moves. And I thought I had one which was very clever. And I sort of, without releasing the king, I made it onto the board, realized I'm stepping into a fork, which loses me the rook instantly. And instead of making any other move, and the last time I looked at the clock, I had like 20 seconds. I just started giggling, and I continued giggling until I lost them. Which is very professional. I recommend it. It's very good in a tournament with large prizes. And
as we know now, the correct thing is to leave the king for a second, grab it quickly back, and bring it back to the original square and start again.
Is wise.
Very good, sir.
All right, we will go for a quick break. Thank you so much, Vichy, for joining us. And see you guys in a couple of minutes.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Ruy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FIDE candidates. Our top game has just ended. Peter Svidler, why did Praggnanandhaa resign in the final position?
Well, I mean, White made so much progress and that it's really time to call it quits. I'm waiting for the position to appear on the board, but as you can see here, White is one is on h6, the other one will be on g5 next move if you want. Black has still not managed to make any progress on the queen side. I think it's time.
So what can you do? Rook e6? Then you lose a rook to check c, or no, not
I mean, g4, g5 here looks pretty solid, frankly. And then king f4, king f5 to add to your misery, potentially. No, it's just, no, now you don't save it ever. Like, there's zero chance now. And
so that means for us, Sindarov, back to his winning ways, moves to 8 out of 10. And with Giri drawing his game simultaneously at 6 out of 10, he has a 2-point cushion.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, a clean sweep against Prague, somebody he had a very poor score against. He actually alluded to it. He was in our studio after beating Prague with Black in the first round, and he himself brought up the fact that he has a very poor score against the Indian Grandmaster. Score has improved dramatically after this tournament, and what a time to win 2 games against your nemesis.
Yeah, that means in the open section, with Giri Nakamura ending in a draw, and Esipenko Bluebaum also ending peacefully, we are left with Wei Yi versus Caruana, where frankly,
this will not.
There's also not that much drama.
This will not last very long either. Just go king b7 here.
Fabi is now technically a pawn up, but this will fall, and then everything drops. And I'm assuming they will find a way to wrap this up quickly.
Yeah.
No, not much. Not much intrigue. This will be another draw.
Yeah, we're going to have a pretty short day in the open section, and actually potentially a pretty short day in the women's as well.
I'll believe it when I see it. 3 games still going.
Yeah, this one is
looks bad for Black.
Yeah, the a pawn just barely doesn't queen immediately because after a6 you have rook d1, rook a1, but after rook d1 you can, for instance, go b4, b5, and remind Black that we have a bunch of runners. It's not just the a pawn. And at some point you might go knight e4 takes c3 as well, just to make sure you remove any hope. a6 already on the board, rook d1 already on the board. Somehow nothing seems to win on the spot, because if you play rook a2 here, which you might wonder why not rook a2 and queen the pawn, Black has rook d2. And removing the blockade in front of the c3 pawn is probably unnecessary. I have a feeling this is still winning, but why do it to yourself?
Fair. b5 looked good.
Yeah, but b5 does look like a very solid move here. Yeah, queen b6 we can play. I mean, knight a4, queen takes b5, and even a7 there. Queen c6
doing in endgames.
Yeah, queen c6 also pretty strong. Yeah, did not notice that for a moment. Yeah, Bibisara I think should get it done from here. The calculations appear to be short and pretty straightforward.
I have to apologize to Zhu Jiner. I will not name her as a favorite ever again. Whenever I do, she loses the game. In other news, Divya, Goryachkina, not much has happened.
Yeah, they're still playing this out, but it's like imagining how this becomes not equal is, I think, the biggest challenge here.
But still some fight left. This is a draw, as explained. Even if you lose the g-pawn, it's maybe a draw if you get to this Vancouver thing, but no particular need to give it up.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Yeah, we're waiting for h7. So the thing to show here, I guess, is h7 check, king h8, king g2. You can go rook a2 check, king takes g3, and then rook g2 check, and continue that until you're blue in the face.
Is that the crazy rook?
That is a bit of a desperado rook, yeah. And I assume there is nowhere on the board where it can hide.
Trying, but here it's checkmate.
It is very much checkmate, yeah. Kateryna, I guess, trying rook g7, rook g5, but that also does absolutely nothing because you put the rook on h5 and Black makes a waiting move of some sort. I guess
looks like
rook b3, yeah. And you can't play a6, so you're not going to be making very much progress here. I mean, you can play a6, it's a legal move, but you lose it instantly to rook a3.
Okay, this is fairly dead draw.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the end. which leaves us really with that queen and knight versus queen and bishop, and we assume, pretty safely winning position for Bibisara. If those end the way we expect them to end, Vaishali will be in the sole lead on +2. On +1 we will have Zhu Jiner, Anna Muzychuk, and that's it, right? I think that's right.
I think so.
Yep. So everything's still very much to play for, but a very nice purple patch there for Vaishali. She had 3.5 out of 4 in the run-up to today's round. Makes a draw against somebody who is a very dangerous player here, and also a kind of a game where points count double, although in the women's tournament pretty much every single game is one of those people are so closely.
But if every single game counts double, then why not leave it at singles?
Yes, that is very much an argument against what I'm saying. Fabiano and Wei Yi have already drawn their game. They did find a way to trade everything.
Prizes there, everything disappeared from the board. Instructive move repetition. So it's all over in the open section. Let's see if we have results already. If not, we'll tell you. Sindarov wins. Everybody else draws. That means Sindarov's lead increases and the number of rounds decrease, which is normally good for.
And yeah, it really, with every passing day, the situation in the open section clarifies further and further. 2 up with 4 to go is, I mean, I'm obviously somebody who has experience of blowing.
Were you ever 2 up with, let's say, 2 to go?
May have happened once or twice, yes. Once.
Twice?
Once, probably, yeah. But very memorably, though. Very, very memorably. So nothing is impossible, and if FIDE somehow beats Sindarov tomorrow, maybe a modicum of nerves could be introduced into the equation. Let's say Sindarov loses and Giri wins somehow. Who is Giri playing tomorrow? Let's check. Giri is playing.
Let's hope it's not Bluebaum.
It's Esipenko with white.
Okay, at least on paper, not the worst pairing you could have.
Absolutely,
but
yes.
FIDE coming off a half out of 3. How?
I am honestly.
How hard can he push?
Yeah,
he will try to play, but
he will of course try. But yeah, his kind of mental state must not be as crisp and as cheerful as he's ever been. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously not impossible. He's a very strong player, in particular if he manages to finally show some of that famous opening preparation that he's always been so good at, and gets a position that he knows and Sindarov doesn't. But
yeah, it's a debate we've had on and off if maybe his edge in that area also disappeared a bit with, first of all, other people working harder, getting better, and secondly, engines just so strong that it becomes harder and harder to, like, at least out-prepare people. You can still outsmart them sometimes and get direction they didn't want. But this FIDE magic of, yeah, just putting a lot of pressure, blitzing out the first 25 moves, and then finishing with crisp calculation, harder to get in.
It's harder, and it hasn't really been clicking in this tournament, which is also somewhat relevant. So, but we are talking about hypotheticals, and I think any kind of a road back for the field, and by the field I guess we mean Giri by this point, yeah.
Yeah,
I guess begins.
No one else's.
Yeah, begins by FIDE getting something out of the opening and winning a very important game against
It's
Sindarov.
not unheard of. If FIDE beats them with white, and then Giri beats them with white, that's 2 points. But even there, you need Giri winning a lot of games to, even if Sindarov loses to. So
yeah,
I'm not a mathematician, but it has to be in the 90 to 95% range by now, no?
Yeah, you have to assume. You have to assume it is. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where to go. We can stay with Bibisara.
Yeah, I think
Watch
so.
this game. Probably ending with a white win.
Yeah. It's a bit shocking just that white isn't just winning in some kind of a very simple two-move combo. It feels like you should be. But yeah, b5 is very solid.
She might be calculating rook a2 or whatever. But it's a winning.
Yeah, rook a to rook d2, you have to switch to a very different mode of conversion. Like you probably end up trading a4, a4c. You're probably still winning after that, but it really doesn't feel like you should be doing this.
Okay, shouldn't be too.
Yeah, it's
too fancy.
It's a good position to put on the board, but yeah,
Yeah,
and honestly,
no need to do this to yourself.
You're probably converting even this, frankly, because the bishop isn't very
By
active.
winning, we can even threaten some checks.
Yep. But yeah, there has to be a cleaner, simpler way, and I think it starts with b5, and then you just go after the c3 pawn. I think once you remove the c3 pawn, you're...
Even this position, actually, with the queen on this diagonal, looks completely hopeless, like knight t7, b5, b6, b7.
A combination of actual attacks against the black king side with the b pawn getting to b7 in 3 moves flat, because you can't stop any of those. Yeah, looks promising. Looks very promising.
Yeah, there's not a lot happening here. I'm expecting, especially from the way we've seen Divya fight, that there's not a quick draw. Then again, if anybody's better at, I guess it's black, but nobody's better. Right?
Yeah, it's just that nobody's better. But and Divya also, like, if this somehow restarts as an actual full-blown game, Divya leaving herself 12 minutes against 33 might not be the way to go. But it's just so difficult to imagine how this restarts. Queen c2 exists, but white will just go king g3, and then your threats are once again immaterial.
Hard to believe. Black ever has time to bring in reinforcements with the king being so...
What you actually do here is you take on f3, you take on a2, and you shake hands. But yeah, we're discussing...
Not happening.
Yeah, we're discussing other options, and I don't know if other options actually exist.
Divya leaning back.
Yeah.
That's all there is. Peter, you ever saw the movie Heat? I heard it's good.
I have seen the movie Heat, but a long, long time ago. There's a second one coming out, and some people who understand movies are very, very excited about it.
What's the first one about? It's been recommended to me so many times.
Cops versus robbers, with very good actors in every single role, seemingly.
It's De Niro and Pacino meeting for the first time, right?
This I did not know.
Not meeting, but in being on screen together.
I was unaware of that particular bit of trivia. But
they were in Godfather 2, but separately. Because De Niro is young Vito Corleone, and then Pacino is, of course, Michael Corleone. So he too good? Supposed to be good?
That's what I hear, and that's also what you hear. So I don't know.
Who's in it? DiCaprio?
And some other very prominent people who I cannot currently recall. Let's look it up, maybe, or...
It's not that important.
It's not that important, frankly.
We have chess games going on.
What other up-and-coming movies are you very excited about?
I want to see this Ryan Gosling talking to the rock thing. I still haven't seen it.
I have a feeling I should know what that is, but nothing immediately springs to mind.
No, the movie that's in cinemas right now. What's it called? Ryan Gosling in space talking to a rock.
Project Hail Mary?
Yeah, that's the title.
I was very much looking forward to that, and then I read some interviews with Andrew Weir, and now I want to see it less, but I will still see it, I guess.
All right. How many players in our field do you think know who Ryan Gosling is?
At least 8 is my answer.
Okay, let's start with the open. You think all of them, or you're saying all the women know?
Yeah, that was a suggestion. I think.
Got it.
And in the open, I mean, Fabi will know.
Yeah.
Anish will know.
Anish, yeah.
Andrey will know. So that's 3. Hikaru will know.
Bluebaum also knows.
Yeah, so that's at least 5. I'm not sure about Prague. I'm not sure about Javokhir, and I'm not sure about Wei Yi. Those are.
I would think Sindarov knows him.
I honestly, I don't know how much of that decadent Western art he consumes.
I don't know. He's watching a lot of decadent Western football, playing Counter-Strike too. I don't think he's a stranger to all that nonsense. But I wouldn't know. Someone ask him. He's out there giving interviews.
Yeah, we need to send out a
How often has he watched Drive?
roving reporter to ask him about Drive, yeah, and Barbie. Has he seen Barbie?
I've seen Barbie with you, but I think I fell asleep in the cinema, so I
Halfway through, yeah.
Yeah, I can't report on the whole movie.
Yeah, that was a highlight. It was very cozy.
Yeah. How many of our players do you think have seen the movie Barbie?
Yeah, and people are once again suggesting I say at least 8. I'm not sure that's true, actually.
Nah.
No.
I think go under, even with all 16.
Yeah, I think it's under 8, yeah.
I would assume it's a very low number, actually.
We can do some polling.
I think Fabi saw Barbie?
Fabi saw, I'm pretty sure, the other half of the Barbenheimer, right? But not Barbie, yeah.
That would be my guess. I would guess we have more Oppenheimer viewers than Barbie viewers in the field.
Yeah.
Rook D1, Knight B3.
Knight B3, trying to deny
to cover the square. Looks a bit sophisticated. The knight was nice on C5. If it wins directly, that's good.
Not directly. Black has Rook D3.
Rook D3.
Oh, it's weird. Like after Rook D3, there are now only 2 moves which are clean wins: Queen E4 and Queen B7.
Why not Queen C6?
Queen 6, Rook D6, you're worse because you lost the A6 pawn.
What did I blunder? Queen B7.
Or Rook B6.
Unpleasant.
And then Queen D5 check.
D5.
No, yeah, like you're still winning after Queen E4. F5 needs to be played, and then Queen C4 check and before B5, and you've restabilized. But you also need to at least temporarily give up control of the long diagonal. Do not like. Still winning if you're playing very cleanly from here. But yeah, this is not a decision I would be very comfortable with.
Endorse like the movie Barbie?
No.
Right.
No, I still probably ever so slightly prefer the movie Barbie to the movie Knight B3. Yeah, and before we both get horribly cancelled for this, my issue with the movie Barbie wasn't that I would disagree with the message. It's just that I thought, okay, I agree with you already. Why are you telling me this for the 5th time?
Which message do you agree with?
All of it. The entirety of the message.
Still. Hedging. No, my issue was also not that I wasn't entertained. Kate McKinnon did all this funny stuff. I was just very sleepy.
Yeah. It's been, I think, maybe decades since I used the phrase, my only weakness is hungry and sleepy, and I feel like I should not let go of this opportunity.
Shout out to the 2+2 forums if you're watching.
Yes. Yeah, needed to be done.
Okay. Where's the other? They're not making moves. It's not like we're not trying to cover chess. They're not making chess moves.
Yeah, chess moves would be
this has ended in a draw.
Warmly appreciated right here, yeah.
How's your chess career going? Are you playing any events? Are you retired? Do you play sometimes?
I play like a...
Depends on the money. What's the status quo?
I play 1.5 events per year or thereabouts, yeah. I am effectively retired, I think, yeah.
What's the last tournament you played? Didn't you win in the Siegemann 18 times in a row or something?
No, but that was 23 and 24, and I was not invited back after tying.
Well, you win back-to-back and you're not invited back?
I didn't win in 24. I tied for third with Noribek and Gaisi, and that wasn't good enough to get re-invited back, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm still... Honestly, I mean, not really. It's just a very pleasant tournament. I'm not going to overstate just how broken-hearted I am about not getting invited back, but I would have loved an invitation. I really enjoyed the 2 years I played there. And I'm playing these rapids in Jerusalem, and apart from that, I'm playing basically nothing. So.
So what do you do?
I walk the dog.
But walking the dog, do you get paid for that?
I get fed for that.
FIDE?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Any exciting courses you're working on?
I recorded something, but nothing in the pipeline necessarily. I did, and that was like a perfect fit for me because I did 2 volumes of a course in which I did not have to actually generate any of the material. There was a very nice book which provided all of the examples for the course. So I was basically doing some light voice acting.
So you're recording audiobooks now?
Yeah, I am very much in the audiobook business.
You do have a good voice.
Yeah. I also mispronounce every 3rd word, which I think adds to the merriment of studying the course because you get to guess which way I will pronounce the word authors.
But you know words like, what was it, merriman?
What?
That fancy word you just used.
Merriment.
Merriment.
Yes.
What does that mean? Enjoyment?
Yes. Fun.
Does sound fun. I'll go check it out. F5 on the board. I don't like having to give up this diagonal.
But you re-establish control, I guess, with b5 and queen c6, so it's not that horrible. But
temporary.
Yeah, it's not that horrible.
Again, once you give up control over something, it's often tough to re-establish.
Many such cases.
Yeah.
Many such cases.
But it still does look fairly winning.
Yeah.
Can we, I don't know, confuse the issue?
Yeah, but I just don't like allowing any of this. Yeah, I wonder how we're even dealing with this. Can we just ignore it, I guess? Yeah, we just could play, I don't know, play a7 here.
Are you sure?
King h2.
Yeah, I can't really create any mating.
Well, rook d1, queen d7 creates 2 types of mating threats, actually, in any order.
But if you
in any order.
Start attacking my stuff.
Yeah, your stuff.
Small issue.
Your stuff will be under attack. Yeah.
We should show this because it's very instructive.
Which one? Which one?
Check.
Yeah, that one. Always that one. That one is by far the prettiest. Shout out to Queen h6 played by Magnus. Immediately after I said live on air, he will never play this. He has a safer way to win.
Yeah, that was even prettier. We don't have the position here. Well, this is also nice. The problem for black is queen takes f3. Prevents all the threats and hits the rook, so here we resign. But still, b5, f4, a7. I'm also not sure I have to go f3. Maybe I have other options.
Here I thought queen e4 will win, right? Just queen e4 and gf rook takes f2.
Try again. Check.
Okay,
this is murky.
Scares me, actually, yeah. This I blundered, and who is better? Who is better and why?
No, there's knight b3 yet. It gives up too much control.
Yeah, maybe you will end up not jinxing Zhu Jiner that badly.
I never doubted for a second. Well, also even queen c4 is not that obvious a move, no? Like, is this worse? Oh, it's the same more or less.
Yeah, queen a6 is fine. Yeah, queen a6 is the same position.
Guess I'll do this. Yeah.
Queen e4 here is strong. You should actually spend the tempo on re-establishing control over the important things in life, and then you...
Here, we're still nowhere near.
You have rook d2, but I guess the a-pawn just wins somehow, yeah? Just doesn't create a threat. I guess we can go e7 even. Takes, takes. What's the threat? Yeah.
Yeah, still looks bad, but a little more hope than Just 2 moves ago.
Yeah, 12 minutes left on the clock for Bibisara.
Is there a move in the other one? Oh yeah, they did exchange queens. Bishop takes. Still looks fairly drawish. I guess you go a3, b4 or whatever.
Yeah. You can't really try. I mean, you can try knight e5, c4, but black will go bishop d5, and then knight c4 is always going to be met by a4. You're never winning that pawn on a5 for nothing. So yeah, it's just, like imagining how this is not a draw. It requires more imagination that I can muster at this late hour. Yeah, even this, although you probably don't do this. Yeah, bishop d5, knight b6. Have we lost? We may have lost. Yeah.
We made it.
We actually made it, yeah. Bishop b1, we're still not queening, but I think the extra piece will be enough, yeah. We made it.
Okay, none of this is remotely forced or likely, so it should end in a draw. If you're just joining the show, the big story is, of course, Sindarov winning his game against Praggnanandhaa, moving to 8 out of 10. And it doesn't feel very likely. Anybody catching him up there?
Yeah, the perspective trick there on our screen. I was going to say, what's that bucket doing on the table? But it's probably just a
that is
paper.
A bucket.
It's huge, but it's probably just a paper cup, right? Yeah,
I think that's coffee.
It was very alarming there for a second.
Easy, what you can do with angles.
Yeah. Oh, I was worried there for a second. I thought if somebody unwell or something. Yeah, why is there a bucket there?
You always have to take the show into the gutter. We all thought it. You didn't have to say it.
I don't? That is very disappointing.
It's all right. So tomorrow's a rest day. Got any plans?
I actually swam in the sea this morning. It's very enjoyable. Probably planning to do it again.
Wow. It's not too cold?
No, it's perfect.
Where do you go to swim in the sea?
There's a beach.
You go to that beach on the right?
Yeah. No, we went to the one on the left. I don't know if the one on the right is even better.
b5 on the board. Not after f5, obviously.
Oh, how did we check? She played queen c6, queen c4. Okay.
And played b5.
And now, if we
go
give
f4.
If we give a check, king h2 is still good enough because rook d1, queen c6 exists. Yeah.
Want a queen c6 directly?
Oh, yeah. Because there's a rook on d6, isn't there?
Not on my screen.
But on the other hand, on your video screen.
On the video screen, the rook went there. Apologies. How did it end up?
Yeah, queen c. I think she played queen c6, rook d6, queen c4. Check.
Was queen. That was how it happened. Sorry.
Or that way, yeah, whichever way it happened. Yeah, we currently seem to have a bit of a lag with our live board. Apologies for that.
It's all right, as long as you apologize. Queen 8, check plate.
Yeah. f3 winning, but actually a little bit tricky. King h2 winning fairly cleanly.
Less trickily?
Yeah. Queen f3, queen e2, and we stabilize. And finally start playing a6, a7. But honestly, yeah, this is... I can now absolutely imagine this becoming a bit of a mess. In particular, if she goes down to, I don't know, 5 minutes and it's still undecided.
Yeah, the pawns don't move directly. If you move something away, there's some counterplay. Also, how does black wait to have any good...
No, you have to play queen f3, queen e2, queen d5, a7, rook d8. And it looks like it should be very cleanly winning, but the knight is hanging. You've created some gap between your two passers, so if black manages to play queen b7 somewhere. Yeah, knight a5. maybe f4 for now or something. I don't know. It's even the knight on c6 doesn't create any direct threats because you can't. You still can't go b5, b6. Black can also play king h2, f5, f4 straight away. By the way, where the only properly clean victory is the move rook c3, rook c2 takes c3.
Sorry, where we're at?
In the current position after queen a8 check, if you play king h2, f5, f4, the only thing that wins here is, I mean, the only thing that wins cleanly is rook takes c3.
Too complicated. Why
With
can't
the
that take? Rook d1 is annoying?
Yeah, provoking f3, I think, is pretty much
quite
all.
annoying, actually.
Yeah, queen d5 maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, king h2 played. No, of course, then you go f4.
Yeah, I think you go f4 and you check.
Okay, so we're still in for some drama.
Potentially, yeah. There are even choices, yeah. Like f4 rook c3 is actually quite clean because if you take the rook, there is queen c7 check. But if you don't spot it, like the whole new game begins.
Yeah, this is tricky. We have the results for our poll of the day. Will Giri close the gap to Sindarov? 68% said no. 32% said yes. I'm not sure if they were allowed to wait for the results of the games. But yeah, the 68% seem to have chosen wisely for now. And FIDE chess hit 350,000 on YouTube.
That is a very nice landmark to hit, and we are very thankful to all of your viewers for supporting the channel. She goes rook d1, which was not
go
the
f4 first. Rook d1 is a bit direct.
Yeah,
six.
Yeah, now I think it is back to being quite straightforward. Yeah. There will be no threats, and I guess maybe she thinks she can play takes and then rook d8. I don't know, a8 and attack all of those pastors, but they're too far advanced. Yeah, I don't know what the plan is, honestly. I think if you wanted the plans with rook d1, you had to start with queen f3.
So how do we queen one of these guys?
Eventually, some rook a2 will help, I guess. Yeah, a c7, rook a8,
7,
knight. Yeah, you still have to work a little
I'm so
bit.
Confused.
Rook e2 maybe.
Ooh, subtle.
Yeah, as long as
stopping bishop e5.
And then rook e6, c6, and I will. Once it gets to c6, I will work it out.
Yeah, that's a nice plan.
Yeah. I will work it out.
Work it all out.
Yeah, rook d1 is a weird one because
yeah, making it easy. F4, I think. Yeah. Very easy to panic here. Like, are you sure this is winning, or do you spot this? Do you go gf? Queen takes doesn't work. No, this was a real practical chance.
Yeah, second best move after rook takes e3 is rook a2, and the evaluation drops to +1, which I assume means in practical terms, it's like a flip if you win or not.
Who knows? But yeah, there was a chance. Well, now rook d1, queen c6.
Yeah,
these pawns off the leash. Nah, she will manage.
Yeah, and after queen a7, you can maybe even play queen b7, which is particularly offensive. Takes, rook d8, knight a5, and then you have to park your rook on b8. I guess we go rook e2 yet again. And
can I bring the king? Okay, you do have some.
Yeah, we have some ideas, I guess. Yeah. We'll see.
Could not agree more. We will see.
Yeah, in the other one, white is playing a3 before. I assume black takes, and yeah, I mean, you get the king to the center, and nobody's better.
Has b4 already been played? No, not yet, but...
Not yet, no, but having played a3, I think you probably play before.
No particular rush. Okay. e4 plate. Question if black wants to push her luck a bit by going a4, but it doesn't look like a winning attack, does it?
No, I don't think so. Knight b1 c3. Oh, actually, you're sort of in the corner. If you really want to, you know, create chances for all three results, maybe you do that and you ask white to react. But
I don't know. I'd be scared.
bishop b3 and king d4 and try to win the a3 pawn somehow.
Oh, no, I can't go here. So gotta go back, and now I guess we do our own business.
Yeah, I think that actually puts paid to this entire misadventure. If we can never play king d4 or king c4, then this is really not a winning attack.
No, of course, a takes b. It's just a draw.
Yeah.
But if she wants to keep it spicy, maybe you push. Who do you think will win Player of the Day?
Player of the Day will be won by a player who has not won it in a while.
That is true. Anish has been dominating Player of the Day recently. Has anybody but Sindarov and Giri won Player of the Day yet?
Round 2.
Who was
Must
round
have
2?
been somebody else. Hang on a second. Let's work it out. In round 2.
Fabi maybe won one after this 19 move.
No, I think we gave it. I think we gave it to. Hang on. All 8. Yeah, round 2 was 8 draws. So who did we give it to?
Maybe we didn't give out the prestigious award.
Yeah, we can't work it out. It's been too long.
It has been a while.
Yeah, the memory storage has been wiped since. So. No way to find out.
There was no Player of the Day during round 2. It's not you, Peter. There was none. Your memory is as sharp as ever. So how do you get all your intel during such a tournament? Do you serve Reddit chess? Do you read chess articles, and if so, where? How do you stay so well informed?
I have you, who does all of those things, so I can ask you live on air, and you provide up-to-date, precise information, which can then be harnessed.
You're not doing any of those things?
No.
How do you spend your 7 hours of scrolling every day?
Well, there is definitely the 7 hours of scrolling, which is part of.
Are there that many people on Blue Sky even? Aren't you done after 2-3 hours?
No. It's the trick is to follow like 2,000 people, and then you never run out of stuff to read. And I'm
A4 plate. Let's go.
I'm slowly getting there. I'm not at 2,000 yet, but I think I will be eventually. Well, there's some really sad video gaming, and also I've, as we've well established, I've gotten through one Australian TV show, and I'm halfway-ish through another one. There are things one can do.
So sad video gaming and Australian TV shows.
Yes.
Your approach.
Yes.
All right. There's no judgment. We're all trying to learn. B5 plate.
Okay.
Very direct. Probably not wrong.
So king f6, b6.
I guess
king
she just wants b6 and then pick up the a4 pawn.
But that she doesn't actually pick it up. No, okay.
Why not?
Because I go king e6, d7.
Ah, you go this way.
How do you pick it up?
Still try.
b7, king c7. I am going to be opposed to that notion.
You don't want me to.
I'm going to be very opposed to that notion.
Okay, I go here. You go king c8.
Why? King d6?
Ah, okay. I was expecting you to go king c8. This ruins my plans. So how do I make a draw, actually?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there certainly is a draw somewhere. We know this much, but
Starting to look a bit unpleasant.
it really is. Yeah. I think eventually you might have to play king g3 f4 or something, but.
B6 played.
Yeah.
And yeah, king e6.
Yeah, king e6 seems to be stronger than king. Although maybe we can bluff maybe king e5 and king g4 and give up the bishop, win the a3 pawn, queen the a pawn.
Thought just
Yeah, knight b2. Yeah, knight b2 is ruining all the fun. All of the fun.
No, but king e6 spoiling my plan. Can't liquidate.
Yeah, and I guess now you play king g3 and
Maybe we're in time.
yeah, g5 h4. But honestly, like, I'm now very worried. Why have we done this to ourselves? Oh, and actually, she could have still gone back to knight b1 c3, right? It's specifically b6 that changes things quite dramatically. Yeah.
I thought when she went b5, that was the plan to exchange them by force, but maybe it's not happening.
Yeah, what's happening on the clock? She's down to 3.5.
Also not a lot. There's always, whenever we write a game off, more excitement.
Drama.
Just around the corner.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolute cinema. Yeah, Aleksandra considering, but yeah, she should absolutely go king e6, d7. King e5 allows for an immediate draw. And having played a5, a4, she now has to follow through. Is it some sort of knight of 3, g4? But yeah, what does that do?
Yeah, she has to go king e6, but I think she probably will.
What's the... Seriously though, what's the clean draw of the king e6?
I still haven't seen king e6 played. No, it's a bit worrying for Divya.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure she thought she's in time to just trade these pawns and make a draw.
Yeah. And once again, perhaps for the viewers in the back, knight b1 c3 instead of b6 would have created a pretty interesting kind of a construction where the knight on c3 cannot be approached because after we play, no, now we just take on
king e5.
Yeah, king e5 and bishop b3. And we don't actually play b6, we just now start centralizing, just king g3 and bring it over because you can never do this. Well, I mean, she's down to less than 3 minutes here, and unless we're missing something incredibly simple, there's no 3-move draw here anymore.
Let's try horsey.
Yeah, king d6.
Horsey, g6,
G6,
I guess.
yeah,
Yeah, no, there's no time to catch them all.
Knight b5, king c6.
No, this is just
c6 importantly, yeah.
losing now. Or bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, I'm beginning to think she's just not going to draw this. Yeah, maybe you
agree.
Maybe you do this and then you go knight f3 or something. Yeah, like g5, knight of or h4, and then knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably even have time to go.
Yeah,
here.
because yeah, g2 is also hanging. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gone knight c4. Aleksandra will play king d7 immediately because the
knight operation.
Yeah, you need to preserve the. Is it just knight a5 and stay?
I thought about this. It's just so hard to put the knight there voluntarily.
Yeah, maybe it's just
maybe
knight
it is
a5
a solution, and it's sort of a weirdo fortress.
Yeah.
It is, yeah, 'cause I can't
we can't
go
touch
back
it.
with the king.
Yeah, we can't touch
touch it. But here,
Yeah, okay.
we're not going to win by ourselves.
Yeah, f4 check, king f2, and we stay on this side as well, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Maybe even g3 and h4, actually, yeah. Or g3 and g4.
No. Now I even lost, but h4 was unnecessary. No, this is the solution, but do you do this?
I mean, maybe you do because everything else loses. And like it immediately became obvious as a solution once I considered knight a5, but it's such an ugly move.
Yeah, 'cause
this is the problem, yeah.
knight on the rim, it will never move again, but it doesn't have to. It just stops the king from entering.
Yeah.
And same idea, you can never go here because of b7.
Yeah, this probably is actually still a draw because we will win the a3 pawn there, but you're also not winning with black. Okay, but if she doesn't do it, I think she is in genuine trouble. Even if it's still zeros in some other ways as well. But yeah, the direct one is knight a5.
Oof.
Okay, and now that's
key moment here for Divya on 4.5 out of 9. So losing this would, yeah, make her chances of winning the whole thing very, very slim. Well, even with a draw, you can't write anybody off just yet when the leader only has +2. Knight e5 played, yeah, knight a5 is so hard to think of. Now, king d6, which I also missed, of course. Then the going gets tough. I guess she wants knight d3.
Knight d3, yeah, but then...
the move, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, not that easy. b4 is not a bad square.
yeah, b4 is a good square as well. Yeah, bishop b4, knight b2. Because bishop b4, knight b4, you lose to king c5. But
king
knight
c5.
b2... But still, like, bishop c2, maybe? Because here you can't play king c5. Now I have time to play h4 or something. But bishop c2, I mean, knight c4 check holds.
Trickery.
Because once again, we can't attack the knight just yet, so...
Another
there
weirdo fortress.
Well, actually, no, bishop b3 is a threat. Yeah. I guess then we play b7 and knight takes f5 or something. Maybe we play like king g3 here or h4 or something and wait for bishop b3 and go b7.
Now we start playing for win.
Yeah, well, for a given value of Finn. Yeah, still a draw, of course, but misplayable. Definitely misplayable
with
now.
care.
Yeah.
I don't think Bibisara's position is misplayable anymore with the pawns on a6 and b6. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, and the queen on 6 controlling all the checks. Yeah, this probably is just game over.
Queen f7. How do we wrap up? Just a7.
You go a7, a8, I think. Yeah, there are no... Although, like queen b3, a8, rook d2 check. I know this loses, but I don't know to what. Maybe takes queen d5.
Queen d5.
Very nice. Interrupting the connection. Yeah, interrupting the connection to the g8 square.
I guess it's checkmate.
And queen g5, yeah.
Take the queen.
Yeah.
Which I like better.
Leads to a draw.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't like it better if it leads to a draw, yeah? Yeah.
Okay, this should be over. Let's stay with the end game. Knight d3 played. Yeah, it's a good maneuver. Giving her just enough room to annoy. Down to 1 minute and 37 seconds.
Yeah. And now sort of depending on how useful the b4 square is, yeah. Bishop c4 is everything but knight b4 lose. I guess this after bishop.
This we're a bit cut off for this.
Yeah. But knight b4 is very stable because once again black will take like 5 moves to even approach the b6 pawn. Yeah. Divya at least not panicking. She could have been, I think, safer if she chose a slightly different approach. But not panicking is very important.
No, in general, she seems to be getting stronger with the clock getting lower and the position getting more open. She was always doing very well with 30 seconds on the clock, pushing her luck a bit sometimes early on, but I think she'll be fine here. wonder what Matthias Bluebaum is doing now. Probably already finished his walk now. Nice dinner, talking to Rasmus Svane, who's watched every single YouTube short that's remotely chess related during the game to bring him up to date on what's happening on YouTube.
Is that the...
Do you watch a lot of, YouTube short, TikToks, Insta Reels? What's your drug of choice?
More than I used to, but they're not chess related. They're mostly... the algo figured out who I am, and it gives me like a steady diet of billiards clips and dog clips, which I am very happy with. Yeah, very kind of healthy, wholesome content. With actually some... I think the major deviation from those two categories is, do you know Anatol, the bodybuilder videos?
That's the guy who pretends he's not super strong, then he's super strong.
Yeah, that guy. A lot of that guy as well.
Behaves very appropriately around female gym members. No, I'm familiar with him.
Yeah. So yeah, that as well. I was actually introduced to that particular genre. Well, I mean, not genre, but that particular YouTuber by our old friend Yasser Seyron, who is a huge fan.
Are we saying his name correctly now? It's Yasser. Can't just change.
Yeah.
Sorry, Yasser.
Why are we looking at this random Giri position?
No, what do you want to look at?
Something that is still going on, arguably. Yeah, Queen E3, but the problem is you can give a check from G1, but that's not really giving any kind of mate at all. Yeah, Bibisara worked it out. She allowed maybe slightly more counterplay than, old scaredy cats that we are. We probably would have tried to allow less, but...
No, I think she dodged a bit of a bullet here. If F4, I have no idea how this game ends. Like Rook D1 made it easy, then Queen C6 and so on, but...
Yeah, F4 and...
Queen instinct's a bit off here.
Yeah, even Queen F3, Queen D5, I thought, still gave some chances, yeah. Rook D1 was a strange choice, because after Queen C6, White really has nothing to think about, basically, for the rest of the game.
Okay, back to the end game. Knight D3, G5, King G3.
Yeah, now that the king is finally out of the box and there is no way to attack the B6 pawn, White should be pretty safe. Pretty safe. Oh. Zhu Jiner found a way to create a threat, a pretty significant threat at that, but I think Bibisara will not miss it.
Oh, cunning.
Yeah. You can put a second queen on the board, but actually loses in a dramatic turn of event.
This would be
unnecessary.
Pretty checkmate, but shouldn't happen. So how do we defend against it? Maybe
after King G2, there, with the king on a light square, you just can't create any threats. Bishop takes G3, but after A8 check, A8 queen, I mean, there are no sensible checks even.
Also, it's a bit too obvious, the threat.
Yeah.
It's not hidden.
Yeah, I think the way to do this is to leave yourself 3 seconds and then make this desperate last attempt to make some kind of a queen move and then not touch the queen and play bishop b5 with barely a second left on the clock and make all kinds of desperate...
I didn't know you were capable of such shenanigans.
I'm not.
Even thinking about it scares me.
Yeah, I'm slightly alarmed by the bar in the endgame no longer showing us precise zeros.
Oh, and we're getting input from our young people correspondent that we should remind everybody that you're still allowed to subscribe to the FIDE Chess YouTube. It doesn't end at 350,000. There's room for more.
We haven't won YouTube yet?
No.
That seems like a glitch. We should
And
have,
I hope.
we should have won YouTube by now.
Does FIDE get like a nice plaque if they reach 500,000?
Pretty sure they do, yeah.
FIDE Chess needs some awards.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
So please do hit like and subscribe and set up alerts for all of the forthcoming streams.
I've never heard your voice that enthusiastic about anything.
Well, I try.
Do you? Rook d3 played.
Yeah. No, this actually is an honest attempt, but regrettably after a8 queen, rook takes g3, king f1. Oh, good procedure, by the way. Yeah, put the pawn on the 8th, then replace it with the queen, then push the clock. King f1.
It's very tricky. I've seen many people just in dead lost positions, waiting for the opponent to queen a pawn and then claiming this was done incorrectly. I win now. It's a thing.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think you win. I think you gain time on the clock, which in this particular position will not be.
In blitz tournaments, I think sometimes you win.
Yeah, I know.
The mood of the arbiter.
I actually.
So how do you do it correctly? You put pawn on 8th rank. The pawn has to physically reach the 8th rank.
And then you replace it with the piece. Yeah.
So what I'm always doing wrong is I remove it on a7 and put a queen on a8. I'm not allowed to do that?
I think that might be an illegal move. I'm also not an arbiter. We should maybe consult some arbiters, but I think that might be an illegal move in some rules.
How can that be an illegal move?
I do not know.
Need to change this.
Yeah, and I actually had it happen in a game once.
Rook
and
f2 is pretty good.
Yeah, queen takes b3, I guess, gets played, and then we give mate in some way, shape, or form. The simplest is, of course, to go queen d7, bishop g7, queen takes g7, but maybe.
Oh, that is.
It's not mate, but it's not mate, but it does win immediately.
I would do that, yeah.
Yeah, and then rook f7, and you assume your opponent resigns somewhere around here.
Can we pick up the rook?
Not after king h8, but after king h8 we have other options.
g7 is good.
Yeah. So in the Tbilisi World Cup in 2017, I was playing a tiebreak against Viktor Erdos, I think. And before the tiebreak started, because there was an incident in the previous round, the arbiters actually said, "Attention players, this is how you queen the pawn."
Game is over. Congrats to Bibisara. Assaubayeva wins her game 2 out of 2 against the top-rated player in this event, Zhu Jiner. That not only keeps Zhu Jiner from running away with it, but also puts Bibisara herself back in the mix.
Yeah, she's on 50%, but with the field as swingy and as tightly packed as it is, 50% is a good launching pad with 4 rounds to go.
Fabi's dreaming of 50% being in there with a shot.
Yeah, to continue with my pointless story, the arbiters...
Sorry, can you start from the beginning? I wasn't listening at all.
Yeah, the arbiters gave the whole speech about...
You played Viktor Erdos?
Yeah, and we both kind of laughed and said, okay, but like who does that? Like whoever makes an illegal move in that spot. And then at some point in that game, I had to play e7 takes f8 queen. And I did it incorrectly. And he kind of looked at me, and then I looked at the board and I realized, no, this is not how you queen. And luckily my position was winning enough that...
But once again, what can you do wrong? It's just not physically putting your pawn on the 8th rank.
I think so, yeah. I think I just...
I've done that wrong all my life. Because it feels dumb to put the pawn there. Like you move it, then you replace it with a queen.
Yeah, I understand, but yeah, that was... Doing it specifically on the day when we were given a lecture by the tournament arbiter was, I thought, some of my best work.
That's like... Do you pay close attention when you're on a flight and they give the safety instructions?
Not anymore.
But have you?
Hang on a second. Is white just...
F4, G3, what is
I saw the bar kind of give a bit of a...
3 was not good.
No.
Why?
H4 was good, or B7, or like many moves. G3 might not be losing yet, but after takes, and for some reason specifically H6, H5, we are now in trouble. Maybe actually lost.
H4, G4, yeah?
Yeah. H4, G4, and you can't actually get to the H5 pawn fast enough. If she finds H5, which she should, because Bishop B3, Knight E5 check, and then H4 still holds, because the remaining black pawns are very vulnerable to attacks. I think it's findable, honestly. She has 11 minutes as well.
That would be rough for Divya, but yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Very important turning point in the game. Everything else draws, seemingly even kind of comfortably for white. H5 appears to be winning. No.
Nope.
Nope.
Did not happen.
Yeah. It's a bit of a subtle point, but I think not thinking in this position is what really is the mistake. It's not really that she didn't find it. She didn't really try to investigate properly. Yeah, and this now
this
folds.
could be a dead draw. I mean, we can always give our knight worst case scenario. You're not going to hang on to both of these guys.
Yeah, you can. I guess you can put the bishop on E8, but white will put the knight on B2 and wait until knight takes A2 and king H5 is a draw again.
You even get to E8.
Yeah. I mean, well, D1 maybe. Yeah, D1, E2. But yeah, we just go king B5, knight B2. Yeah,
King B5.
Knight B2, king bishop B2. We go king G3, H4, G3, H4, and we wait for an opportunity to take on A4 eventually. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I mean, it's actually hanging, so you don't have to wait very long.
Yeah, we keep having to trap our own knight to create fortresses.
Yeah. And it's kind of remarkable that Aleksandra created a legitimate winning chance in this game. It looked like it was not going to be. Like, how do you make anything happen in the endgame they had after move 40? But she was, for one very brief moment, I think, legitimately winning. Knight E5 check not played yet, but you would have to assume. Actually, pretty much every single half-sensible move here still draws.
Not this one.
Yeah, not this one. And also not knight B2 immediately because of H5.
Why not? Still H5, yeah?
Yeah, still H5.
Knight B2 played.
Whoa.
There's another chance.
No, but now you really are supposed to do it, I think.
Yeah, also, this pawn doesn't run away. No, this
Yeah,
looks
she left herself 10 seconds as well, and then
obvious enough.
no, you can't play king takes b6 here, right? You need to preserve as many pawns on the other side of the board as possible.
She should spot that. And it's not too surprising, this win.
No,
even,
no, not with knight on b2. Yeah.
Okay, we try to go.
Yeah, but we're in time with
keep the
bishop
stuff now?
f7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just hopeless.
This is very straightforwardly winning. It's just nothing there. 9 minutes to work it out as well. Like on 30 seconds, maybe you just reflexively take on b6. But
No, if I've played, this was the last chance, and also for Divya, like really, maybe she didn't think of the option of H5, but because if you do, you just go 95 check.
Yeah, you can't.
H4 and see if you hold.
You can't allow that. Yeah.
And now we're in trouble. King F3, I guess now black can just take, no?
Yeah. King E4. Is it only strictly bishop C2 check? Yeah, it is.
You gotta stop this. Huh?
Yeah, it's a bit heartbreaking because you only really lose to this, but you do lose to it. Yeah, bishop c2 check, and if you play king d4, then you can't really get to the pawns quickly enough. Yeah.
Does look lost.
Yeah.
King e4 plate.
Yeah, and also you just play bishop c2 check because I mean allowing king f5 is clearly a very poor idea.
Yeah, and if the king has to attack from here, it can't stop the pawns anymore.
Yeah,
it is logical.
These are not really study-like anymore. It's just pretty easily understood
This
why.
is a draw, yeah? Just
Yeah. No, these are all, like with the king as far away as it is, these are pretty much always a draw, yeah. King f3 or something. There's also bishop e6 h4 if you want to even improve it, yeah, to give you the double dage pawns instead of two connecteds. Yeah.
No.
Bishop c2, and actually the point, like the clean solutions here after bishop c2, king d4, all involve understanding that white wants knight c4, d6 check and putting your king on squares where there is no fork to the bishop on f5. King b5 actually is the least precise one because here you would like to play bishop f5 already.
Can't do it.
And king c7 is pretty strong, for instance. And then we just play bishop f5 next move. And this one doesn't hold, once again, unsurprisingly. Once we're two up, even if they are both the h-pawns, it's going to be good enough.
Yeah, that's exciting stuff. So we're 10 rounds in. You think the players are getting tired? Do you need stamina, physical stamina for such a long event?
I think so, yeah. I think it's becoming ever more important with every day. I have to say this generation generally is in very good shape, though. I think this understanding has been growing and growing with the kids today. They all seem to be pretty fit.
Who's the fittest?
Of the young'uns or in the field in general?
Rank the field by fittest to least fit.
Okay. I am only talking about the Open here.
Yeah.
Fabi is very fit. I mean, if we need to rank, I don't know. Like, Fabi and Hikaru pretty close to the top. I would think they both, I think, do a lot in that direction. Fabi works out, Hikaru hikes, and also seems to be.
So you think 38-year-old Hikaru is in the top 2 of fittest players?
No, not the top 2, but they're. I mean, Fabi might be. Honestly, Fabi is, I think, doing some serious work in that direction. You tell me about Bluebaum. I'm not really sure about Bluebaum.
He likes his sweets. He likes his sweets. Wow. But he drinks a lot of water. Maybe he flushes them all out.
Yeah. Anish definitely does something.
He started hitting the gym a bit more. I've seen him gymming recently.
Here?
I'm not sure if during tournaments. And we know he walks a lot. But during the World Cup, I've seen him in the gym on a pretty regular basis.
Yeah, Andrey's in good shape. I'm not sure about Wei Yi. How much he actually does in the physical side of the game.
What about Sindarov?
I think, I'm assuming it's sort of a culture thing, and Noribek is an absolute gym rat, which makes me think that maybe all of them are to some degree, because I think they do a lot of things together, and it feels like this is a squad. You know, they're all of one opinion about things in general. No.
Not sure if that's true. I don't doubt. Sindarov is in good shape. I think he went to play.
Nordebek is just scary. Nordebek just like I've seen him in St. Louis show up in the gym, do like half an hour of very serious cardio, and then go and do weights during tournaments.
No, I'm just surprised by your assumption that because one Uzbek works out, all Uzbeks work out. I know Germans that work out and Germans that don't work out.
Yeah, but this is the same generation. They spend a lot of time together. I'm sure there are training camps and things. So I'm once again, I'm expecting this to be a culture that is sort of being instilled.
Could be true. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I'm being sort of exceeding.
Never seen Sindarov in the gym.
That is true. Yeah, but
seen Nordebek a lot.
Nordebek is always in the gym basically.
So that would indicate maybe your thesis is wrong.
I haven't been around Sindarov very much during tournaments, I have to say. So I'm basing.
But you're a gym rat, so you can just patrol the gyms and see if he's there or not. He's not there. Absatorov is there.
Okay. I admit defeat on this topic.
No, I'm half serious.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't doubt he's in good shape, and we've seen him go play sports here on the rest day. Also, he's 20.
Yeah, that does
that
help.
helps a lot.
That does help, yeah. Bishop c2 found by Goryachkina, and now, as mentioned, the king should go to a square which you cannot connect to f5 with one knight check. c6 works, c7 works. b5, probably still winning, but makes it much more complicated, I think. Or at least somewhat more complicated. I don't know about much, but somewhat more complicated. Yeah, c7 chosen by Aleksandra.
Good move. Yeah, she's on it now. Missed his one chance with h5, but when given another one, she did not let go. Yeah. Divya's got to be kicking herself a little bit. It's hard to play these on little time. But yeah, I think if you realize h5 is legal, you just go for the other one and take your chances.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, she's also going to be playing basically an increment for the... I mean, here it really isn't very relevant anymore. The position is just bad. I guess what you try is knight c4, bishop f5, knight b2. Try to take on a4 and then run towards the other side. And I mean, honestly, if the king was already on f2, maybe this saves the game occasionally. But with the king this far away...
Not sure if bishop d7 is the wisest.
Yeah, maybe f5 cuts the most squares. Yeah, or g2 or somewhere.
Knight g2, we don't like lose tempo.
Yeah, well, actually,
we still have bishop c6.
Yeah, bishop c6. And I think I just run with the king. I don't think I try to win without the king. I think I run with the king and I win that way. Because the a-pawn, like, we can even allow it to get to a7 in many cases because we just control it. Yeah, I guess it maybe is just lost even with the king close because...
Also then I don't have to move the bishops. I can just run, yeah?
Yeah, you can absolutely... Yeah. I mean, here knight c3 though. King d5 chosen by Divya. But now she loses to h4 and g4. This is just a queen now? Yeah, this is just a queen now. Because knight c4, bishop b3 as well.
Can I reverse it?
Yeah, you can, but why? I mean, no difference whatsoever, frankly. Yeah, g5, g6 does not do anything at all for white, but just for tidiness' sake, this is... Although, actually, if you play h4, king d4, g4, king e3 stops it from queening. So your way is better.
Question.
Yeah, your way is better. Yeah. Okay. Your way is just better. Why do I ever argue with you? You're never incorrect.
I don't think that's true.
So yeah, g4, h takes g4, h4, g5, h3, g6, h2, g7, h1, check. There's not even a lot to calculate. It wins with check.
Yeah.
So Aleksandra basically one decision away from winning her first game of the tournament. This will get her to 50%, and as we've well established, 50% is Not
Near the
very
top.
far off. Not very far off in the context of the women's tournament. Just a point behind.
Currently it's what, Vaishali +2?
Yeah, Zhu and Muzychuk
Jiner
+1.
and Muzychuk +1. And probably a bunch of players on 50%.
Yep.
And Tan on minus a lot.
That
Not even that lot. 3?
is anybody else on minus? Like, is anybody on minus?
Gotta be.
No, Bibisara and Goryachkina were on -1, and they're both winning today.
Divya loses, where's she at?
Yeah, maybe Divya goes to -1. Oh yeah, because there's +4 up top, so there has to be -4 in the bottom. Yeah, okay. Yep, there we go.
G4 plate. And Divya resigns, has seen enough.
Yeah, heartbreaking loss for her. She played a pretty decent game, and after the first time control, it looked like there will be not a single problem for her to get half a point out of it. But
Yeah, Goryachkina scores her first victory. And that brings us to the end of today's live games, because they are all over. So let us have a look at the results. We can start with the open section and then see how it affected the standings. Spoiler alert, not great for non-Sindarov participants.
that is the full extent of it, really.
Sindarov wins his game against Praggnanandhaa. Other games end in draws. That means Sindarov increases his lead against the field.
And now pretty much every single game against Sindarov is a must-win game for the field.
Yeah.
Whoever is playing Sindarov now has to beat him. Whereas in the women's, we have two decisive results. Aleksandra Goryachkina, as we have just finished watching, beat Vaishali with the black pieces. From a pretty equal endgame, Bibisara completes her sweep of Zhu Jiner, which results in Vaishali leading, 2 players on +1 and a bunch of players on 50%.
Yeah, the lowest rated participant leading this event after 10 rounds.
Yeah, and there are the standings. As you can see, Fabiano 50% in the open, and then 5 players on -1 and below, and in the women's, only 2 players are below the 50% watermark, so everything is still very much to play for.
I could not agree more. We have to get to the important category, Player of the Day. Let's give Sindarov 1.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Not resting on his laurels and continuing to win games.
I'm not sure, maybe he was trying to rest on his laurels, but Prague didn't allow him to. I'm not sure what happened in that game.
Yeah.
But he did win. Can't argue with that. All right, Peter, I think this is it. Any wishes you have for the viewers for the rest day?
Stay well hydrated, I think, is what I would like to suggest to the people viewing us. And thanks very much to everyone who is making that possible. The government of Cyprus, the Cyprus Chess Federation, of the wonderful Cap St. George's Hotel that the event is taking place in, and of course the long-standing partners of FIDE, Freedom Corporation, and the Schoenberg family for supporting and promoting this wonderful tournament.
Welcome to the Round 10 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm joined by Javokhir Sindarov, who just won his game over Praggnanandhaa. Today's press conference is a little bit different. It will be capped at 15 minutes. We will go over the game very briefly, and then I'll open questions to reporters on the floor. There will be no outside interviews after this press conference. Okay, so if you have questions for Sindarov after the game review, ask them now or no questions. Javokhir, you're closer and closer to what you want. Do you start to feel it now?
I think, yeah, I'm very close, but still I have 2 games with Black and against very important games. So I'm just trying to don't think and play good chess, mostly like you doing always.
How hard is it to not think about tournament standings when you're in a game like this?
Yeah, last days I think about this a lot, and I have a big stress because yesterday I didn't win completely winning position, and that's why my coach says me just if you deserve this title you will get it. If you don't, we will work a lot to become strong. So don't think a lot about result, just play your chess, and I'm doing this.
Congrats again. Let's go through the game. I had a little question. We had Jan Nepomniachtchi in the studio earlier today, and he said that this line, this very sharp line, can arise in other Ragozin structures and can transpose into this. How prepared were you, and how surprised were you?
Actually, I think I forgot my line. I need to play here bishop e5, but okay. This also I checked and it's fine. And yeah, here I understand it's very tricky position. From my situation, maybe it's not a good idea to play like this, but here I saw, rook f4, king g8, and rook d8, and I start like my position. I don't know. I don't understand his move king g8, but probably king g8 is also fine. Probably to rook d8, he need to play bishop e6, rook f6, queen h7. And take, rook h6, king e6, rook f6, king g5, rook e6, rook d8 should be close to draw, but still I try to little bit push. So, if you play one wrong move, I think white can get a good advantage here. So, two result game, so I was very happy when he played king g8, but also king g7 also not clear how to play rook d8, bishop e6, rook f6, rook h8, and here I have queen f4. If he need to play rook g6, something like this, again this position was happening, but I don't know, I didn't find any other good moves, so I think he need to go this position and go to this end game and try to survive, and yeah, I was very worried here about move queen e8 because
and he took 30 minutes on this.
I spent a lot about this one because I don't know how to play to queen e8 and queen c6 comes, and maybe here I just want to play f5. I think about this a lot, my hg and rook g1. I don't know. For me, just interesting. I want to check with computer.
Of course.
It's a right move because otherwise I can take a really very fast worst position. So. I found this and I was very happy during game, and okay, here, to play bishop d7, it's impossible probably, my pawns was going e6,
It's a practical advantage for
I was thinking rook h4 for him is winning, but here I found queen g5 and queen c3, and I have a minimum draw, like queen c1, rook d1, but if I got this position, I will spend a little bit time to think about this, so during a game, I was just, when I saw all of this, I was really relaxing. I think in this dynamic position, in this tournament, I should be better than him because I played a lot of dynamic positions and I played really very well. So for him, tournament is not going well. That's why probably I go to this line and I find everything. And when he played bishop d7, I was thinking come on, this move should be not working because I saw something. And first I forgot, I think rook f6 I want to play, but then I realized I have rook f7, and I think a little bit to queen e6, queen e8, queen d8, everything, and I'm just winning everywhere. So I go to this line and
it's all forced, and then
probably I realize very good.
Yeah. Sensational game. Did it cross your mind? You beat Prague in the first half of the tournament with a very similar kind of construction with the weak king, and then you having a piece down. Did this instill confidence in you that went well at that time and it's going to go well this time?
No, I mean, in general, I was really very worried because, I mean, we are playing for 2-result game, and before the game, I just want to play something like for 2 results, and I really don't think like this can be happen, and yeah, also I forgot my line. If I play bishop e5, I mean, I prepared bishop g3 also, but if I play bishop e5, I mean, like it's a long line where white can take, I mean, if black plays well, so it will be for 2-result game, and yeah, I just forgot. I mean, I played very fast, and it's a mistake.
We're going to open up questions to reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand. A mic will be given to you. Yes.
Javokhir, congratulations for your win. The line that you played against Prague, I'm very intrigued because I analyzed this with my husband 3 years ago. But in our file, back then, the engine was maybe not as strong as now, and we only had castle as our move, like the best one. And then you played f4 in the 17th move. So I just wondering whether it was still a part of your preparation or whether you just played it by intuition.
No, I mean, I played by intuition and I saw his h3 move, but I mean, I was like, I believed to my position, and I think like I should have something, and yeah, I mean, I was checking before the game bishop e5, but I know bishop g3 also playable, and I forgot this bishop g3. Yeah, it was my mistake, but I mean, it works very well, so it's fine.
Right. So bishop e5 was also the main line that we put on the file, and we were very surprised that you played bishop g3.
Yeah, I played very fast. I mean, it's my mistake. I mean, my team will be really hate me after this move, but okay. It works very well, yeah, so it's fine.
Okay, congrats.
Any other questions?
When did you realize that you missed the right move order bishop e5? When did you realize? Only after the game, or at what point?
No, I mean, during a game I realized, like, wait, come on, I didn't repeat this line. I repeat bishop e5. Okay, Prague is not playing in the force move knight bd7, so that's why I don't repeat a lot of lines, but still I repeat knight bd7 also before the game, and of course I'm also trying to play something like this with black, so that's why I was really checking this line for both sides, and during game I realized like why I played very fast bishop g3, so bishop e5 was the line, and then I realized like, okay, so now it will be a very crazy game, and like if I don't go to bishop d3, I really don't like my position, and then I just, yeah, I took 7 minutes, yeah, so yeah, it was my big mistake, but I'm very lucky it works today.
Yes.
My name is Maurice Ashley, St. Louis Chess Club. Before this tournament, you could not have dreamt of such a result. Like, what were you thinking before the tournament would be a winning score? Did you have this kind of conception? And now do you feel like you're walking on air?
Yeah, before a tournament, like, I mean, my coach says me after first half, if you finish +1, it will be very good. So maybe if I finish with +1, I didn't feel a lot of, I mean, emotions. I just will play just chess because I don't think a lot about winning. But I mean, right now, it takes, how to say, I mean, every game takes a lot of your energy, and you need to always check other opponents. But yeah, yesterday I talked with coach after. I mean, I missed this winning move. I talked with him a lot, and he motivated me, and tell me everything was good, and he tell me like, just play good chess, and you are playing better than all of here. So yeah, he gives me motivation, and I feel really very well before the game. So that's why, I mean, how to say, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know how to say it exactly in English, but that's why I feel really very, very good before a game. So I was ready to big fight today.
Jafar from Prime Chess. As you get closer to the end, to the ultimate goal, are the games starting to feel more tough?
Sorry?
As you get closer to the end of the tournament, are the games starting to feel more difficult to get the wins?
Yeah, I mean, every game comes like very difficult because it's a big pressure. Yeah, and also like yesterday, I mean, it's for me very hard days. Okay, I come to. I mean, I was very happy before the game if he offers me draw, but I mean during game when I got my position, I was very sad when I played very fast this move. But yeah, okay, still I don't think a lot, and I mean I'm just trying to play chess. And I worked before tournament really a lot, and I feel, how to say, I feel really very good. I mean, and I believe too much to my chess because I played a lot of training games, and I mean I won a lot of training games. That's why probably I don't know. Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Question over here.
Hi, Theo from Lichess. Congratulations on your victory, Javokhir. I just wanted to ask, of course, Nepomniachtchi had a very legendary run where he got 9.5 out of 14 in 2022. Do you now feel that with 4 games left, you could potentially beat this record?
Actually, I mean, it's a very nice question, but I mean, I didn't think about this, and I don't want to think really because tournament's still going. I have my next game, and I need to prepare very well to my next game. And I was very happy tomorrow is a rest day, so I can get a lot of energy and play good chess. So prep also very well with black. So I mean, I tell before also I was lucky to these pairings. I have like 4 rest days and 4 blacks, and which is very good.
Completely understandable. Thank you. And just another one quickly. Online, some people have started calling you Javokhir Win Darov. How do you feel about this nickname?
Javokhir?
Win Darov.
Yeah, okay. Doesn't matter.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, in the back.
So at that moment when Prague played bishop d7 and you had to play rook f7, you know, you kind of expressed that you got the idea and you took your hand to the rook so many times, but you were not making the move. How were you feeling at that point of time? Like, did you know you were winning here? Were you nervous?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday when I played very fast bishop a4, my coach says me like, if you see something like you are winning, just take your time. And I understand I have 1 hour why I cannot think like little bit minutes, calculate this everything, because I mean, first I think like he was like, I mean, he calculates some to rook f7, queen e6 or queen e8, and after that when I calculate a lot, I just take a time and played, how to say, I mean, calculate a lot and played after 8 minutes and do everything what coach says me. So.
And one more question. Do you remember the first time you played with Prague?
Yeah, I remember. I was 7 years old.
Yeah.
We played in no, not World Championship.
It's not World Youth?
Asian Championship in Iran.
Alain, no? It was in Alain.
No, in Iran. Like
really?
He beat me 3-0. No, 2.5-0 in 3 time controls. After that, my grandfather told me like this guy will be next 20 years like one of the strongest grandmaster. And yeah, I mean, it was very nice generation, and we played a lot of tournaments together. Also, still in Alain, he beat me when we going like from 5 rounds, 5 points. I don't know, something like this. In Greece, same, he beat me. So yeah, I was very happy to beat him like right now, because I mean last year also he beat me. So like we can calculate a lot when he beat me.
Thank you.
One more question, and then we'll have to cut the press conference.
Yeah. Anastasia Karlovich from St. Louis Chess Club. Congrats on your victory today. It seems like you are really doing great in this tournament. So what are the news from Uzbekistan? Do people follow your every move? And do we have a chess boom there? What's going on?
Actually, I don't know, because I'm not checking my I'm not checking any news in my phone. I mean, if I check, it takes a lot of energy, and you are starting to think what my parents doing, something like this. So that's why I'm completely not checking anything. After the game, I just come to my room and play video games or prep. So that's all I'm doing, because otherwise, this is big. It's impossible to survive from this big emotions, pressure, something. So
yeah, I will definitely find your coach and ask him. Thank you.
Okay, Javokhir, best of luck on the next rounds, and have a happy rest day tomorrow. Take some rest, and best of continuation.
I'm here with Hikaru Nakamura, and I'm going to show you a video from one of your little fans, a 12-year-old boy, Razik, from Malaysia. He was diagnosed with autism at 2 years old. He loves chess, plays it a lot now, and he is your #1 fan, and he wishes to play against you one day. So I'm going to give you the phone, and we want your reaction.
Sure. Can you turn the volume up?
Yeah.
I just need the volume.
Yeah.
Hi, Hikaru Nakamura. I am Razik, and you are my idol and my inspiration. Wish me successful like you in the chess world. Bye. Hi, Hikaru Nakamura.
Sure. Yeah, I think what I would say is obviously really important to do what you can to have an impact in this world. I think obviously it's very easy in a game like chess to focus on yourself and your own personal accomplishments, but I think it's very important to remember that you only have one life and you can only make so much of an impact, and I try to do my best. So I know this tournament isn't going well, but I'm glad that there's so many fans out there who are cheering me on, and they really give me the motivation, the inspiration to keep going. I think without them, I probably would have quit chess after my disasters in 2019. So the fans are the reason I'm here, and I'm very thankful to all of them.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing.